Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, Dr. John DeLynn. It is December 27th, 2021. We're between Christmas and New Year's during the break, and we are so super excited to have you back with us for part two of what Kara and I feel like has been a really powerful, wise, thoughtful, interesting, and useful interview, maybe even impactful, with the TikTok sensation, social media sensation, musician, actor, jingle writer, Austin Archer. Hey, Austin.
Hey, I'm happy to be back for part two.
Yeah. How'd you sleep?
I slept okay.
Yeah.
I watched some of part one last night, and then I was like, I gotta go to sleep and stop.
How'd you do?
I think I was everything that you said.
You killed it. You killed it.
Yeah, I think I should keep doing this.
Yeah. You should have a podcast or something.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Mm-hmm. You do.
You're so good at talking. You should talk for a living. Oh, wait, you already do.
Yeah. My friends, my brother had this saying when I was growing up that because I've just always been a very verbose person, even as a kid. My brother did this thing where he went, "There goes Austin, nonstop talker, shut up." And all of my friends knew it. So they still say it when I'm an adult. And I'm like, I just had to embrace at some point that that's what I do. I talk. So
we had dinner with you last night, and I can honestly say the conversation was balanced between the three of us. And Kara and I, we can talk.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you met your matches.
That's good.
Right, Kara?
Yeah. We all have a lot to say, and we only have a few minutes together while you're in town.
Yeah, we only have
many things we want to get off our chest and understand.
We only have 12 hours to say it, so we've got to hurry.
Today we only have 12 hours?
No.
So it's a short Mormon Stories episode today.
John and I were both very famous at dinner last night too.
Oh, we both got recognized.
Yeah.
Kara was salty.
Yeah.
Kara was like, "Wait, how come no one recognized me?"
We were like, if we had just waited a little bit longer, someone would have.
Yeah. John got recognized. Austin got recognized. And different fans came up to them at this Indian place last night. Mockham's. We want to do a shout out to them in Mill Creek. Delicious. It was like kind of like Cafe Rio style, like where there's like a bar. I am dead to the world. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. That's just my babysitter, aka my sister. So it's the reason I can do this job. Let's all forgive Kara for a second for doing that. Anyway, Mockham's, delicious Indian food last night.
That was great.
Super good.
I was just opening the door for the patrons at the end of the night, just looking them in the eye to be like, do I look?
You know what it was? Is they were too intimidated to say, "Can I get a picture with you?"
Oh, that's how I'll sleep tonight.
That's what you have to tell yourself, is like that they see you and they're like, I can't walk up to her, but they're like, that's Kara.
Yeah. That's what I hope for.
The Kara.
Yeah.
I got recognized in the Target sheets aisle the other day. Hey, Annie, shout out. So every once in a while, somebody knows this mug.
On the level of like, what's a better word for than douchey? Douchey is probably not politically correct. What's a better word than douchey? Anyone know?
I don't know, smug or
on the lameness scale, talking about being recognized in public, where does that rank on the lameness scale? How lame were we just? Did we just?
I'm the one who did it.
What level of lameness did we just reach?
I'm the one who did it, and I think for me at this point, it's still me being like relatable, because I still am like, I'm just a guy who's just at the store sometimes and every once in a while. So I'm like, I'm still just like excited about it happening. I think if I was, if we were more,
if you were Brad Pitt, basically.
And I'm like, dude, someone came up to me the other day. You're like, yeah, you're Brad Pitt. Yeah. Shut up.
Yeah, but the dude that came up to you, and this is just fun. Hopefully you guys don't mind the banter listening or viewing, but the guy that came up to you, he clearly wasn't from the US.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was from like India, the Asian subcontinent.
Yeah.
Said he was gay, right? He had a male partner.
Yeah.
And I don't think he'd ever been LDS. That was my sense.
Yeah.
But he's living in Salt Lake for some reason.
Yeah.
And he said that his partner, he didn't have TikTok, but his partner sent your TikToks to him.
Yeah.
Because they like made him smile and it made them feel good.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, who are joining us for the first time, Austin Archer has a TikTok channel that has close to 1 million followers. He also is a musician. He's got music on Spotify and on Bandcamp. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
He's got an Instagram channel. He's got a YouTube channel. He's kind of an actor, musician, singer, songwriter, social media personality. We did a good 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours yesterday about him being raised Mormon in Sandy, Utah and Boyd K. Packer's backyard, basically in Little Factory's Ground Zero, and how he made kind of this really courageous step to step off the Mormon train after having been a full-on super believing, Orthodox, in it to win it kind of Mormon once he went to college at Weber State. And I was really inspired by it. Please pause this if you haven't yet. Go back and watch that. It really was powerful. And I've done this again, like 1,600 plus hours. I loved it. That was yesterday. Is there anything else I should mention about, you want to mention the actual handle, your TikTok handle?
It's Your Pal Austin on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and Austin Archer on YouTube, Austin Archer on Spotify. Yeah. So.
But part of what's interesting about Austin is like none of the Mormons or ex-Mormons know he was ex-Mormon. I mean, very few, because he doesn't really, on his TikToks, he doesn't really make a point to talk about Mormonism or religion. It's more about social media, kind of like social commentary.
Yeah. A little bit of
observations, politics, humor.
Yeah.
But it's not like going at religion per se.
Well, we talked about it last night. It's like, I've been out of the church for 16 years, and that's almost as long as I was in the church. So it's it's been, I think I had my time to like really deconstruct and do it. And now I'm just sort of like, I come back and revisit it every once in a while when I get to come on Mormon Stories or something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
So you left the church 16 years ago. Mm-hmm. I've been doing Mormon Stories for 16 years. What does that say about you?
Oh, wow.
Me?
Wow.
You left it behind 16 years ago. I've been doing this for 16 years. Yeah. What's wrong with me?
Timing. I mean, that's great though. I like that, verisimilitude, or would be what it is? That symmetry, I guess. 16 years.
It's some type of synchronicity. Carrie, you were freaking up until like 1 a.m. making a TikTok or two as you continue to grow the more
today, because I think I can hit 100,000 followers on our Mormon Stories TikTok. I think I can do it today. I really do think, Austin, that will be the key. If I put enough Austin Archer videos on the Mormon Stories channel today, I think that will go, we're at 91,000. I think we'll go to 100,000 today.
100K by 2022. You got it.
By midnight. That's what I want. So I was up editing a bunch of ones, and they already are going like kind of viral. They're doing really good.
Yeah.
You were asking me yesterday whether you could do it by January 1st. And now you're saying you want to do it by tonight.
I smoked a little bit and I got really confident, and I was like, I can do anything up my mind.
I like it. I like it. Yeah.
So I have a lot of ammo, you could say, of stuff that I'm going to post. I have like 12 TikToks that are like in my draft that I can just post like torpedoes out of a chute. I just am like, go, fire.
And there's a point I kind of really need to make. I had someone comment, John, why do you keep interviewing TikTokers? Like after they saw I was interviewing you. And I just want to make a point. Like, people if you don't get why we're interviewing TikTokers, you're not paying attention. It shouldn't be lost on you that just last week, a Mormon general authority mentioned TikTok in the commencement address at BYU, Idaho, saying specifically that if Korihor were alive today, who is the arch enemy of the Book of Mormon, if Korihor were alive today, he would be on TikTok and he would have a podcast. And by the way, Austin, you both are on TikTok and have a podcast, and so are we, right, Kara?
Yeah. And so me and John like literally posted it on Instagram at the same time.
That's amazing.
We're like, am I the drama? Am I the villain? Are you talking about me there? Yeah.
I also think that like, hey, like if you're still using the hot take that like TikTokers are just, vapid people that aren't worth your time, like maybe you're not aware, but you're watching TikToks. You're watching TikTok on Instagram. You're watching TikTok on Twitter, on Reddit, on Facebook. TikTok is everywhere. And whether or not you have the app, like you're watching TikTok, and that's like the top of the funnel for internet content right now. There was a time when it was just teenagers doing dances and mouthing scenes from their favorite TV shows. That time has long since passed. It is now like the #1 social media app in the world.
No, it was, I saw the news story. Like it beat Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Like where else are people on these days?
If anyone says,
Twitch,
I read an article about such and such, they're lying. They watched a TikTok about it, but they don't want to admit it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's the #1 app on social media. Yeah. And if you care about the things that Mormon Stories podcast cares about, which primarily is informed consent for Mormons and non-Mormons, everyone in the world should know the truth about the church, good and bad. If you care about that, and or if you care about helping progressive and post-Mormons figure out their lives after being in a high demand religion / cult, if you care about those things, then you should care about any platform that's literally dominating Earth right now. And so one of my proudest accomplishments for 2021 was Kara and I were joking about this. I told Kara she's brilliant. She said, I'm brilliant for recognizing her brilliance. Bringing Kara on to create a Mormon Stories podcast TikTok channel was probably my best, and for her as a co-host, was probably certainly my best choice of 2021.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Would you believe that not everyone wants to listen to a 6-hour podcast, but they will listen to 1-minute videos? Who would have thunk? Genius idea we came up with.
No, we have twice the followers on TikTok that we do on a YouTube channel that we've had for 10 plus years.
Yeah.
And we did that in 7 months.
Yeah.
So that's why we're interviewing people on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's why I can say, because Austin Archer is on Mormon Stories this week, I am confident we can gain 10,000 followers on Mormon Stories just by showing like your very articulate, well-stated clips about your journey. I think a lot of people will want to understand more about the Mormon church because such a prominent person on TikTok wants to talk about their experience in the church. Like, that's interesting. That's cool that you were able to build up a following and that we can like each like cross promote and share different stuff. So.
Well, it's just there's so many different things that you can find on that app. It's people deconstructing religion. It's people there's just scientists that just give you fun science facts. It's like tuning into like, here, did you know this about the solar system? That blah blah blah. You know,
Totally.
And it's just like you're scrolling and it's a little bit of everything. It's people doing really, really funny sketch comedy that like they're getting hired to go write for SNL and stuff off of TikTok. It's people launching their music careers. It's like it's a lot more than what I think people think it is.
So my brother, who's a software CEO, he has a TikTok channel called Enemy of Plants, and he has over 200,000 followers just talking about veganism and vegan recipes and healthy eating and healthy diet and exercise. Alan Mount tells me he's always paying attention to fitness channels on TikTok to learn how to be more fit. Like, let's embrace it because it's here and it's all the kids and all the teens and all the adults are on it, basically.
Yeah. And John, I just want to correct one thing yesterday that you had such trouble saying, like at the beginning of the podcast episode, you were like, we have Austin Archer on who's like semi-internet famous. And it was almost like you didn't want to just admit that he's legitimately famous. Like it was like your Spencer W. Kimball who can't give out like that talk about how you don't want to give out kisses like pretzels. You don't want to give out saying everyone's famous. Like it's like a treasured pretzel or something.
Do you know why I do that? Sometimes people tell me that I'm famous, like Utah famous.
Yeah.
I just hate that. For some reason, I hate being called that.
Well, it's because
I don't even think I am, but I hate
that's
it.
What I was talking about. I kind of say it tongue in cheek when I say, oh, you and I were really famous at the restaurant last night, because I think it's kind of funny. And I think it's also like, I don't think that about myself. Cause I think in general, like I live in Los Angeles and like, I can go to the store in Los Angeles and no one comes up, like nobody knows who I am or cares who I am. And like, it's
really,
no, you know, it happens very rarely. And when it does happen, I try to encourage people like, no, you can come up and say hi. Cause like no one around us is going to be like, oh my gosh, why are they bothering him? Like nobody knows why you're coming up and saying hi to me. Like, I think 1 million people spread out across the entire world still winds up being, you know, like,
about the population of the Mormon church, basically.
Okay,
It is like a law of averages. If you're in Utah and you talk about Mormonism a lot, you might get recognized in on a daily basis.
Yeah, but again, you don't talk about Mormonism.
Yeah.
So that's why, it was like 10 minutes at the restaurant. And anyway, I think we've made the point.
Yeah, okay.
but I think, Kara, the point you made was most important is Austin's TikToks. And we wanted to be able to play them on the podcast, but we had some technical glitches. His podcasts are very fun. They're funny, but they're interesting and they're really often very wise and insightful. Whether they're talking about, politics or the vaccine or,
critical race theory or the police.
Transgender issues or LGBT stuff. Like it's just valuable stuff.
Yeah.
And it often goes viral. So anyway, welcome back. Yesterday we talked about your faith journey. Today, we're going to be talking about something very vulnerable. Like, I'm just thinking about like a thumbnail. Like, I've made mistakes in my life, and I don't know that I would want my biggest mistakes plastered on a thumbnail.
Sure.
But you were literally okay. Like, you even volunteered the thumbnail title, which is like Post-Mormon alcoholic. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I guess we'll get into why you feel okay leading with something so vulnerable. So, but that's what we're going to be talking about now is kind of like, and by the way, I wanted to say this yesterday, you know, you leave the church and we talk so much at the end of our episode about like all your friends and family that were still in and how hard that was. So many of us feel that pressure of like, well, they all are expecting me to screw up.
Yeah.
They're all expecting me to fail, to fall in a ditch, to become an alcoholic. I always make the joke like, oh, all my parents think that we're going to become like an alcoholic or a sex worker if I leave the church. Not that there's anything wrong with, you know.
Yeah.
But the point is like so like it's let's talk also about like what it's like to actually in some ways fulfill the stereotype and what that's like. But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
So where does so we left off with you losing your faith and coming out to everybody.
Yeah.
And you were still at Weber State at that point.
And we got into a little bit of like into the 20s and dealing with being the only person out in my family and then my brother joining me and that helping because I suddenly had a kind of a teammate. But I started drinking when I was 19 years old. Instead of going on a mission, I started using drugs and drinking and did a different kind of trip and went down that rabbit hole. And I liked it immediately, and I found marijuana, and that was my big DOC, my drug of choice. Like I loved marijuana, and I instantly I became an everyday user. I'm kind of that way with certain substances, like we talked about coffee. Like I always wanted to be a coffee drinker. What I found out about coffee is I either need to drink it every day or not at all. Because if I don't do it every day, it'll freak me out on the day. It shocks my system. Or I get headaches, caffeine headaches when I'm not doing it. And I just decided that overall, I don't like the feeling of it. So I stopped doing that. But it's the same thing with marijuana, where if I was doing it once in a blue moon, it would kind of freak me out. It would kind of take me to a place I wasn't comfortable. But if I did it every day and it was a sort of a state of norm and it became kind of like a security blanket, this nice thing that I wake up and before I go to school in the morning, I wake and bake. And then like all that stuff, it became the way I operated. It was like, I did everything stoned. I went to work, I went to school, I did everything. And I don't think people know this about marijuana, but it actually is a pretty functional state of being. Like it's not the same as alcohol, where like the more you drink, the less functional you become, and like you're eventually going to be falling. There's only like so stoned you can get, and then you're just sort of a little bit stoned. And if it's something you do all the time, you're just it kind of is like almost restoring yourself to normalcy. But
and this is a huge thing. And I'm still someone who hasn't tried alcohol or marijuana or anything. Yeah. But I had to learn the hierarchy of safety of substances. Yeah. Because I would have thought, well, alcohol is kind of minor stuff, as an Orthodox believing Mormon. Sure. And the really bad stuff is like marijuana or like hallucinogenics like LSD or mushrooms. Now that's really bad. Yep. And it turns out that's flipped.
It's 100% flipped.
Probably the safest stuff is like mushrooms, because you literally can't have a daily, psychedelic. It's like takes several months to even rebuild the dopamine, whatever. Right. So, and marijuana is like 1,000 times safer than alcohol, it turns out.
Oh yeah.
But for me, almost nobody's ever like killed anyone driving high. Like it's very rare.
It's very strange that globally the drug of choice for all of human civilization is alcohol. Like it is the global drug of choice. It is above and beyond the most prevalent. Like it's on every billboard. It's on Super Bowl commercials. It's all of your favorite celebrities in movies. It's like the way that people celebrate. It's the way that people mourn. It's the way that people do anything. It's the way that people sit down and just have a chat. It's always with a beer.
Have a beer. Have a glass of wine with dinner.
Yep. And it is the most dangerous drug, in my opinion. I mean, and also just based on the numbers, it kills
just the number of people, just the collateral damage to the world. Yeah. Nothing has caused more harm, sickness, illness, death, tragedy, and alcohol, period.
And I'm also not saying that to say we should outlaw alcohol.
Nope.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
What
that
I'm
didn't
saying,
work. We tried that.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
what I'm saying is our views, and not just Mormons, but America, like the view of having marijuana as a Schedule I narcotic substance that is among the most dangerous. I don't think a lot of people understand the racial history of outlawing marijuana, that it was just a propaganda campaign launched by William Randolph Hearst, who was afraid that hemp was going to take over the paper industry and like his paper mills. And so he launched a campaign saying that it's this like devil lettuce from Mexico, that it's this like, it's called marijuana. And they like gave it this really exotic name, that they were like, it's these people coming over the border that are bringing marijuana up. And then they, they associate it with jazz players and just made it so that basically scaring white folks into thinking that this is the most dangerous thing that you can do. And that really bad, disproven over and over again propaganda campaign carries into today. There are still people who are like, well, I would never do marijuana. And it's like, it's being legalized, and we're seeing that deaths aren't skyrocketing, overdoses from marijuana aren't skyrocketing, people aren't getting in car crashes because they're high on marijuana. It's just more or less like what it's always been. It's just people getting DUIs for being drunk. And
not to mention the generations of men of color that were incarcerated,
right,
and families broken up,
yep,
over just minor possession.
Yep.
And, we'll never atone as a country for the way that we damaged the Black African-American community.
Absolutely.
Using marijuana as an excuse, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, so anyway, I really liked marijuana. And it was such a kind of surreal and bizarre time of my life, because it was something I never thought I would do. And all of a sudden I'm just like this total pothead guy. And it was great. Like as an artist, as a musician, it felt like really magical to me. I unlocked things as a songwriter. Creativity. And like, it really put me in a state where, we talk about as artists, like the state of flow, where you're really present in what you're doing. You're really like in that state of Zen and flow. I could really get there in a kind of meditative sense by smoking a joint and then sitting down with my guitar and just sort of fooling around and finding things. And I was pushing myself as a songwriter, because I've been writing songs since I was 15 years old. And I felt like I got good at about 19, 20 years old because of smoking weed and stuff. And it helped me calm down and just sort of focus on that task for a few hours and really try things out and give myself permission to be weird with the lyric and try different things with my voice and the way that I was singing. And it helped me also find my voice as a singer. We talked about how I'm a musical theater actor. My whole life growing up taking voice lessons, my voice teachers were trying to make my voice a musical theater voice, like very bright and forward in placement. You can hear my voice right now. That's not what my voice is. It's a little bit raspy and it's a little bit back in my throat. And that's just where it sits. Playing music while I was a little bit stoned and finding my own voice helped me become a better singer. Like I found out where I sing comfortably and where my voice sits, and it helped me sing like me. And that made me better as a singer on stage. It was, in many ways, it was a very like good thing for me. It was good medicine, and it was very enlightening. And then the other side of that was just like, I loved drinking, and I loved the way that made me feel. And I loved the way that it sort of erased the worries of the day for me. And I didn't drink during the day. I drank when I came home from school around 5 or 6 PM to the time I went to sleep, and that's what all me and my roommates did. It's hard
How does it start, and then how does it grow, or how did it for you?
Well, like, I started just one night on a whim. I talked to some friends about it. I said, hey, I think I want to drink tonight, but I'm really conflicted about it. And they took me aside and they said, let me ask you some questions. And it's these same friends that were asking me questions about my mission and stuff like that. And they said, do you think that having a drink makes you a bad person? And I said, and I didn't answer. And they go, do you think I'm a bad person? Do you think we're bad people for having a drink? And I said, I don't think so, no. And they go, so if I'm not a bad person for having a drink, why would you be a bad person for having a drink? And I went, I mean, maybe because I just have a different set of values that I'm trying to adhere to. And they were like, okay, but like, do you think objectively that a person is bad who has, and
I have to say this feels like a Mormon seminary video where.
Yeah, totally peer pressure.
Oh, Jimmy, don't listen to them.
Yeah. Only it was always there. It was like, are you cool or not? How cool are you? But this was really someone being like, do you be honest? I think what they were trying to do is get me to think about my value system and say, why would it, having a drink objectively make a person a bad person? And if it doesn't make a person a bad person, why are you any different, you know? And so I started, and I pretty much didn't have a moderate phase from the jump. It's hard to identify problematic drinking at a young age, because there is a time of your life where, especially college, where everyone's kind of drinking in a problematic way. And it just seems like something that young people do. And you're kind of going, hey, I'm still getting to school. I'm still getting my schoolwork done. I'm getting to rehearsal. I'm turning in good performances in these plays that I'm doing. I'm young. I recover quickly. My hangovers are gone by 10 a.m. You know, I wake up at 8 for class, and by 10, I'm good to go. You know, like, I'm mostly managing this, you know. But I think probably 2 or 3 years into drinking, I had thoughts where I was like, I do this a lot, and I do it heavy. My friends do too, but at some point I might have to look at this. But it's hard to look at also for an ex-Mormon, because like you said at the beginning, I don't want to be the stereotype of a person who left the church and their life blew up, and they had to eat their humble pie and go, you were all right. You were all correct. I thought I could go out there and be a cool guy and drink, but it just turns out that I don't have the constitution for it. It's hard to acknowledge that when you're trying to, I felt like I had a lot to prove to my Mormon friends and family, that I was like, hey, look at me. I drink and I smoke weed and I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm succeeding. I'm doing well. I'm in a band that our band's doing good stuff. I'm in shows. I'm getting work as an actor. I'm doing well, you know? So I had a lot to prove that, that I was okay. There wasn't a problem here, you know?
And honestly, that some of that pressure is what people always ask me, why don't you drink? Why don't you do, you know, smoke a little weed? And I just think I'd never want to even come close to risking being able to be that cautionary tale just because of the position I'm in. So I relate to that a lot.
Yeah. And so, you know, I kind of went through my early 20s like that. I dropped out of college when I was 22 years old, because I started a band with one of my best friends. And
what kind of band?
We were a folk rock band called Us Thieves, and we played all over Salt Lake and Ogden and Provo. And we, for like 2 or 3 years, we played like 3 or 4 shows a month. We were just constantly playing around and writing albums and writing songs, and we had a lot of fun. And he was my best friend from high school. Funny story. I talked about in high school, the reason I didn't drink or use drugs is all my friends who were doing it were having a lot of problems with their families. And it just was like, oh, I don't want that. He was one of my friends that was having problems with it in high school. And I convinced him to get sober and to go on his mission. I was like, trust me, man, you're going to regret this for the rest of your life if you don't go on your mission. Like, you're going to want this experience. He was a year older than me. So he goes on his mission, and then I don't go on my mission. He calls me one day from a payphone because he heard that I wasn't going on my mission, and he was out with his companion, and he was like, I got to call my friend. And he calls my cell phone, and he's just like, what the hell's wrong with you?
What the F, dude?
He's like, you convinced me to go out here. I'm out here. You're not going. And I was like, well, bud, people change. I'll see you when you get home. But he came home, and didn't take him long before he was partying with me, and we started a band, and we moved into this punk house in Salt Lake City. And we were hippie, punk, dirty kids with, you know, like we had shows in our house, like at least twice a month, where, you know, 50 to 100 people would show up to our living room to watch bands from across the Tri-County area come in and play. And then people would come in from out of state and play in our living room. David Diggs, who's from Hamilton, who played Thomas Jefferson, did a set in our living room with his band Clipping from Oakland. And this is before he was famous. I remember my buddy that I lived in with that house when David Diggs won a Tony Award. He goes, hey, that guy who just won Best Supporting Actor at the Tonys, he played a show at our house once. And I was like, no, he didn't. And he sent me the photo of David Diggs just there in our living room after his set. And I was like, oh yeah, that was crazy. So, but it was really a cool time as an artist, because we were kind of unencumbered and uninhibited, and we were, you know, living life on our own terms, and we were playing music every day. Everyone that lived in the house was an artist. Everyone that lived in the house was in a band. So we would sit down every night in a circle with guitars and bongo drums and stuff, and smoke weed and play songs and kind of inspire each other and help each other out on our songs. And it was like a really great environment to grow in interesting ways that a Mormon kid from Sandy, Utah never would have imagined growing. And and this, I talk about this because like I don't want this story to sound like my 20s was just this slog and this really depressing spiral of addiction and struggle. There was a lot of that time that I will never regret and that I don't take back or look back and go, man, what an idiot. I look back at that stuff and I'm like, I'm glad I did it that way. It really was formative for me as an artist. I think it helped formulate who I am now as an artist and the kind of work that I do. But yeah, so we're all living in this punk house. We're partying like crazy. We have our favorite bar that's right down the street, the Twilight Lounge in Salt Lake City. We're there every single night. You know, we're chain smoking cigarettes and like we were just, you know.
You're smoking.
Oh yeah. I mean, like we were doing a lot of LSD and stuff like that. Like doing, you know, because I loved that drug and we would do it, you know, once every couple months. Like you said, it's not a thing that you can do every day. It's a very like we would have to make a day of it and so I had some wild times on that stuff too. Like I stayed up all night long one time recording a bunch of music while I was on LSD and I was playing guitar really loud. And the next day my roommates came out and they go, "Hey, was that you playing guitar last night?" And I go, "Yeah, why? Would I keep you up?" And they go, "No, I've never heard you play guitar like that. You were so good." And I was like, "I know, right?" And they were like, "It was crazy." And I'm like, "I don't know what was happening. It just does." And I've never played guitar that well since, but it was a really weird experience where I kind of felt melded with the instrument. And I recorded it and I've gone back and listened to it and been like, that's so wild that that was happening, that I was doing that stuff. So that was a really cool time. And I felt really cool. I felt like I even have a song about it. I have a song called When I Was Cool that is a memory song that I wrote when I was about 30. That is about that time in my life where I felt like we were just like the dopest kids on the block. We were walking around in the coolest clothes and, you know, we get out of our way because we didn't also we were like the most fun kids in town. Like we were the kids you wanted at your show because we would show up and we would get the dance party going. We would get like, you go to shows at venues in Salt Lake and people are trying to be cool. They're all sitting around with their beer, kind of like listening to the band, nodding their head. And we would be like, nah, screw this. We're getting the dance part. Like we're going to get on the floor and dance. And then pretty soon everyone would be dancing. And so, my buddy, Will, who owns a bunch of venues downtown, would always say, he's like, "I love when you and your friends show up to shows because you guys get everybody going. You guys get the party going."
As a karaoke host,
yeah,
I really value people that get the show going. Carrie,
Yeah.
That's why,
perform
yeah.
that role sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, before that, me and my sister, any concert that me and my sister Bethany would go to, sober, of course, as Mormons, but we were like out there getting the dance party started in the crowd. And that's how, like, now that my sister is like a recording artist and she wants people to enjoy the music. You as a person up there, you want to see the audience participate and feel like they're really grooving out. So
It's an
like,
important role.
this is a thank you. Like, you're totally rocking the house.
I mean, people see this as trivial, but I think having fun in a social setting is really important. And sometimes it really does take someone kicking it off.
Mhm.
And if you don't have that, sometimes the evening can be a dud. And that's kind of sad.
Party starters, the three of us.
Yeah. And you know, so like that's the fun side of it, is us having a lot of friends with people that I really care about to this day and that I'm still friends with. And we were making a lot of cool art and I was proud of what we were doing. And I was proud of the ways that I was growing artistically. I was working a lot as an actor. I was starting to get roles at that theater company that I said I always wanted to work at, Pioneer Theater. Also working a lot at Salt Lake Acting Company, which was like another place that I'd always wanted to work. And
What shows were you in at Pioneer?
I did, the first show I was in there was A Few Good Men. And then I was in the 25th annual Putnam County Spelling Bee. Then I was in Peter and the Starcatcher and Newsies and Rocky Horror Show and Much Ado About Nothing. And so I just did like a bunch of shows there and I was playing principal roles and like playing, you know, leads and stuff in these shows on this stage that I'd always dreamed of being on.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Oh, it was really cool because the high school kids would come to the matinees and I'd be like, "I was you and I wanted to be up here and I'm up here, so you can be up here."
One of you, not all of you.
One of you. But
You said Salt Lake Acting Company?
Salt Lake Acting Company. I worked there a lot. That's kind of been a big artistic home for me my entire adult life. I've done probably 15, 16 shows there over the years. And so it felt good. I was making money as an actor and I was doing what I wanted to do. But with it was coming this dark side that I wasn't really ready to fully confront or acknowledge what the source of it was at that time. Around the age of 20 or 21, I started having really severe problems with anxiety and depression. And I was getting really, really intense panic attacks regularly, like once a day. And I couldn't eat. I would eat and then I would throw up. And so it was causing like an almost involuntary bulimia where like I couldn't keep food down because I would get so anxious. And I weighed like 115 pounds. Like I was very, very thin and didn't look very healthy. And, you know, and I, at the time, it didn't even occur to me that what I was experiencing could possibly be attached to the amount that I was drinking and using drugs. Like it had to be something else because drinking and drugs that was where I was comfortable. That was what was providing me with release from the anxiety. The anxiety was in the morning and during the day. And then once I was at night and I was at the party or I was at the bar, I felt good. And I didn't make the connection that constantly abusing depressants and constantly putting my body through a cycle of intensely, depressing it, then waking up super dehydrated and all of that stuff could create a panic attack, could make my body go, something's not right here. There's something not regulated. We need more moisture and food, but I can't eat food because I'm nauseous from the night before. And, putting my body through this cycle. I also noticed with marijuana that like I would become very, very agitated if I was out and my dealer didn't have any more and I had to wait a couple of days. It would be like 2 days of torture. And that was a note in my head that was like, I don't like how much I need this medicine and how bad I feel when I don't have it. But again, I still wasn't able to make the connection that it could be fixed by getting distance from the medicine and try, it was still like, no, it must be something else that's going on internally. So I started practicing a lot with mantras and EFT tapping and things like that. And the EFT was useful.
You mean EMDB?
No, do you know EFT tap? It's
okay.
You tap here, you tap here, you tap here, and you do this sequence of tapping and you do mantras while you're doing it. And to me, the way I rationalized it, because I was an atheist and I didn't believe in any kind of woo or supernatural anything. The way I rationalized it was I'm giving my brain a task to distract me. I'm going to say, let's do this and breathe in a certain way and say a mantra until I feel the anxiety subsiding.
Is it kind of grounding?
Yeah, kind of, and that's what grounding techniques are too. And my brain is like, give me a task, 5 things I can see, 4 things I can feel, 3 things I can smell, 2 things I can taste. And giving me a task to take me away from the rising panic. And I was able to sort of control it well enough with that. It still wasn't a thing that was super badly affecting my work. Most of the time on stage when I was acting, I was able to be in the zone and be where I needed to be to get my job done. So again, I kind of carried on just feeling like, maybe this is just something I'm going to have to live with. And I was mostly dealing with, I didn't like it. No one likes the way that a panic attack feels. It feels awful. But I got used to it kind of after a few years of doing it and just figured, I guess this is just what's going to happen to me sometimes now that I'm an adult.
But you associate the panic attacks with just chronically abusing substances now.
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
And well, it's interesting and we'll get to that as well. What's happened since, but the other thing that started happening is, I became dangerously depressed. And again, it's sort of like the way that I was using where I was surrounded by a lot of people who were using a lot. And so it seemed normal. I was also surrounded by a lot of people who were validating my suicidal ideation and my depression. And that's not to put anything on them. They're not responsible for my health, but we were all kind of validating each other. I would check in with my friends and be like, you guys ever want to kill yourselves? And they'd be like, oh, all the time. And I'd be like, oh, okay, good. Not just me. And so I was with a lot of people who that was the norm for. And then when I would meet people who said, I never think that, I'd be like, well, what's wrong with you? Like, you should think that. Like, because in my brain too, I would think the reason I'm suicidal and the reason I want to die so much is because I've become so aware of the reality of life that
it's a depressed realism, Kara. Mentioned to me.
Yeah.
Yep. There is no God. There is no point to the universe. The planet is dying from climate change and no one's doing anything about it. We're in a endless war that seems to have no end in sight. And I'm a person who constantly is doing selfish things that hurt people that I care about. I don't know why I shouldn't be very down on myself. Like I can't seem, and it seemed like almost being like, I'm too aware. I'm too self-aware.
It's kind of nihilism, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I think that there's an ego to it as well, where you're like, I'm too smart to be happy. Just too smart. Like I just know too much stuff, you know?
A little smug.
Yeah, totally. Or you're like, the reason why I have panic attacks and because I'm sad, it's just because I know too much stuff. Like I'm so
enlightened.
I'm burdened by the weight of my intelligence, and it caught, and then also you romanticize, like all of my heroes as artists were people in the 27 Club, Elliott Smith and Kurt Cobain and Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin and all of these great artists.
Morrison, even Amy Winehouse.
Yep, who died at 27. And there was this idea that I was like, I'm probably going to die at 27, but I got to make my good albums before then.
It's such a dumb meme. The 27 Club.
Yeah.
I wish it would die. Is that ironic?
No, right? Yeah, seriously. And so all of my heroes, I talked about how growing up, I loved Vincent van Gogh. I was very attached to this idea of being a great artist and making great art and being in touch with the muse means sacrificing a certain amount of mental health. It means being willing to live in a state of darkness, somewhat, because I'm getting in touch with all of the suffering of humanity. And that's what is causing my feeling of despair. And it's this like, kind of this kind of critical self-awareness, this terminal self-awareness, where it's like I wish I could fool when I would hear people talk about loving themselves, when they'd be like, I really love myself and I choose myself today, I would be like, yeah, you don't know enough about yourself then. Like you're being too, like you're deluding yourself, because if you actually were being self-reflective, you would be like, oh, I'm kind of an asshole. But that's sort of the lies that depression and anxiety tell you. They tell you that you're right to feel this way. You're correct to feel this way. You are all of these things that you think you are. And it is the longer that your brain and your ego are able to convince you of that as a truth, the harder it is to break out of it. And so that was another thing that I became resigned to. I just figured, I think I'm just going to live with this, and I think I'm just going to not do it. I kind of told myself, I can't do that to my family. I can't do it to my nieces and nephews. I can't do it to my friends. So I won't do it, but it's just going to be there. It's just going to be a thing that is always right here.
Suicide.
Yeah. It was just, it was every day whispering in my ear 20 times a day,
And I also, I think Mormons are uneducated about sex, drugs, and alcohol to a detrimental extent. And what I mean by that is, even if you choose not to experiment sexually or with drugs or alcohol, it's still important to be educated about it. And one of the basic things that you've already alluded to that people don't understand is that alcohol is a depressant.
Yes.
It depresses you.
Yeah.
And so if you are a person that's already prone to depression, probably the worst thing you could do is become a drinker of alcohol, because it's going to take you from here to a place that you probably shouldn't be. And
it's such a tricky thing, because a lot of depressed people are treating their depression with alcohol, because in the moment it feels like a cure.
Yeah.
It feels when you're having just the worst day and you're really down on yourself, and you get to the bar with your friends and you have your first few drinks and you feel that warmth and that like relief wash over you. And then a few hours into it, you're like, cool, I'm just here now. Now I'm just vibing to the music and now I'm with these people. And those few hours of relief that you're getting in the night are really deceptive because it feels like the only time I feel okay is when I'm out with these people. That's the only time I get any relief is when I'm out doing this. And or I mean, God, I drank all the time. I drank at the movies or by myself. Like every time was an occasion to drink. And it's deceptive because you don't make the connection between, well, the reason why 90% of the day I'm miserable is because I'm addicted to depressants because I'm chemically depressing my mood every single day. But it's hard to make that connection because it's just, it's tricky what it does with your brain, you know?
Is marijuana considered a depressant?
I think so. It's definitely not a stimulant. It's definitely
Yeah.
not something that makes you feel really up. And I've definitely experimented with stimulants too. And I found out just on my own that they're not my thing. Like every time I would do something that was an upper, I would be like, that is a little too much energy for old Austin. That is like, I do not need that much energy. You know, it's kind of like some people take Adderall and it's like, it focuses them.
Right.
They'll be like, oh, I feel very,
It almost slows them down.
Yeah. I feel
oddly.
very calm when I take Adderall and I can really focus on a task. I would take Adderall and it would be like, I just smoked meth.
Coked up.
Like, just like I would be grinding my teeth and like, you know, like it was like a party drug, you know? And then I think they give this stuff to 11-year-old kids to focus in school. Like, I can't believe, you know, but it's just different constitutions, I think, and different, the way that people respond to different things. So that's why also like all this stuff I'm saying about, alcohol and marijuana too. It's like people have different constitutions, and I've definitely in sobriety realized that the majority of my friends and the people around me don't drink like I drink.
You're just fine.
Yeah, they're fine. And I kind of thought that everyone drank like I drink, or I at least convinced myself that they did because it made me feel better. But once I got sober and got to really see what people were doing, I was like, oh, you guys aren't doing what I was doing. I was doing a lot more.
Honestly, I sometimes think of it as Russian roulette. Like 1 out of 12 times or 1 out of 100 times, you're going to be fine.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just, are you okay if you happen to be one of hundreds? You know,
I definitely lived that experience where if I could be fine most the nights, it's like, well, most of the time I'm fine. But, you know, I just had a lot of, they start piling up the nights that you don't remember, the nights that you have a close call with the police or you get arrested. I did get arrested a couple times. And, you know, that's a thing where you're, you know, again, growing up Mormon and you're sitting there in jail going, I can't believe this is my life. I can't believe that I'm this guy. It's a really surreal thing to go through and feel like I can't, how did the kid who was never going to do this wind up in a jail cell? And, you know, I have a song called The Comeback on my 2020 album that I put out, that is about coming back and coming back to life and kind of getting sober. And the cover art for that song when I put it out is this photo of me from when I'm like 23, and I'd fallen out of a cab that night coming home. I tried to get out of a cab and I fell face first into the curb.
Oh.
And I came inside, my face was all busted up and I had like a big cut over my nose and a cut over my eye, and my eye was all swollen shut. And I that's the photo on the album art, is like me like sitting there with this busted face. And I'm like, this is, you know, what I thought was kind of funny at the time. And like what I thought was just like a funny night out, that I fell up face first out of this cab. So
can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So this is going to be a bit of a rabbit trail or
Yeah.
whatever it is, kind of a side diversion.
Yeah.
One of the big things that many post-Mormons experience once they've lost their faith is also kind of like wondering, and maybe even some experience regret about not having been able to experiment sexually. In other words, like, there's the, I didn't get to party and have fun, but there's also like, I didn't get to have sex with multiple partners and, and try different things and just date and be sexual in lots of dating relationships over years and years and years. And a lot of post-Mormons, like, they're in their 40s or even in their 50s, and they're like, okay, now I need to make up for lost time. because that is a big thing I missed.
Are you trying to ask how much of a freak I was, John?
No, I mean, like, that's good. No, it's just your reflections on that. For those of us who never actually have had that opportunity, it's something that we go, man, I'm a little bit jealous. You know,
No, I get it 100%. And all of my friends who we talked yesterday about how my story is a little bit unique because I left before the mission. And most people that you talk to go on the mission, get married. They do the blueprint, they do the mission, they get married. Even if they did a little drinking in high school, they reform it, they clean it up, they go on the mission, they get married, they have kids. And the first and only person they've ever had a sexual life with is their spouse. A lot of times. Sometimes maybe they did some stuff before the mission and they got to sow at least a few wild oats. But I'm very sympathetic to that feeling. And I think it's valid to be like, geez, I feel a little bit robbed that I didn't get to try that out. And I will say, like, there's ups and downs with that too, because take it from me, I did get to do all that stuff and I did do it. I sowed my wild oats and I spent a lot of time I was in and out of relationships a lot in my 20s. I had several, 2-year long relationships with people, but then in between I would be single for a few years at a time. And when I was single, I was out mixing it up with people and getting into situations and stuff like that. And
I guess I'm kind of asking what's the good and the bad.
Yeah, there is good and bad. The good of it is it really developed my sense for what my tastes are and what my particular affinities are in sex and what my the kinds of things that I like. It also developed it gave me the ability to communicate with people in that setting better as society was evolving during that time, and people were trying to be more and more clear about how you should communicate doing that. It gave me the ability to sort of see that the different shades of what's out there. Cause I mean, there were times in my life where I was single for several years in a row and there would be lots of partners in that span that I would be with, and they all liked different things. And so it really taught me that like people have their own unique way of doing that stuff, and they have their own unique tastes. And
Ducks and Yums, I think.
And what I found out about myself is I'm pretty flexible and I can like kind of adjust to whatever someone wants to do to a certain degree. There's certain things that I'll be like, well, I don't know if I like that because I've tried it and I'm not really into it. But it was sort of like, we talked a little bit about how when I was growing up and people would always call me gay, and I would see it as like an insult because I wasn't able to inwardly reflect and go like, well, have you examined that? So I gave myself permission to examine that in my early 20s and think like, well, go ahead and just look and just see if like you are interested by men. Like just go and see, and like don't be afraid of it. And so I just opened myself up to that. What I found so far in my life is that for whatever reason, I seem to be further on the Kinsey scale toward straight than not, or even toward bi. I still remain, and I always say this, that I'm like, I remain open. I want to stay open to whatever. I don't want to be closed off to anything. But so far, my experience has been that I am more oriented toward women. But it was just giving myself permission to explore things, which I think was nice, and which I think is what people are missing who have only had the one partner, is like that ability to really find out who you are and what you like and what works for you. And I think that makes you a better,
be sensitive to other people's
exactly. I think it makes you a better partner.
Explorations and disposition and that sort of thing.
I think it makes you a better partner for, that knowing that, and then having those experiences with different people and knowing that a lot of different people. So like
and
I would have
to communicate, I hear is a big deal.
And I would have partners sometimes where I would like ask them like, do you like this? Or do you like when people do this? And they would be like, oh, you don't need to ask. You can just do that. And I would go, oh no, I actually do need to ask because I don't know if, so I know, because sometimes people will say with like the consent question, they'll be like, yeah, but doesn't it ruin it? Like, isn't it kind of like less sexy if you have to stop and make sure you get permission for everything? And I'm like, no, it doesn't have to be an awkward conversation. It can just be Like, do you like it when people do this? Because I can do that if you want, and it can be very clear and direct. And
some say consent is sexy.
I think it is. I think that having conversations during and talking, and I would even if I were to be therapizing couples who are, monogamous ex-Mormon couples who have only ever been with each other, I would say that clear, direct communication with your partner is like the best thing. Communicating clearly about what works for you and what doesn't work for you and what you like and what you don't like, and doing the work to find that out too, to figure out what you like and what works for you and what doesn't work for you. And just trying to be, because I think the weird thing too is that like even couples who are now allowed to have sex because they're married and they can now do it, who are LDS, or even our ex-Mormon, weren't raised with the idea that was something that you could just have a frank conversation about. It still feels like, I don't know how to talk to my partner about this.
For sure.
And I think you need to be able to talk
that's good.
to your partner about it, in order to,
And I guess it's fun, right? It can be fun.
Yeah, it is fun. And I definitely had fun. The downsides to it are...
What are the dark sides?
Yeah, the dark sides to it are, and this is also wrapped up in alcohol and drug use, is like there would be mornings where I'm getting real frank here. But there would be mornings where I would wake up in someone's bed that I didn't know how I got there. And I would, as the man in the situation, be more afraid that I did something wrong than that I was taken advantage of. So I would always ask that person, like, are you okay? Is everything okay? And they would be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'd be like, everything's okay. Like nothing, I didn't do anything last night that wasn't, they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. But I would still have to live with for the next few weeks. Like, geez, that is a scary situation to be in, because what if I was in a situation with this person where they were trying to get me to like cool it or stop, but I was just blacked out and not hearing or not responding to prompts. So there's definitely some looking at yourself in the mirror and going, I can't afford to be in situations like that. I can't afford to be in a place where I might commit a crime and genuinely hurt someone. I think I was very lucky to get out without doing that. I think I was lucky in a lot of ways. I think I was lucky that no one ever got pregnant. I think I was lucky that I only ever got an STI once, and it was a very easily remedied one that was like, take a Z-Pack for 10 days and you're good. And like, it was just like, you have to be, I think that there was a lot of immaturity with the way that I approached it early on, that I just sort of was really reckless with it.
You dodged some bullets.
I dodged some bullets. Yeah.
What about people being or feeling objectified or reduced to kind of sexual objects? Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah. I think that it's easy to dilute yourself into thinking that if I'm communicating clearly with someone and telling them I'm not looking for a relationship right now, but if you want to just like hang out, as they call it, we can do that. And thinking that you're communicating clearly, but kind of deluding yourself into ignoring the fact that this person is catching feelings over here. And you're like, well, I was clear with them. I told them what I want. And so I'm going to, they can stop it. But like noticing that someone's like, no, I like you and I would like to keep seeing you. And at that point, like you really do have an obligation to either explore a relationship with them or allow them to go and find something else, because you have to be careful with people's feelings and with people's emotions. And the idea that everyone is going to be cool with just casual sex and know that there's nothing else behind it, and we're both just kind of mutually using the other person for this purpose, and it's totally kosher and everyone's on board. If that's a situation that you can find yourself in, for sure. There are a lot of adults who are happy to be in that kind of arrangement, but you have to be really clear. You have to make sure you're communicating clearly and you're not sidestepping clear communication because you're trying to get to the thing you want. And so you're sort of being like, hey, just so you know, right now, I'm not really looking for anything. Maybe I will be soon, but like be really clear with what it is. And if that person says that's not going to work for me, then great. No harm, no foul, and leave it alone, but that is definitely a part of it. Is I think it's easy to hurt feelings, so.
Yeah. Like, as I'm thinking about the risks of alcohol, drugs, and sex, sometimes if I'm trying to be generous or charitable or fair with the church, it's like, man, maybe there's some wisdom in just saying, avoid it all. Just avoid it all, because yes, there's plenty of people that will pull that trigger and they're fine and they have a great time. But like the 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 100 times, there is an STI or there is a pregnancy or there is super hurt feelings or there is assault or there is addiction.
Yeah.
It wasn't worth it.
Here's what my counter argument to that would be is, because you're absolutely right. All of this stuff comes with risk, and all of this stuff should be done with as much of an educated lens as possible. It should be done which is easier said than done. But I would say that we have just as much evidence to show that trying to live a life of compulsive repression and being like, I am going to at every turn repress my sexual instincts and my sexual urges and keep this part of myself down results in just as much calamity, if not more. I think that like a lot of sexual abuse comes from sexual repression and sex negativity, and
even pedophilia.
Yeah.
I don't have data.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of anecdotal experience I have.
Yeah.
That abuse of children, abuse of
I think there could be an argument made that
it can grow out of constant sexual repression and negativity.
Yes.
And that's why, guess what? Talk to any FBI agent, any state prosecutor. Utah, in many statistics, leads the nation in sexual abuse.
Yeah.
And how can you not wonder if some of the sexual repression is part of the formula?
Absolutely. So I think that the mindset of just avoid it because it's best not to even risk it seems on the surface reasonable enough, but it is also the mindset that it's not taught that way. It's not taught like, hey, it's a lot of fun and it's this really great thing, but it's hard to know when it might go wrong. So what you should do is just avoid it. How it's taught is it's one of the worst things that you can ever do outside of marriage, one of the worst things you can ever do. So don't even think about it. If you've got a problem with it, it is a really big problem that you have and you need to feel really bad about it. And so it's got this weight to it and this shame to it and this hyper negativity to it that causes people to shove those feelings and those to the point where they can't talk openly with anyone about it. They can't be honest about their feelings. And what that kind of repression and sex negativity breeds is a lot of times is that stuff will come out sideways. It'll find its way out. It will find its way to the surface, and it will come out in way less healthy ways. And
all of a sudden you have a revelation that you're supposed to become a polygamist. That happens like every other day in Utah, right?
Yeah. I mean, think about clergy in the Catholic Church, like living a life of celibacy and what the possible link could be there of trying to repress something and then having it come out.
Also
sideways.
with substances, like, Utah may not have as much alcohol or marijuana consumption, but we know that it in the past, at least, if not at present, it can lead the nation in SSRI, antidepressant use, which isn't bad, but it's showing that just people are self-medicating in other ways. But also there's a real opiate addiction problem in Utah amongst Orthodox believing Mormons.
Oh yeah.
Well,
and it's because if a doctor prescribes it, then it's not technically against the word of wisdom,
right?
So it's again,
but it's still a form of medication, right?
Well, and it's again that weird double standard of like marijuana is the worst drug you could ever do, but I take Xanax every day to manage my mood.
Yeah,
and it's like
Xanax is serious.
That's a serious thing.
It's a serious drug.
Yeah, or I take Klonopin, or I take Adderall, and these are Adderall is amphetamines. Like, it's a serious drug. And just because a doctor gives it to you and just because you have a note doesn't mean that you can't develop a dangerous dependency that can lead you down the exact same problems that I had with alcohol and all that, so.
And same with opiates,
I
mean, I have close people to me who have struggled with that.
Oh, absolutely.
Orthodox believing Mormons.
Yeah. It's legalized heroin, so yeah. So I think that the idea of wouldn't it be safe to just avoid, I get the idea. And I understand the argument. I think that if abstention is going to be the model or the method, it should be done with a proper, honest education about what it is, and not through fear and shame and those kinds of tactics.
Yeah, and abstinence just often doesn't work. Again,
Yeah.
I've heard Utah sometimes leading the nation in teen pregnancy. Like, and psychologically, there's something called the abstinence violation effect, where you're striving for perfection and purity, but then when you violate the abstinence, it leads to this rubber band effect where you're like, well, I've already lost my virginity, so I may as well just sleep with everyone because I'm no longer pure. I'm no longer a virgin. Or, well, I never drank, but I drank, and so now I'm going to just drink with abandon because I'm soiled.
Yeah.
And psychologically, that is a real, that's a real dynamic.
Yeah.
And so there are real psychological risks. And this is someone who's still never tried beer, so I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. But
also, like, you might have some of that fear of like what that, because I think my mindset around drugs and alcohol, especially alcohol, was I never saw the point in having a casual beer with dinner. Again, it's because it wasn't something that was modeled to me. So a lot of my friends who do drink normally, like a normal person, they had parents growing up who would go to a restaurant and they'd have dinner, and their dad would get a beer and their mom would get a glass of wine. I don't know why those drinks are gendered, but they are for some reason in society. But, and they would have the drink with their meal, and they wouldn't even finish it. They would leave like that much in the glass, and it would be the one glass that they would order. And I saw this all the time as a server. I used to work in the food service industry, and I would, as an alcoholic, when I would get someone a drink to go with their food and they didn't finish it, and they would get up and leave the restaurant and leave that much wine in their glass, I would think, you spent $8 on that glass of wine and you didn't finish it. And it never made sense to me that there's a lot of people who aren't drinking to get totally hammered. They're just like, I'm just having the glass of wine with dinner because I like the way it complements the food, the palate on my tongue. And it's like a nice little teeny dose of a buzz, but I'm totally fine if I don't finish it. I've got to, if I feel like I'm going to get any kind of tipsy, I don't want to finish it. That never made sense to me. The only reason to drink, the only reason to use substances was to become altered. And so I didn't, it was never modeled to me growing up that you could have a drink.
Moderation.
Yeah.
You hear people say that, like in Italy, they let the kid try the wine when they're 5, and that by normalizing healthy, and by parents modeling healthy, responsible, moderate use, that actually decreases an adult child, a child that grows to adult, that decreases their likelihood of abusing some of these substances by modeling education and healthy, responsible, moderate use. I don't know if that's true, but you hear about that.
It's what I've seen anecdotally.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen anecdotally, is that people who had parents who drank moderately tend to kind of follow that model. Parents and relatives who, would maybe drink a little bit more at the holidays, because it's a holiday, and like maybe they'd have a couple more like glasses of wine that night. But most of the time when they go out to a restaurant to eat or eat dinner at home, they'd have a glass of wine
or nothing.
Yeah. Remember on Chandler's episode, Sam Shelley was sitting in this chair, and remember how she's talking about growing up in the UK as a convert to the church. She saw her parents growing up drinking and modeling that. And then she goes from that to joining the church to BYU, Idaho, where she's treated like a child with all these rules that like, it's just a total like, switch in your brain of how healthy modeling is to then total control over curfew, wearing capris, it's, I think there's something really true about, what did you call it again? The abstinence? It's
abstinence violation effect. The more you're striving for perfection, when you violate it, the more forceful you move in the other direction as a reaction to disappointing your perfectionist ideals.
Almost like the abstinence is pulling back a rubber band, and every year that you continue to abstain, it pulls back further and further and further. And then when you let it go, it just
swings harder. It actually swings harder in the other direction.
Yeah. I definitely experienced that when I started drinking when I was 19. It's like, I'm a disappointment to my parents and to God right now, just by this one drink. The disappointment, it doesn't matter if I'm a 10 out of 10 disappointment or a 1 out of 10. It feels like a 10 out of 10, even if it's one drink.
So F it.
So F it. Yeah.
Let it all
just
go.
like, let it all. Exactly.
I even talk about that as a person who's sober, where I'm like, if I were, because there are certain sober people who like, if they find out that you took a painkiller because you were in pain, they'll be like, oh, you're not sober anymore. And I'm like, if someone had the authority to declare me not sober anymore, no one does. But if someone did have the authority to declare me not sober anymore because I took ibuprofen or something, I'd be like, oh, if that can't qualifies as a relapse, then I'm going to go out for a 2-week bender because there's no way I'm relapsing on Advil and just that. Like if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out, you know? Yeah. So
it's a thing.
Yeah.
So I guess let's talk about where it gets really dark.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's the next part of your story. So where does it go from creative and social and functional to like dark and dysfunctional and probably rock bottom? I imagine you had to hit rock bottom.
I moved to New York City when I was 26 years old.
What year?
Or 2016, maybe 2015.
This is 5 years ago. 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And what were your dreams? Like I asked you this coming out of high school, what your dreams were. So now, like before you go to New York, what was your like, this is how I hope it's going to go. I know you were modest and humble in your hopes for yourself, but what were your kind of biggest dreams of what was going to happen in New York?
It's so funny because I was still just shooting solo. I was just like, you know, I knew, so working at Pioneer Theater, here's the thing about Pioneer Theater is it's one of the premier regional theaters in the Western United States. It's a very, like, they cast most of their shows with Broadway actors who are just off Broadway, who just did a run in a big show on Broadway, and now they're here working at Pioneer Theater. The directors of the shows are Broadway directors who work in, you know, so the people who work at the height of the theater industry. And working with those people in Salt Lake made me realize I'm on their level. I have achieved the skill set necessary to do the job that they do. And I'm as good, if not better than some of them. And I know I can do this job. And I was finally at a point where when I would go to visit New York and I would watch shows there, I would go, I can do what they're doing. I know I can do what they're doing. I still, because I know that the odds are against me, I know that there's probably low estimate 100 to 150,000 actors trying to be professional actors in New York City. And there's maybe 10,000, if that, available gigs for them at any given time. I knew statistically, I still have it's going to be a long shot at nobody.
1 to 10% chance of ever really making it.
Right. And so I know that
which are not great odds.
Yeah. And so even if I'm good, I'm like, I figure I was like, let's say that I'm in the top, 5% of auditioners for a show. Let's say they see 800 people for this one role and I'm in the top 5%. I still have to beat out all of those people. And so it's still a very hard thing to book work. So my goal going to New York City was still, I just want to be a working actor. And what I thought I could do was like, I could work the regional circuit. Like I could book work at regional theaters across the United States that are like Pioneer Theater. They call them LORT houses. It's the League of Regional Theaters. And they're like in tiers of equity work. It's like Broadway, national tour, LORT houses. And equity actors will happily accept work at any one of those three places, and you get health insurance and you get paid well, and it's a good gig to have. And I was thinking if I can get in a tour or work regionally and just kind of travel for a job, like I'm going to be doing a show at Arkansas Rep coming up here. Then I'm going to go down to Florida. Then I'm going to go up to Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and like kind of just do that. Cool life. I'm traveling around to different cities. I'm acting professionally. I'm getting paid.
Are the regional tours, so like Book of Mormon musical, original cast hits it big, then there's a follow-up cast, and over time they rotate the cast. Are the traveling tours generally known to be the bench versus like Broadway is the real? I know that you have to be careful saying that.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, look, the traveling show is a traveling production of the Broadway show.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like when Book of Mormon travels, it is the Broadway production on tour.
Right.
They are casting people who are good enough to be in the Broadway show. It's just that the Broadway show has a cast. It's already cast. So we need another cast that is the same level of skill as the Broadway show. When you're seeing people at the Eccles Theater downtown in Salt Lake and you're watching the touring show, you're watching Broadway actors do the Broadway show. It's just on tour, in my opinion. I really think that there's a certain level of skill that people get to in this industry where you're a pro. It's like, it's like like watching professional basketball and being like, obviously there's the top tier of scorers and players, but every person in that league is a professional basketball player. Whether they're warming the bench or not, they're an incredible basketball player. They're an incredible world-class athlete who is better than 98% of people in the world who play that
And
sport.
on any given night, any one of those guys could score 30 points.
They could.
You know,
If they were starters, they probably could,
Yeah.
you know, and the margin of difference between them and the guy that's considered the best in the world is actually probably pretty small. And
way smaller than the difference between us and them.
yeah.
Right?
And so you are seeing world-class talent when you go and see a touring production. You're seeing world-class talent when you go and see a regional show. You're seeing the best of the best. And the difference, the reason why sometimes when people go see a show at Pioneer Theater or something, they go, this wasn't as good as Broadway, is we rehearse those shows in 3 weeks and then we go up. Broadway shows get like 6 months of development before they see an audience. And so it's like, it's a very big difference in how polished the final product is. You're seeing world-class actors and stagecraft people doing their best interpretation with a fraction of the budget and a fraction of the time. And it's still pretty good. But so that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to New York and be a regional theater actor or a touring actor. And in my head, I thought, and if I get a chance to audition for a Broadway show and it happens, I'm obviously not saying no. So I'm here as well to audition for Broadway shows if I get those opportunities. But I'm always protecting myself from dreaming too big and being like, I understand the odds and I'm not going to go out there and feel like a failure if I never get to be on Broadway. You know, like if I can just work a little bit, I'll feel good. New York was the town I always wanted to live in. It's the town I thought I belonged in. It's the town I thought I would find myself in and really thrive in. It was very hard and I was very disillusioned to find that New York is a difficult place to live. It is it's a grind, and people who live there are a different breed, and they really have to show up on a daily basis just to live their lives. You know, it is like every little teeny thing you're doing takes maximum effort, and just getting to the audition for the day, getting all your trains right so you're not late, and getting there in a sweaty mess because you had to run because one of the trains got delayed from train traffic and you were stuck underground for 20 minutes, and you have to run from the station to the studio where the audition's being held, and it's humid outside and stinky, and you come into the audition and you're sweating and you're panicking and you have to go in there and try to deliver your best work. It's
also easy to take the wrong train. You take the local or not the express, or like,
I mean, just what I think a lot of people who move there to be actors or for any reason don't realize is that the actual struggle isn't finding work. The struggle is learning how to live in the city, is just learning how to be a New Yorker and what you have to put on to thrive in that city. It was very hard on me. I tried to have low expectations. I tried to tell myself, hey man, you're probably not going to book in the first year. You're probably not going to book maybe in the first year and a half, 2 years. You got to just know that going in and just grind. I went in having made a lot of contacts from working at Pioneer Theater. I had a lot of friends there who had agents and representation. I was able to get an agent pretty quickly because one of my friends just said, hey, my agent's looking for a guy like you. Set me up with an agent there. That was really good. But I was like, my MO year one was I'm going to grind. I went in and I printed off 150 headshots at a FedEx Kinko's, and I used all of them that year. I went on 150 auditions and I got 2 callbacks and I didn't book a single thing. And it was, it was like, okay, like that's what I expected, but yikes, it's been a minute since I've done that many auditions in a row and not been considered, and it was definitely welcome to the big leagues, welcome to the professional league, and you're nobody here. Nobody knows who you are here. Nobody cares.
You're a rookie.
Oh yeah. And it was also kind of weird because we talked about this, being in the Indian restaurant last night in Salt Lake's a small enough town that I'd been working at Salt Lake Acting Company and Pioneer Theater so often that I regularly got recognized by people in the store. They would go like, hey, I saw you in that show last month and you were so, and it was just sort of a community thing where we're a small community and people feel like, oh, you're just my neighbor. And it wasn't like oh my gosh, it's you. It was like, hey, you're that guy from that thing. And I want to tell you, I really liked your work. And I got used to people coming up and tapping me on the shoulder and saying that. And being in New York City, it was like, you're nobody here. Like nobody cares at all about anything that you've done. No one knows anything you've done and no one cares. And New York is also a great town to be an alcoholic in, because bars stay open till 4 a.m. and you don't have to drive. You don't have to take a car home and worry about how you're going to get there. You just take the train. And it is a town where the party does not stop and people don't sleep, and people stay up till 6:30 in the morning on rooftops partying and watch the sun come up. And I did that many, many times. And it pushed my alcoholism and my drug usage to its limit. It really pushed me to the point where I really was not healthy, and I wasn't healthy enough to do my job right. And I wasn't healthy enough to show up right for the auditions that I was trying to go out for. I had a few successes while I was out there.
Like what?
I did a TV show that like everyone still sees. That it's like, I've done some TV shows before that I usually generally am like, they're not very good. But I was in like a good show, and I was in one scene.
Which one?
It's called Mindhunter. It's on Netflix, and it's like a very popular show on Netflix. And so like people are always like, you're in Mindhunter.
What role?
I was a guy in the first season who got in a car accident with the two lead characters. It's Jonathan Groff and Holt McElhaney. And I shot for a week in Pittsburgh with those guys. And Jonathan Groff was one of the nicest celebrities I've ever worked with. He like was a really good pal for the week that I was out there. He would invite me out to eat with him and the crew after we worked and stuff. And he didn't, he doesn't have to do stuff like that, but he's a really great guy. And
it's called Mindhunter.
Mindhunter.
Okay.
David Fincher made the show, so that was why it's like David Fincher's like one of the big tour directors in Hollywood, and like I got to work with David Fincher, which was like a big deal.
Where would someone find Mindhunter now?
Netflix.
Okay. It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's 2 seasons. A lot of people are on the internet are really mad that it never got renewed for a third season, because it was a really good show. But so I got to be on that show, and that was probably like, and it's so funny because it was a week of my life, and it's one of the things that the most people see and they go like, dude, you were on Mindhunter, and I'm like, I was in one scene of Mindhunter, and it was a week long that I was there. And like, I don't think of that as like the crowning achievement of my acting career, but it's the thing that, it was probably the best thing I did while I was in New York. But I was drinking a lot, and I was blowing through the little money that I had and wasting money and time and energy on alcohol. And I think in many ways I was just sort of treating my own disappointment and misery of how this city didn't really turn out to be what I wanted it to be. And also like I found a community of friends who drank like I drank. And I think we liked to go out and talk about our ideas to each other about what we wanted to do as artists, but we never actually really did anything. We would just sort of drink and talk. And, yeah, I around the second year that I was there, I started trying to get sober on my own, because I was having, the panic attacks were getting really bad. And I did a show at Pioneer. I went back to Utah to do a show at Pioneer, and I started having panic attacks on stage, which was the first time I'd ever had panic attacks on stage. I did a performance of Newsies at Pioneer Theater, sold out audience, 930 people, and we're wheeling out onto the stage at the beginning of the show. And my character and the other character, we sing this duet to open the show. That's how the show starts. And as we're being wheeled out on stage, I'm going, oh no, oh no, no, no. And I know how it feels when it comes on. My vision starts to go like this, and everything starts to go static in my ears, and my hands start to tingle, and my feet start to tingle, and I start to feel like I'm going to be sick. And my brain starts going, uh-oh. And we're going out, and the show's starting, and I'm going, oh, I have to tell them we have to hold the show. We have to hold the show. And I'm going, I can't, we have to go. And I'm thinking to myself, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. The lights come up, and I look at my scene partner, and he starts talking, and I can't hear anything he's saying. It's just, wow. And I'm just going, oh no, oh no, oh no. So I do this thing that's a grounding thing that I do in emergencies. I put my hand in my pocket, and I start pinching my leg to try to see if I can pull some sensory feeling to that area, to try to just suck it out of my chest.
Almost sounds like a concussion.
Yeah, it's like, it is.
Coming out of a
It's so
concussion.
disorienting. And I started telling myself, just say your line when he's done speaking. You know the line, just say your line when he's done speaking. So I'm literally like surviving up on stage. I'm just like making it through the scene. And we get done with the scene, we come off stage, and I think, okay, maybe that's all I needed to do is just get through the first scene, and now I'm okay. And I told the stage manager, I walked up and I said, I'm not okay. I'm having a panic attack. I just need some help when I'm off stage. If someone could just talk to me, I just need to like say what's happening so I can like try to get it outside of myself before I have to go back on stage. It continued the entire 2 hours of the show. It just didn't stop. And every time I was on stage, it was terrible. Wound up being a pretty good performance, weirdly enough. My parents were there that day and I said, hey, could you tell that I was having a panic attack? And they said, no, you seemed really present and really in it. And I thought, maybe I just was out of my actor brain and the doing self just took over. And, but the fact that it was becoming a problem, I started having panic attacks in auditions and not being able to audition properly. And I would panic and forget my lines and then apologize profusely to the people in the room. And they would say, it's okay, just start over. And I would start over and it would fail again. And then I would just say, I'm so sorry. And I would walk out of the room and no, I didn't get the job. And I started thinking I'm going to have to quit acting because I can't do it anymore. If I can't stop myself from panicking, then I can't do it. And I also, I still wasn't attaching panic attacks to drinking. I just knew my drinking was, what I was attaching to my drinking at this point was my suicidality, because I was becoming dangerously suicidal every time I would drink, and to the point of like going up on tall buildings and standing on the rooftop and thinking to my, just like, is tonight the night? And, so this is where I go, like yesterday I said, I don't know how I was able to leave at 18. I don't know how I don't know why this happened for me, but weirdly enough, this thing that I had sort of parted with when I left Mormonism, they call it the still small voice. And Mormons call it the Holy Spirit. I think other people in the world call it your, Jiminy Cricket, your conscience, your whatever, your higher self. It's this voice that kind of speaks very solemnly and soberly to us in moments of crisis where there's a lot of noise and chaos, and this voice that sort of seems to be the voice of reason and truth. And that voice would come out in these nights where I thought I might die tonight. And this voice would come out and it would say, hey man, this isn't working for us anymore. And you need to go back inside and go to bed. And tomorrow we need to really try to be done with this stuff because this isn't working. And the voice would also say stuff like, I love you and I don't want you to do this right now. Please just go inside. And I don't know why I was able to have access to that. I don't know why it was coming to me in those moments, but it saved my life many times. Sorry. So I started listening to that voice and thinking, this isn't working and I got to do something about it. And
if somebody says that was the Holy Ghost, what do you say?
I'd say maybe, I don't know what it is. And I have my own ideas about what it is, but it's not really important to me to know what it is these days of my life. I think that kind of flies in the face of the way that the Holy Ghost is taught in Mormon theology, which is that you need to be living a worthy lifestyle to have access to that. And I certainly wasn't living the worthiest lifestyle. And there it was, this clean, clear, sober voice saying, this isn't working. You need to go inside and be done with this. And I would be resolved. I'm done. And I would wake up the next day and I'd look myself in the mirror and I'd say, we're done. And then by 5 o'clock that night, I'd be drinking again. And so I was, once I started trying actively to become sober and noticed that I could not, and I couldn't get 2 days clean, that's when I knew, okay, I've got a problem here. I got a problem on my hands. Couldn't get 2 days. I would sometimes get a day, and that would be enough clarity for me to think maybe I can ease my way back in and just sort of drink lightly for the rest of the week. And I over and over and over again, I would start drinking. And by the end of the night, I'd go, how am I here again? How am I here again? Barely able to stand up, barely able to walk up my stairs to my walk-up apartment. And it just kept, and so it became really, really clear that, And this is, this is after I'd had a DUI and been in jail. Like the DUI wasn't my rock bottom. I just kept on keeping on after my DUI. This was in this city where I couldn't audition. I couldn't do my job. I couldn't keep a job. I got fired from two different jobs. Couldn't make enough money to keep going.
You also didn't want to quit, I'm guessing.
Yeah. And I wasn't ready to quit giving up on my dream. I didn't want to quit giving up on my dreams.
Because going in is going to be impossible, but the people who succeed don't quit. And that's, I think, my understanding of suicidality is it's when people feel stuck. So I'm imagining you were stuck between being and feeling miserable, not being able to get sober and healthy, but not wanting to quit.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. And also I didn't want to let go of alcohol. It was, my identity had become so wrapped up in it. I had all my favorite drinks. I'd found myself, like, I felt like a proper adult, who did adult things and who went out and had drinks with other adults. And I had really developed a relationship with this thing, and I did everything with booze. I just didn't know how to function without it. I didn't know how to have a good time without it. And it was so much of who I was. So it was a really hard thing to try to even conceptualize, who am I without this? How do I go to a wedding without this? How do I go on vacation without this? How do I enjoy just a lunch with a friend without this? How do I go to brunch and not have mimosas? Like, how do I do this? And, the reason why I think a lot of programs say you do it one day at a time is because they understand you can't conceive of how to do this for 10 years or even a year or 30 days or a week.
Or 2 days sometimes.
But can we keep you, can you do it today? And then can you show up tomorrow and worry about tomorrow then? Can you be here today? So I did not want to go to Alcoholics Anonymous because my idea of Alcoholics Anonymous was it was a religious cult that forced you to accept God and into your heart in order to be saved, and that you had to believe in God in order to become sober. And I had a real big beef with that. And I did not want to, basically, it almost seemed weak to me to just sort of defer my decision-making to just another system of control like I had with Mormonism. And so I wanted to find some kind of secular path to sobriety. And I was trying for like the last year and a half that I was drinking to find some method. I tried digging into yoga and meditation and exercise and all different kinds of things. And it's just nothing was giving me any relief or getting me any headway. And I finally got to a point where, again, for whatever reason, I think I had just had enough and I was finally ready to just try almost anything that anyone suggested. Every time I met a person who told me they were sober, I instantly asked them 20 questions. How'd you do that? Where'd you go? Like, what was the problem like before? What's it like now? Because I just wanted to know, are you like me? And what'd you do to get help? And I was drunk one night. I was flirting with some girl that I met on Tinder. And I said, hey, I got a bottle of wine. You should come over to my apartment and split this bottle of wine with me. And she said, oh, I don't drink. I'm sober. And I said, how'd you do that? Because that's what I always ask people. And she said, I go to meetings. But she didn't say AA. She just said, I go to meetings. And I said, oh, yeah? Like, what kind of meetings? And she goes, why, are you interested? I said, yeah, I might be. I think I have a problem. And I've been trying to get help for a while, but I don't know what to do. And she said, sent me an address. She goes, tomorrow night, 7 p.m., go to this place. And I went, okay. And that night I reached out to I even reached out to my parents that night. I sent them a text and I said, hey, I want you guys to know that I know this is going to come as kind of a shock, but I have a drinking problem and I'm going to address it. I've decided and I did that to kind of hold myself accountable. I was like, I'm going to this meeting tomorrow. I'm doing it. That was kind of
the first time that you had actually.
It's the first time I'd ever said anybody in my life. Yeah. That I'd ever told anybody in my life I've got a problem.
So that was an important component is kind of disclosing.
It's just saying it. Again, it's a hard thing to acknowledge. It's a surreal thing to say out loud. I was saying it out loud as a joke for years before I said it out loud for real. I would literally talk to people at bars jokingly and I'd be like, God, I hate how much I drink. And they'd be like, why do you drink that much then? I'd be like, because I'm an alcoholic. And then I would laugh and everyone would laugh. And it was like this joke that I would say for years before I actually went, look, I got a problem and I can't stop and I got to do something about it.
But I have to wonder also if being an ex-Mormon with all your believing family around you, maybe in a post-Mormon context, and that's kind of the thumbnail for today's episode. I wonder if that adds to the pressure of like keeping it in, hiding it, staying silent.
It
is not
100%
wanting to
does.
fulfill the stereotype that you know other people are expecting.
It was to them and to my secular friends. Like to my secular friends, I didn't want them thinking that I was like,
let the team down,
that I couldn't handle it, that I would like,
Oh.
I didn't want them feeling like I was judging them or like saying like, yeah, you guys should also check out your problems too. Like, I just wanted them to know, like, it's just me making a decision for myself. And to my religious friends, I was like, everyone's going to be like, told ya, you know, like every time I've ever had a failure in my life, post-Mormonism, all I can think is all of those people are thinking,
oh, see,
told you,
left the church,
you know, you didn't follow the blueprint and look at you. You can't keep a relationship together. You can't keep a job. You can't, yeah, you're trying to be an actor, but like, I haven't seen you in anything. Like, I don't, you know, and like, so every time I'd have any disappointments, I would have this story in my head that everyone who expected me to fail post-Mormonism is thinking this is validation. And I think that's mostly in my head. Actually, I think I kind of self-imposed that. Yeah, I didn't want to tell people that they were right and that it didn't work out for me. And I still to this day, I'm like, hey, look, I'm just one guy. Like I'm me, and my story is my story. And not everyone, this doesn't happen to everyone who goes out and drinks. Like it just happens to some people. And it's a really surreal thing. So I go to this meeting that this girl sends me to, and I thought she was going to be there. I thought we were going to be like on a date to this sober meeting. And I walk in and it's all dudes and it's like 250 guys.
Whoa.
Imagine that in COVID times. We're packed into this little room, and it wasn't COVID times when I did it, but imagine that now. We're packed into this little room
of New York, somewhere in
New York City, Manhattan, Lower East Side. And it's called PAX. It's this really great group. And I go in.
So AA groups each have their own name?
Yeah. And
packs them in.
Yeah. And
Is that the joke?
I don't know. Maybe I don't even know where it comes from. What'd you say?
They pack them in there.
Oh, they pack them in there. Yeah, exactly. But there was a newcomer table that you had to sit at if you were a newcomer, and you had to share if you were a newcomer. And so like, it was just trial by fire. And I walk in and I see all of they have these banners on the wall that have all this mention of God and all this stuff. And instantly I was like, oh, geez. I can't believe like, this is like a scene from a movie.
There's a lot of higher power talk.
A lot of higher power, right? and, you know, came to believe that God could restore me to sanity and all of this stuff. I'm just like, oh no, I don't want to be here. But I told myself I was going to go, and I'm in there, and these guys were being really nice to me. Everyone recognized, they can see it on you a mile away. Alcoholics know other alcoholics, and they also know when it's your first meeting. You walk in and they're like, hi, how's it going? Are you looking for the meeting? You know, like they can just see you just being like, yeah, I'm trying, you know, like, and so I went in and sat down, and like 5 minutes into the meeting, I was like, again, that feeling that I had, that the spirit or whatever it is, that thing that I had lost touch with just comes in, and it's like, you know, you're in the right place, right? You know, you're where you, like, this is where it's going to happen. And you might not want it, but this is where it's going to happen. And this happens to everyone at their first meeting. I just started just sobbing uncontrollably, and everyone sees me. They can see me. They're like, this guy at this table who's just like in his hands. And so people start handing me phone numbers. They're reaching over my shoulder, and they're handing me a piece of paper that says like, hey, I'm so-and-so, give me a call. Like, you're going to be okay. Don't worry. You know? Oh, geez, talking about this stuff. Like these early days, I think about these strangers who took it upon themselves to save my life. It's really like, to this day, I'm like, I owe these people everything, and they didn't know me. They just saw me there suffering, and they just said, hey man, it's okay. Like, you're going to be all right. Give me a call. And
a lot of them are sober. Like they figured it out.
Yeah.
They don't need to be there. Right.
Yeah. They're sober, and they're there for me. They're there for me. And that's why I still go. I'm there for that, for the new people. And I understand that now, that that's how it works. You know, they keep going because they're there to help me out. And it's just the coolest thing in the world that it works that way. It really is just genuinely at its core, people trying to help other people. And
we talk. You're emotional now, and that's a really powerful part of the story. I don't want to break out of the story.
Yeah.
But like what we talked about last night about how AA is structured, it felt almost like a miracle, like how religion should be. Can you just briefly talk about the organization and the structure and how this is all, no one's making money here.
Yeah.
There's no commercialization. It's all volunteer and it's all locally grassroots driven.
Yeah.
I think that's an important part of the story. And I don't want to get out of your emotions. So
well, it's the way that you want a church to actually be. I think a church at its core and a religion at its core is it wants to be a community of people helping each other bit by bit, be better and do better and find ways to be of service. And that's what church wants to be. I think what perverts that a little bit and what gets that a little bit diluted is dogma and stories about
doctrine, theology.
Yeah.
Dogma.
And going, well, our specific story of who God is and what God is better than their specific story.
We have authority and they don't have authority.
We have the authority.
We do the baptism by immersion, not by sprinkling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are the things that.
And we're okay. We don't like the LGBT, but other,
right.
Know, like,
I think those things distract from the primary purpose, which the primary purpose is we're here to help people. We're here to help each other. We're not here to be the ones with the most correct story or the ones who are the best at it or the ones who have the monopoly on the spirit or the good feeling. We're here to help people. That's the primary purpose. And
you talk about the founders.
Yeah, without going into too much detail on it, because I do believe that there are certain things about AA that I really am like, if people want to find out, they should go. They should go. But without getting into too much detail, the founders knew. They recognized, and I think this is really inspired, they recognized that if there was a hierarchical structure to this,
a patriarchy.
Yeah. In other words, if there was a president or a person in charge and a structure of leadership that was a pyramid and that was hierarchical that went out, it would corrupt the primary purpose. It would corrupt the message, which is that we are alcoholics trying to help other alcoholics become sober. And that is it. And really anything outside of that is up to your own subjective interpretation of what this is, including God, including what your experience with God is and what your experience with spirituality and who you pray to when you pray. None of our business, none of anybody's business. And it's nothing about to be here. You got to believe in the Judeo-Christian God of the Bible. And if you don't, then you can't be here. There's nothing like that. It's just the only thing you need to be here is you need to want to be here. If you want to be here and you're trying to get sober and you've tried a million different things and nothing's working and you want to try the way that we tried, which has worked for us, you can be here if you want to be here. And that's all we need for you to want to be here. There's no person you need to check in with and do a worthiness check with. There's nothing like that. It's just people trying to help each other. And so went to that meeting, knew it was where I belonged, was bummed out that it was where I belonged because I didn't want to do it. Told everybody that night. They invited me out to a diner. They said, hey, we're going to go out. You should come out with us and get some milkshakes or something, Went out with these guys. I told them, I said, hey, I don't think I can do the God thing. I don't think I can do praying. And they, right off the bat, they were like, dude, don't trip. Like, just don't. They're like, everybody in here came in as an atheist. And like, don't worry. Like, we'll get to that. Like, just, can you come here tomorrow? Can you be here tomorrow? Like, don't worry about, can you do the God stuff? Can you get a week? Can you get 10 days? Can you get 30 days? Can you be here tomorrow? And if I call you tomorrow, can you answer the phone? If I call you, can you pick up? Just, okay, I can do that, And so I started on this process and I resisted it for a long time.
You have to pick your sponsor? Like people are giving you phone numbers. Do you have to,
do
you like vet people?
Yeah, you try to find somebody that you relate to. And what they say is try to find someone who has what you want. If you see someone that you're like, that's what I'm trying to get, is like that, the kind of clarity that person seems to have. The guy who spoke at the first meeting I ever went to, I weirdly enough shared like my exact story. He talked about moving to New York because he wanted to be a famous musician and he was trying to like do it, but he got really caught up in the party scene and dating apps and stuff like that. And he wound up getting into meetings because a girl on a dating app that he met sent him to a meeting. And I was sitting there listening to it going like, am I on camera right now? Like, is this like, am I being punked? Like this guy's like saying my exact thing. I went up and I talked to him afterward and thanked him for sharing his story and told him that I really related to it and got his phone number. And that guy became my sponsor and he's still my sponsor today. He's like, we went out to lunch like a week later and he was talking to me about he asked me to tell him my story and I told him my story. And then I asked him if he'd be my sponsor and he said, said, sure, and he still is. We talk every week still.
Really?
Yeah, we talk all the time. And he helps me with a lot of stuff. And that's a process of, it's not a process of hierarchy. It's not a process of this guy's in charge of me and he gets to tell me what to do. It's a process of accountability, and it keeps him in his, like, it's just as beneficial for him to help me as it is for me. It's just as beneficial for him to have
How's that?
because it keeps him rooted in service. What I've discovered in sobriety is that, like, the most magic spell ever is, and Mormons have this, Mormons know this, is service. Is if you're stuck in your own hellstorm of self-obsession, because depression and anxiety is a form of narcissism and self-obsession and self-absorption. You are so locked in your own experience and so unable to get outside of yourself. You are locked in the cage of your mind and of self-hatred and self-pity, and no one's worse than me. I'm the worst person in the world. No one has it worse than me. No one's ever suffered this much. Service is this little magic trick that, like, forces you outside of yourself for a few minutes at a time. I'm going to focus on helping this other person for the next hour. I'm going to go over and see if I can help them with something that they need help with, or I'm going to call this person and just listen to them and just say, lay it on me, and just be available for this person for the next hour. So service is a huge part of my program now. And it's a huge part of the way I stay sober, is focusing on giving back to other people what was given to me. Total strangers, took time out of their day to save my life and to listen to me when I was crazy and when I was spiraling. And I owe it to other people to do the same. And it also keeps me sober. It also keeps me rooted in a program of recovery. It helps me get outside of myself. It helps me stay rooted in the right kinds of things. And so, but yeah, early on, I really struggled with God stuff. And I also really struggled with the feeling that I had this idea that, like, I didn't like how into it everyone seemed. Everyone would say stuff like, they'd be like, my sobriety is the most important thing in my life. It's number one on the priority list. It is the top dog thing that I worry about every single day. It is the biggest thing in my life. And I'd be like, I don't want that. I don't want this to be my thing. I still want acting and art and music to be my thing. I just want to be sober. And I would kind of think, I had this thought in my head where when people would tell me this is the most important thing in my life, I would think, geez, get a more interesting life. Like, what a nerd. Like, get a more interesting hobby, like, don't just be excited about going to meetings, like, meetings are something you go to because you need to. It's medicine, but it's not, like, fun. And I had that mindset that I was going to use this program for my own purposes and in my own way. And what I started doing was what I call being mostly sober. I was more sober than I'd ever been in my adult life. And I was sober like 10 days at a time. And then I would relapse for 2 or 3 days. And then I would get 10 more days. But that was still like a big difference from doing it every day. So in my mind, I was like, well, I'm doing it. I'm sober. And I was telling people back home that I was sober, and I was telling people that I was doing it. And in my mind, I was like, nobody needs to know that I drink every 10 days. Like, it's
a big accomplishment. It's a big difference. The biggest accomplishment.
By all metrics, I'm drinking reasonably if I'm only drinking every 10 days, and I'm no longer a problem drinker. The problem was when I would drink, it was like what you talked about, the pulling back the rubber band, the abstention or abstinence
violation.
Yeah, abstinence violation. It's like I packed in the last 10 days of drinking into those few days of drinking.
Like a bender kind of thing.
And I would go on a big bender and it would get really dangerous really quick. I would black out and I wouldn't know where I was. And so I realized about 6 months into working this program and kind of repeatedly relapsing, that doing it on my own terms and with my own rules wasn't going to work. And people had been telling me that from the beginning. They were going, don't try to find your own little cheat code. Don't try to find trust me, we've all done it. We've all tried to find our own little way through it. Just do it. Just do the things that are being suggested to you to do. And again, it's suggestions. It's a program of suggestions. It's not commandments. There are no commandments. There are no transgressions. There are no, it's just, we suggest you do it this way. And the reason we suggest that is because In the cases where people have taken these suggestions, they've stayed sober. And in the cases where they haven't, they haven't. And it's that simple. So we suggest you do it this way.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So one of my least favorite comments of the entire day, I don't like to swear, generally speaking, especially on the podcast, but I'm going to call this a shitty comment.
Yeah.
Pat Riley writes, 12-step program is a religious cult. That's why so many of its members use magical thinking and do the generic quote, God talk, close quote. And then and it must be Pat must be a believing Mormon, because he writes, Mormons don't drink, which is an interesting comment. And then he writes, AA members almost always do. So like, first thing I'm going to say is there's something that I relate to about Pat Riley, but it more isn't from a believing perspective. It's from an ex-Mormon perspective. Like, I've been in a cult.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, I'm really sensitive to even someone giving me a suggestion. Like if somebody tells me, try this, I'm like, go away. Like, I don't want to do anything anyone ever tells me to do again, because I've been burned and I want to kind of do what's right for me and never be told what's right again. And even like my brother saying, you should meditate more. I'm like, go away. I don't want to be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, so I'm sensitive to joining another cult,
Mm-hmm.
right? So in that sense, I don't like Pat Riley today, this Pat Riley, but I can sort of say, oh, it's another cult. It's another, and there's higher power talk. So I can kind of like get to see a little bit, but like, how would you address kind of some of those stereotypes about AA?
My response would be, I completely understand. And I shared that sentiment very much. That's what kept me out of it, was that I was like, I don't want to just be in another system of control and another cult and another magical thinking thing.
Or dogma.
Or dogma.
I mean, there's and they're saying just do it.
Yeah.
That's starting to sound
exactly, when they're saying
like,
just do what we say and don't ask questions, stuff like that. It sounds very manipulative. What I have come to find out through experience is that the reason they say just do it is because it's actually not a magical program. And my actual experience with it just personally is that it doesn't work magically. It's not, I say magic words and then I magically am sober. It's, I do a certain set of things on a daily basis. And the reason why the mantra of the program is it works if you work it is because it is that simple. It's not magic. It's not say the spell and you're better. It's not ask forgiveness from magic bearded guy in the sky, or ask space wizard to grant my wishes and he will grant my wishes. And it's always a he, capital H he. It's do these things on a daily basis, show up here. And it's really simple. It's like, be here instead of being at the bar, be here at this meeting, be of service instead of being wrapped up in yourself. Make phone calls to other people so that you're focusing on service and you're focusing on other people and practicing getting outside of your own experience. These are practical, actionable things. These are practical, real world things. If I am making my life based around service and how I can help people today and how I can be of use today and how I can get outside of my self-centered thinking today, I have a better shot at being a better version of myself today. And that's just a practical approach to the problem. It's not magical thinking. It's not, I'm going to be better because I asked a space wizard to make me better and the space wizard made me a better person. So the way that I even frame prayer and meditation is I am taking time to set a conscious intention for how I want my day to go and how I want to behave today. And I believe that I'm in contact with my higher self. I believe that higher power, and again, this is, AA has it is constantly in the literature that it is a God of your understanding. Those words are very clear. It is a God of your understanding. Now, the book uses the term he a lot, and it's because the people who wrote the book had a kind of traditional sense of what God was, and they had a gendered sense of what God was.
When you say a book, is it like a scripture? Is it like a Bible for AA? Is there an actual book? If so, what's it called?
Sorry, it's called The Big Book, and it's called it's called Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's the big book. And it basically, what the book is it outlines how the program works and how it's intended to work. It just outlines what we're trying to do and how we're trying to retrain our brains to focus on new things and to create new neural pathways and to have new goals and a new experience with life. But it's not magical. And when it comes to the God thing, it is very, very clear and deliberate. And I think this is very forward thinking for a book written in the 1930s. It's very forward thinking to say very deliberately and clearly over and over again that this is a God of your own understanding. And that is a very broad, loose term. And when I came in, I heard that and I thought, yeah, sure. I'm going to be in here for 6 months and then someone's going to drop the ball that it's actually Jesus. Like they're going to be like, yeah, they say God of your own understanding, but it's Jesus. And like 3.5 years in, nobody has ever asked me what my God is. No one has ever asked me what my conception of God is, or who I pray to, or what I pray to, or what, my conception of God has become that it is something internal. People think of God as an external force, that like this man that is listening to them, that they pray to. I believe that it is like an internal thing, that being a conscious being, you have it. You just have access to this core of truth and reality. It is the version of you that knows what truth is. It is the version of you that recognizes honesty when you hear it. When someone says something honest and you go, I know that that's honest. And when someone lies and you go, I know that's a lie. It's the version of you that is the best version of you. And then all of your other stuff, your ego and all of that stuff and your fears, that they're the ones that corrupt that. So I believe when I'm sitting down to meditate and pray, I'm trying to set intentional time to connect with the best version of myself and say, please help me be in line with this person today. Please help me to be more open and to listen to people more and to be more compassionate, to find people to help today. A really simple prayer that my sponsor gave me when I first started out, because praying was really hard for me. He just said, show me the truth about myself and help me find someone to help today. And just that, like simple things like that, just like help me see who I truly am, help me be honest about myself, help me be real, and help me, if I can, find a way to be of service today. Really, really simple things. And it's like, I'm not asking a magical being to endow me with the power to do those things. I'm trying to empower myself to pursue those things. I'm trying to consciously take time to focus on, today I want to be of service. Today I want to be a little bit better. I want to be a little bit better version of myself. And to me, that's a practical program. That's a practical program of actionable items that have nothing to do with woo or dogma or some kind of magical like permission to be better. It is me making a conscious effort to experience a psychic shift and to go about my life in a different way, if that makes sense.
It does. And as I'm hearing you talk about this, it's really spinning my head in 180 to 360 degrees, because I think about like what people who leave Mormonism do, or ex-religious people. There's a lot of ex-Christians on TikTok. And there's a lot of like angry reaction to religion. Mm-hmm. It's bad and it hurts people and it's abusive and it's patriarchal and it's dogmatic, blah, 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 blah. It's homophobic and sexist and racist. And there's truth to all that. And there's so much in common between kind of the fundamentals of religion done right.
Yes.
And what I'm hearing you describe right now as a working functional AA program.
Yes.
You talk about a higher voice, or like a voice.
Yeah.
Does it matter if someone calls out the Holy Ghost, or if you just say it's my internal psychology?
Doesn't matter to me.
It's a voice.
Yeah.
And you talk about a higher power. Does it matter if Mormons have a 10-fingered bearded anthropomorphic God, and for you it's just nature and science and beauty? Yeah. Does it matter? I don't know. And you talk about prayer. Does it matter if you kneel down and pray to that bearded sky daddy?
Yeah.
Or if you're just like voicing an intention in the morning?
Yep.
Or I'll even say this, that the Mormon church is saying, don't drink at all. And now here you are at AA saying, I'm not going to drink at all.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of blowing my mind in two ways. One is like, in how many ways has Mormonism actually got it right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That it's just the way they did it, effed it all up. Right.
Yeah. I love this, because I want to respond to this. Will it destroy this if I have to go to the bathroom right now?
No.
Is that a thing that you do?
Yeah.
No,
go ahead. In fact, Kara,
Kara
and I are going to talk.
Okay.
You go.
All right. I want to
go do your thing. Kara.
Yeah.
How are you doing? And I know
I have a lot of scriptures on my mind that come to mind, because the type of Christian that I was really resonated. I put myself back in my Christian brain when he said that, the line about help to know the truth about yourself and find someone to serve. That is the type of Christian I feel like I was.
Yeah, service. That's another one.
Yeah, I wish he was here, because I wanted to know if he likes.
We can bring him back in, but make your point.
No, about there's this musical the Elwood musical called Legally Blonde, the musical.
Okay.
And there's this part of it where she goes, law, is this the point of law? When she gets to help somebody get the dog back, when she helps to get Pauline's dog back. And I would sing that when I would live in LA. And I remember I lost my job. My life was miserable. I thought like God had abandoned me. And then I was just free one day. And somebody from church called me up because they knew I didn't have a job and I was just home crying. And somebody needed a ride to the Bishop's storehouse. And I was like, oh, this is God, like putting me in the lowest place that I've ever been in a long time, putting me in a position where I have free time now. And all I did was just serve in my ward because I had so much free time because I didn't have one. And I would sing that part of Legally Blonde to myself, but instead of law, I would say, service, is this the point of service? To be remember like of like, oh, this is what I should be doing. That like I was living as a Mormon in a way where I was just showing up. And I was like, no, it's because God wanted to like teach me a lesson. Like he's going to take me out of my high paying nanny job that I really liked and just drop me on my ass. And then he's going to make me serve every day, all day until I get what the point of this religion was. That's what I thought God was trying to teach me. Is this making sense? Like that's the kind of Christ that I thought that he wanted me to worship and stuff. And so, yeah, when he just said like to know that hard truth about yourself, I realized the truth of like, I actually care so much about money. Maybe money's not so important. What's the other hard truth about myself is like, I really have like this expectation that God is just going to always bless me and life's going to go well if I'm following the rules. That's not another thing. So I had to learn truths about myself as a Christian, quote unquote. And I said quote unquote because people are like, you were Mormon, technically you weren't a Christian. I say I was a Christian anyway. And then I was looking for people to serve. And then that just, again, sorry, everything comes back to Legally Blonde. Like it gives you endorphins and happy people just don't kill their husbands or like happy people are happy. So like you're kind of, yeah, it's like, it's a drug. I loved his description of service. When you're serving people, you're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about how I am so glad I don't have to go to the Bishop's storehouse. I'm so glad I have a car. I'm so glad I have the opportunity and the free time to be able to serve people who are less fortunate than me, and you count your own blessings. So that's kind of what I got out of what Austin just said is you recognize all of the things that you have and how much you can give. And that's where you become more entangled with your religion, that you're like, I love God for giving me this opportunity to serve. I love God for him teaching me these lessons. That's the parallels that I just saw between being like a very Christ-centered person who wants to be refined by Christ and also AA.
Yeah. Yeah. So Kara just added service to higher power, inner voice, a daily prayer, meditation. Service is a really powerful thing.
Well, I really liked what you said too about, does it matter? That question. I remember that was the thing that actually helped me most with my issues with the God stuff is I finally realized it doesn't matter. It doesn't, because like I finally had this conversation with my sponsor where I was like, you know what? I think I'm just at a point where like, to me, I'm willfully participating in a process because it's helping and I'm giving myself over to it. And again, I talked about how I used to think people had such boring lives because AA was so important to them. I realized that the reason it's the top priority for them isn't because they're boring or don't have hobbies or don't have other passions. The reason it's the top priority for them is because it won't work. So I think another thing that Pat Riley maybe doesn't understand is that alcoholism is a hell of a disease. It is a really, really, really difficult thing
to the person and people around them.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
In my 3 years of being sober, I've had friends die, and it's like, it is a hell of a disease. And what I had to realize is it's not a joke. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm going to die if this is not my top priority. I'm going to die or I'm going to wind up in jail. Either way. Or I'm going to kill someone else. I'm going to be in my car and I'm going to ram into someone on the road and kill someone. And, I had to realize that it is genuinely life or death. And this has to be my number one priority. So my misgivings about prayer or whatever, I got to set those aside and give over to this thing. Not because I believe in any kind of magical thing, but because these people are telling me this, I have the same disease you have where I can't stop and where I can't stop myself for whatever reason. I can't stop myself from being selfish. I can't stop myself from, and this has helped me stop. So what I finally came to is this realization of like, I don't actually care what I'm praying to. I don't even need to know. And that is something that I gained in secularism and in atheism when I left the church. One nice thing about leaving Mormonism is that freedom of going, I don't need to know. I don't need to know what created the universe. I don't need to know all of these things that are unknowable. I don't need to have a specific story about who or what God is and what the nature of that entity is or isn't. That's not useful for me. I don't need to use it. All I need to know is, does it work or not? Does it help? Is it helpful? Is it useful? And I would say the same thing to anyone who believes in Mormon God is, if it's useful for you, if it helps you become a better person, if it helps you be of service, if it gives you a reason to be a better father, husband, son, brother, friend, neighbor, do it. The only time I have an issue with it is if it's making you a worse person, if it's making you more bigoted, if it's making you dislike your neighbor because they have different beliefs from you. If it's being used to harm people, then I have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with anyone's God story if it's just helping them be a better person, because it doesn't actually matter. And then the last thing I want to address with what Pat said is this idea that alcoholics almost always relapse and drink again. Again, I would suggest that maybe this person doesn't really appreciate how intense this disease is and how difficult it is to treat. And I would also say that, to me, whenever I hear people talk about the success rate of 12-step programs, I think that's not my anecdotal experience with it is that it's not that. And my anecdotal experience is that 30 days sober for an alcoholic or addict is a damn miracle. It's an absolute miracle. So like getting a person like me to not drink for 3.5 years is success. It means it works. And even if I relapse, even if I drink again, like those 3.5 years are not taken away. It doesn't mean that, oh, it didn't work, because again, it works if you work it. And in pretty much unanimously, universally, every case of relapse that I've ever heard from a person who had 10 years, who had 20 years sober and then relapsed, the story is the same. They say, I stopped going around, stopped going to meetings, stopped doing the things. And eventually I got bored, got restless, irritable, discontent, and I went out and drank again. Because this disease is relentless, and it doesn't get weaker the further and further you get from a drink. It stays there every single day. I wake up every single day, 3.5 years sober, as an alcoholic, still thinking about drinking.
That's why you say you never recover. You never are not an alcoholic.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not no longer an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. And
I think eating disorders are often the same thing. Yeah.
And it's something I have to focus on for the rest of my life if I want to stay sober and if I want to keep living the kind of life that I'm trying to live. And it's made me realize that is like when I was depressed and people would say like, you need to choose happiness, you need to choose self-love. And I would go, what are you talking about? As though it's just this switch I can flick. What I've been realizing in this program is it's a daily choice of little things that will build into more happiness and more contentment. They told me that I was going to love myself when I entered this program. And I was like, you have no idea how much I dislike myself. Like if you knew how much I dislike myself, you would know that you're not going to get me to love myself. I've never thought that I love myself. I don't love myself. And no one's going to convince me to love myself. What I didn't realize is that it's through doing esteemable acts that you build self-esteem, and doing things that made me more like a person that I respected, being a person who's more focused on service, being a better son, a better friend, a better brother, being more honest with the people that I love, and being more honest with myself on a day-to-day basis. Little things, bit by bit, slowly but surely, helped to transform me into the kind of person that I genuinely like and that I actually love. And so I couldn't conceive of it at the time. But again, I go back to practicality. These practical things, focusing on how I can help people today, focusing on how I can be a better person in all of my affairs, turned me slowly but surely into a person that I can genuinely look at and go, I'm actually not a bad guy. I'm actually doing okay. And that's where it comes from. So that I think it's an oversimplification when people say choose happiness, but I think what they mean is it's a daily process of choice. It's a daily process of today, even though it's hard, I'm going to choose to get out of bed and do the things that I know make me feel better. I still have a really hard time with morning meditation and yoga and exercise. And while I'm doing it, I tell myself, thank you for doing this. Thank you for showing up. I know you don't want to do this today. Thank you for showing up. I'm glad you did this today. And it helps me practice a sense of appreciation for myself and a sense of self-love that I have to practice this stuff. And I don't know, that's why I go to, with the success rate, I'm like, yeah, there is a lot of recidivism and a lot of relapse in 12-step programs, because this is a hell of a disease and it doesn't go away. And if you stop doing the things that get you sober, you stop being sober. And it's frustrating. It is frustrating all the time. It's like being diagnosed with a lifelong terminal illness, because if the second I take my eye off the ball, I'm going to be sick again. And so it's frustrating, and it's hard to accept that you're like, when you're first really coming to terms with, I'm an alcoholic, and what that really means, it means I'm accepting that I have a lifelong diagnosis. It means that for the rest of my life, I'm going to have to work on this if I want to stay.
Who wants to accept that?
And it's hard. It's really hard. So a lot of people think, can I just do it for 6 months and really get some good stuff and then be good? And unfortunately, what we found is no. Now, there are other methodologies that are being explored that I think are interesting, like psychedelic therapy. People are reporting really, really remarkable results with MDMA therapy and psilocybin therapy. As a person in recovery who has good sobriety and feels good about it, I don't personally feel like approaching those methods and risking what I've got, but I'm all for those methods being used, which brings me to another thing that I think is a problem with religion, is the idea of monopolizing a solution, monopolizing truth, monopolizing something that works. I'm like, it is an individual basis. It's a person by person case. If something works for you, if psilocybin therapy or MDMA therapy gives you real relief and works for you, I'm not going to say you can't do that because those are drugs, and that it's not for me to say. And I would never say that AA is the one path to recovery. It's what worked for me, and it's what I'm hanging on to with my lifelong illness. So
yeah. So for me, this is so powerful. It's going to help so many people. And I'm always trying to make connections to post-Mormonism and post-Mormons. But the three things that just really stick out, and I'm repeating a tiny bit. The first is just how frustrated I am hearing about the AA model and the simple elegance and profundity of its simplicity. And its altruistic kind of service-oriented kind of elegance.
Yeah.
That makes me frustrated at how often religion kind of ruins everything. Like whether it's Buddha or Muhammad or Jesus or whoever it was, they start out with something really elegant, really beautiful, really powerful. And it's just like, you just add 10 years and some patriarchal structure, and they're just ruining it. And they're going to do it for time immemorial. And why can't we as humans just stick with the simple, elegant, good stuff and not always have to destroy it with dogma and patriarchy? Like that's the first aha.
I want to just say to that, I think it takes people who are dealing with something as serious as alcoholism, something where they're going, everything I've tried to do has not helped me.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I feel, life or death. It takes those kind of stakes for someone to go, we're going to create a thing that is this simple, elegant message, and we cannot afford to corrupt it with anything else. We can't afford to corrupt it with some kind of backstory or like story to bolster it up. It needs to be pure.
Stakes are too high.
If it's not pure, it won't work. And so I think it takes that kind of,
as opposed to like religion, which is kind of saying that everyone is born a sinner in a way, that to be redeemed before your maker, you have to do these steps.
And everyone has to do it. Like, get all your kids, baptize all your kids into it. And there's only one way. And everybody's got to do it. One path for everyone.
Yeah, it's the mythos.
That's just a recipe for.
It's the mythos that makes it messy. It's the stories and the dogma, and that's what makes it messy. Is it's like at the core, like you said, it's this really beautiful thing of like people trying to help each other. But all of the stories of it works like this, and then you go to this level of this thing, and then it makes it messy.
And the tears and the secret.
And it's like it's something that so many religions that were, invented in the Stone Age that we still carry, that are still like people making our laws today still carry ideas that were invented thousands of years ago that are just not compatible with what we know about human sexuality, for instance, or just human psychology, human flourishing. We have better information now, and dogma's least favorite thing to do is update. So dogma only really flourishes if you say that
Well,
it's
that's the
one way
problem
it has to
with
be.
dogma is that, yeah, when you have a rigid, eternal message that is like, this is the truth, and then society evolves past that message, it's very hard to reconcile the cognitive dissonance that brings. What were the other two things you were going to say?
So the second point is one I've already made, which is how easy it is. Like the literalness of it all sometimes does us so much a disservice, because really for a post-Mormon, again, well, God talk and blah, God and a Holy Ghost and what is that and prayer and then again you're telling me you're doing all these things. So like how much does it really matter sometimes if something's literally true or not, or if it's sanctioned by God or not, or even if there's a God or not, or if the Holy Ghost is real, or like there's probably an extent to which post-Mormons focus too much on literality.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes a wedge between a bunch of people that actually share a lot in common.
Yeah.
They just are all along a spectrum of literality.
Right.
So does it matter if you love nature and science and feel a majesticness to it, or if you give that a name and call it God? Does it really matter? Does it really matter if you really think an actual Jesus died and was resurrected after 3 days? Or if you just think Jesus was a good guy that taught some good things, like, and with prayer and with listening to your inner voice and with attending a weekly thing and doing service. Like, I think I'm going to always have to remind myself as a post-Mormon that it's so easy to like obsess about the falseness and the binary truthness and falseness and literality of it all, and have that be a wedge that comes between me and a whole lot of believers that are really approaching life in a very similar way, but are just approaching with a little bit more literality or a little more specificity that doesn't need to be a wedge between us and everybody else. That's the second thing.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's only a problem in my mind when it's being used to hurt people. So of course. It's like I've had so many conversations over the years with different Christians, evangelical Christians, and people about their beliefs on I remember meeting this girl once at a bar in New York, and she told me that she was really Christian, and we were drinking together, and I was like asking her about her beliefs, and she goes, yeah, but I'm really open. I really just, the way I believe it is that like believing in Jesus just helps me be more kind to people. And I'm sitting there nodding going, yeah. And I was really agreeing with her. And then I said, I have a question that I'm afraid to ask you. And she goes, what is it? And I said, I really like a lot of what you're saying, but I'm afraid to ask this question. She goes, just ask it. And I said, what are your thoughts on people being gay and people being trans and stuff? And she goes, oh, well, look, I love everyone in that community, but I just believe that God's been very clear on that. And I was like, oh man, you were so close. You were so close to saying a lot of nice stuff. Cause I'm like, now I think like, you see, like, and then I go, so what? So I take her down the rabbit hole. I go, okay, so explain to me why in the Bible, that's a bad thing. And she goes, well, it says so in Leviticus. And I go, it says so in Leviticus, right? And I go, why don't we do any of the other things from Leviticus? And she goes, you're getting kind of aggressive now. I go, no. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to see if you can follow me on this thread. Why don't we do any of the other things in Leviticus? And she goes, well, because Christ came down and he fulfilled a lot of the Levitican law. I go, yeah, good. You know that. That's awesome. Cool. So if you fulfilled all that Levitican law, how come you're still getting on about that one thing in Leviticus? And she goes, see, I don't like this. I feel like you're really being rude to me. And I'm like, no, I'm not being rude. I'm telling you that you're holding on to a thing. You're being really literal about this one thing that actually, according to you, shouldn't even matter. But because pastors were in the church that you were growing up in told you that we can't budge on this thing, you're hurting people with this belief. People are being actively hurt. And everything else about your belief set is beautiful and is good for you and makes you a better person. And it's bumming me out that this one biblical misinterpretation, like this misunderstanding that you're taking very literally is making you kind of a person who's hurting people. And like, I want for you to be able to unpack that and go, oh yeah, maybe we got that wrong. And maybe I don't need that. Maybe that's not useful for me. How does that serve you? How does thinking that two people being in love and getting married is bad, how does that serve you? How does that help you be a better person? How does that help you be a better neighbor, a better father, a better brother, a better son? I don't see how that helps. Yeah. How looking at two people's love and going, that's bad. You guys are bad for doing that. Or looking at someone saying, the experience I'm having is when I look in the mirror, I don't match what I feel inside. I'm having the experience of feeling like I'm a different gender than what I see in the mirror. And that's all I can tell you, and saying, you're wrong, you're bad. How does that help you be a better person, to be so literal about that and to be so hard line about that? And so I absolutely agree that it doesn't matter to me what you're calling it or how it's working in your life, if it's making you a better person. But if you got stuff that's not serving you, that's not helping you be more loving, more accepting, more compassionate, then ditch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the argument? I'm putting on my very conservative Christian brain right now. What about the argument? Because if I were in that conversation with you, what I would have said to you back in the olden days, this is again very borderline bigoted of Kara's old brain, is I would have said, well, it's a form of loving somebody because there's only two genders and that doesn't exist. Or like two people being in love, that still is not God's order for things. And so by denying them their sexual orientation, by denying their gender identity, I'm actually showing a form of love because what they're doing is not biblical or it's not God's way. I'm trying to bring them into the truth or something.
Natural.
Yeah, I remember when the church made that proclamation that they had then walked back about a year ago, about how, children of gay parents can't be baptized. The exclusion
policy.
I remember a lot of people saying it's actually a policy of love, and I just and there's a great saying that says there's no hate like Christian love. And I just, man, I my response to that would be, you do not get to tell someone else who is telling you that you are hurting them that you're not. You just don't. In any situation, you don't get to tell someone who is saying what you're doing right now is causing me a lot of pain. You are actively hurting me. You are actively making my life harder, and you are actively harming me. You don't get to look at that person and say, no, I'm not. I'm actually helping you. You really don't get to do that. That's just not something that makes sense and that is fair or humane. And it's such a way of allowing yourself to stay in a place that is actually not helping you either. It's harming you. It's putting distance between you and other people and you and other experiences. And it is, I think that it's the way that people rationalize it is, I'm actually being loving. I'm actually being compassionate. And I even had a friend once who was gay and LDS, who was practicing, who had decided to be celibate, who said, he goes, isn't it the same as like you choose not to drink? You're choosing not to drink because it was causing you harm. And he goes, and people support you in that choice. He goes, so why can't you support me in choosing to be celibate? And I said, listen, and I'm not going to say his name. I said, listen, bud, whatever you want to do with your life, I'll support you. It's your choice. You're an autonomous individual, and I support that. My argument will be, alcohol was actively detrimental to my health and to everyone around me. I was harming relationships. I was harming my ability to work. I was going to harm myself. I was going to die if I kept drinking. I don't believe that you being in a loving relationship with another adult and having a healthy person, a healthy sexual relationship where that person loves you, you're their number one. They have a favorite meal that you make. They have a favorite joke that you tell. I don't believe that experience is going to cause you harm. I don't believe that experience is going to take away from your life. I think it's going to add a lot to your life, actually. And I also don't believe that you being authentic in who you are and owning who you are is going to be a bad thing for you. I still own the identity of being an alcoholic, and that honesty of talking about it and having the thumbnail and saying, yes, I'm an alcoholic, being upfront with that is empowering for me. Owning the fact that I have this problem and this illness. So I've heard all these arguments, that it's love, or why can't you just, if people want to choose to still be in the church and be abstinent, why can't you let them do that? And I'm like, I believe that we have evidence to show that it's detrimental to their health. I think we have lots and lots of evidence to show that it's actually not healthy to do that. So
yes to all of this. Yeah. I'm glad we talked about it, but I don't want to lose track also of kind of the second point I'm really feeling is quite powerful, which is we as post-Mormons, as ex-religious people, secular people, whatever it is you want to call us, we have to be careful to fall into the trap of only noticing the differences between us and our believing friends and family and community, without acknowledging that in many instances, there are way more things that unite us than divide us.
Yes.
So yes, everything you guys said. And I still think that point stands. That,
totally.
Right. Yeah.
that
Because
whether
going
it's
back to
being
what he's
kind,
talking about before, the talking
Yeah.
with that woman at the bar or whatever, like
Yeah.
about
kindness, or
yeah, there's so many things
service,
that we strive for as a community that I think is
I-
innate within us.
I
Yeah.
actually think there's a lot of problems dogmatically, but I actually think that problem number one facing Christianity is their stance toward the queer community. It is like the biggest thing that is hindering people from really living a life that is fully like compassionate and loving. And because everything else, you're so right. We have so many aligned values. And it's this one thing that I'm like, that's really holding you back from being great and from being really useful and helpful.
There's also some very misogynistic religion still.
Oh, totally.
Catholicism, Mormonism, very patriarchal.
100%. Well, and homophobia and transphobia is rooted in misogyny.
Yeah.
It's rooted in
Right.
the idea that, especially like, because it's really especially hard toward like gay men, because it's this idea that like being in touch with your feminine side is bad.
Yeah.
And
The gender binary hurts us all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And the only third point I was going to make is going to come back to the Sean McCraney interview with Anthony Magnabosco. We had this ex-Mormon Christian pastor on Mormon Stories a few weeks ago.
Mhm.
And he was just like, I reached rock bottom as a drug addict, alcoholic, sexual acting out. I realized that if I didn't turn my life over to Jesus, and what he meant was evangelical Christianity,
Mhm.
biblical evangelical Christianity,
Mhm.
that I would, end up killing someone or end up dead in a gutter.
Yeah.
And just like you realize that Alcoholics Anonymous was maybe your only way out for you, there are people for whom Mormonism, even bigoted,
Oh, yeah.
or fundamentalist, like judgmental, rigid, even unhealthy Mormonism, there are probably many people that for them, it really is either that or death. I know that sounds extreme.
No.
But we as ex-Mormons, we as post-Mormons, we as secular people, maybe we need to extend, and Sean McCraney told us that was him.
Yeah.
For
I
evangelical
totally
Christianity.
validate that.
I think
That there are Orthodox Mormons that we pull our hair out, but we need to remind ourselves to have charity for those people, because we don't know what battles they have fought or are fighting. And in our desire to want to like become ex-Mormon missionaries, to become evangelical about our secularism, we're not smart enough to know when we're sometimes potentially playing with fire in ways that could wreck. For us, secularism may work, and it may be the answer. It may make us healthy. Whereas that same secularism may literally be fatal for someone who's clinging to Mormonism as their only hope. The combination of community or dogma or literalism or fundamentalism or even bigotry, somehow that formula may be keeping them alive.
100%. I think that happens all the time. What I think it is it's a form of, in almost all of these instances, it's a form of ego death. It's a form of acknowledging that me running the show hasn't been working, and I need to see if I can give my life to something else.
Give me a simple plan.
Tell me what to do. I'll do it. Yeah, exactly. And it is a form of just saying, I'm not the smartest guy in the universe. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. And the evidence is written all over me because my best thinking and my best plans led me here, led me broken, destitute, suicidal. And so in all of these instances, turning my life over to Jesus, turning my life over to Allah, turning my life over to Buddha, turning my life over to some therapist that's really, really good for me. Turning my life over to a life coach. Like it is a form of, I think in its purest sense, in its healthiest, purest sense, it is a form of genuine ego death and saying, I don't want to keep trying to force the world to bend to my will. I just want to just be here in peace and just sort of try to experience the ride in a more Zen way. And, it can become unhealthy in all kinds of ways. It can become unhealthy in 12-step programs where people become a little bit too codependent on each other and codependent on the program or on sponsorship. And they kind of make it their whole thing of like, I'm not going to be okay if someone doesn't answer my phone call today, or so I think that you want to try to approach it in a way where you're seeing the practicality of it. Hopefully, but I do think that that's where it begins. It's a form of just recognizing that I'm not me trying my best on my own hasn't been cutting it, and I need help. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And just a slight companion to that is I just think, Kara, I think we forget this as ex-Mormons sometimes.
No,
You don't.
I don't. I watched my Mormon Stories interview this past weekend, and I said all this stuff.
Dialed it all in.
That back
well,
last April.
We're so glad you're here.
Thanks. No,
because the rest of us, like, sometimes we get arrogant. I talked to Sean McCraney about epistemic humility. I don't care what you believe, just be humble about it, because nobody really knows. I mean, that's kind of agnosticism, but we need post-Mormon humility, where we're not just like the one way to be good is to realize it's all bunk and to be secular, because that's arrogant.
Yeah.
And then can we have that space for belief and for Christianity or belief in God or religious devotion, and not do it in an arrogant way where it's like, well, you need it, so you're weak and feeble, and so be religious, but I'm going to look down on you as being, but Carrie, you're saying you got that dialed in.
I really resonated with what Austin said about, like, I thought that I knew, like, how to run my own life, and it turns out I don't. The similar theme of what I think a lot of people who are lucky enough to go through an entire faith transition, as a lot of our listeners, is what's something like Mormonism where you know for sure that this is true.
Yeah.
And then how many times have you gone from a total 180 shift in your brain where you thought something was true, and now you recognize everything, all of the epistemology of how you got to that truth was all false, and now you're on the other side, and you are just now kind of at a different type of rock bottom of throwing your hands up in the air and saying, I actually don't know a crap about the world. That sets you down at kind of a pace. So what that did to me at least is I said, when the times in my life where I thought I really knew something, turns out I don't. I don't want to fall into that trap now where I think I know what's best for you. You should leave the church. I would hate for somebody to think that I know better for them than their own brain. They know their mental state. They know what they need. If religion is the thing that gets them out of bed in the morning, and they would be a different person without it, like we're talking about with Sean McCraney, who the hell am I to say what your brain chemistry needs? I can show you evidence. I can show you how other people have worked it out if it's not working for you. Like, if I was a stay-at-home mom in a suburban neighborhood in Utah, I'm not gay. I don't have I didn't have some like outrageous feminist ideas of what I needed to, like, I couldn't breathe within the church. I was fine within the church, but I just fundamentally knew it wasn't working because it wasn't true and it didn't resonate with me. So I would hate for anybody to get the idea that me personally, that's why I call myself nuance. Of like, I would hate for somebody to say, like, Kara thinks that I should do this. I'm like, Kara thinks that you should just open yourself up to information and empathy and evidence and go with what the evidence tells you and what your brain, like, if you have depression and something about, being in a service-oriented, community-based world, and you do the best you can to be kind and loving to your gay friends, while also you have to technically sustain, like, a homophobic church and profit. I get it. There's, like, we all make choices like that.
Well, and I mean, I've got a bunch of silly, stupid tattoos all over my body because when I was in my 20s, I wanted tattoos, but I couldn't get a tattoo that was, like, important, that was, like, weighty, like something that was like a saying.
It's too cliche.
Well, and also because what Mormonism taught me is I never know what I'm going to think in 5 years. I don't know what I'm actually going to believe. So if I get something on my body that's permanent,
just get it stupid to begin with.
So I would get silly things, or like things that were really things that seemed like my very first tattoo was a mom tattoo, like a heart with mom in it with an arrow through it. I'm like, I'll always love my mom. And like, that's easy enough. And like, it's also kind of fun and kind of ironic. And so like, I was doing very hipster things, just getting like ironic. I got like a tattoo of like a robot that's like fighting a city. That's like, like a big, like robot. And like, I just have these silly things. And then the few times that I have gotten tattoos that were meaningful to me, it bit me in the ass. I got Michael Jackson tattooed on my arm because he's my hero. And then I was like, oh no, I have a bad guy on my arm. Like that HBO documentary came out and I was like, I knew not to get a tattoo that meant something to me. But it is interesting the ways that you can change. And I think that is a great thing that having a faith transition or any kind of transition opens you up to, is the idea that you should always be open to the idea that I might be wrong, or that my mind can change and I can evolve. I had the mindset, like John was saying, that people who have to go to a 12-step program to get sober are weak people. People who have to go, fine, I guess I'll have God and I'll pretend that God's real to get sober. I was like, oh, you weak-minded fools that can't just acknowledge the reality that of course there's no God. And, I really thought they were weak-minded people. After doing it, I genuinely believe that they're some of the strongest people that I've ever met in my life. And
For sure.
and it is that ability to embrace that death of ego and say, I'm not the guy, I'm not the person who has all the answers. And that is one of the lessons I should have learned from leaving Mormonism. But I think that there is a tendency, like John's saying, to, in the ex-Mormon space, do a bunch of research on a bunch of things and then start feeling pretty enlightened and pretty smart, and and you get right back into the same trap of feeling like I'm smarter than everybody else. And that is sort of the atheist stereotype.
And there's one way.
The arrogant atheist, the person who thinks everyone else is an idiot and a sheep. And I think went into that space a little bit as an atheist, thinking that anyone that believes in any kind of
is weak.
Yeah. People need different things.
Yeah.
It's the healthiest motto that I could possibly put forward, of like, people need different things. You might need AA. That's the thing. Other people, they need different things. And who are we to say exactly what they should need? I don't know. I haven't walked in your shoes. I don't know your brain. So
I have to really quickly shout out to Chad Gardner. I don't know if you can show that comment, but Chad is a friend of mine that I met recently, and he's got some pretty strong thoughts and feelings around AA, and we hope to have Chad on at some point when it makes sense. But mostly, thanks, Chad, for the super chat. I don't think we mentioned in this episode that for those of you who are on YouTube, you can support this program by clicking on the little $sign button wherever it shows on your YouTube user interface, and you can actually donate to support Kara and to support me, support the studio, etc.
Oh, do that.
There's another super chat from LC, who says, "Can we also acknowledge that Kara's hair is gorgeous today?" And that's
trying to keep up with Austin's.
That's worth a super chat.
Thanks.
By the way, one of the listeners wrote, "Turtleneck and blazer." Are you kind of wearing a turtleneck and blazer today?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit of an homage. It's like a button-down open shirt coat and blazer. Yeah.
And that, for those of you who don't know, one of Austin's most viral TikTok videos is a song called Turtleneck and Blazer, which has a derivative that was like a high budget derivative. You told us about that. Let's include that in addition to Austin's TikTok channel in the show notes.
Yeah.
Let's include a link to the Turtleneck and Blazers derivative. Where can people find that?
Oh, on TikTok, and they can find it on my YouTube channel, Austin Archer. They can.
You did the high production derivative.
Yeah, so I did. So it was these three guys did it. A lot of people were doing their own version of Turtleneck and Blazer for a while. They would put them on TikTok and stuff, and they were doing their own version of the song. But these three guys just crushed it. They were hands down the best version. It's Kevin Chamberlain, who's a Broadway actor who's done some stuff on the Disney Channel, and two of his friends, and they're these like three bald dudes with mustaches, and they just look like almost like three twin brothers or something, and they were all wearing turtlenecks and blazers and doing this it was an amazing video. It went huge. It was everywhere on the internet, and so I teamed up with them and did another song called Mustache Respect, and it was the biggest flop that any of us had ever done, but we had fun. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how much else you want to share about your AA journey, but I do want to kind of summarize,
sure.
And I think, as I'm thinking about people in my life who aren't necessarily alcoholics, but that maybe they're addicted to video games, or maybe they're addicted to, again, marijuana in an unhealthy way.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're addicted to food, or maybe they're addicted to social media or whatever. Like, addiction is something that plagues us all.
Yeah.
In one way or another. We just have different forms of self-medication. So to summarize the principles that helped, that worked for you to get out of unhealthy coping, if you had to summarize them, and it can be borrowing from the AA model or just other, what would you say as kind of the summary points to overcoming unhealthy coping, if you had to summarize it?
Brutal, relentless honesty, like almost challenging yourself to see how honest you can get. Like there's a thing in the AA preamble that says an alcoholic is a person who is constitutionally incapable of being honest. And every time I heard that, I kind of took it as a challenge. I was like, wow, that's a big like thing to throw down. Like, are you constitutionally incapable of being honest? Are you just incapable of looking at yourself and doing an honest self-examination? So brutal, relentless, almost, I mean, just like, how honest can you get? How real can you get about what your shortcomings are and where the problems lie? Service, just really, really focusing on service and how you can be of use to people and how you can be of help to the people around you. And some form of ego death, some form of relinquishing control to something else, and hopefully doing it in a healthy way, not doing it in a way where, you have to look at what you're being asked to do, because there are forms. This is a dangerous thing, this thing of relinquishing control of my life to something else, because this is why we have the stereotype of like unhealthy codependent cults, because you might be relinquishing your decision making and your entire life to something like Keith Raniere, Nexium, where like there are layers to it. And every time you get to a new layer, you're rewarded with a new color sash, but you're also being told weirder and weirder things to do that you can't really see the reason for, but you're being told that the test is, can you just do, I mean, Keith Raniere was doing stuff like asking people to drink puddle water in front of him just to test how committed they were.
And we know Jim Jones, before he poisoned everyone with actual poison Kool-Aid, he would test his congregation by giving them Kool-Aid and telling them it was poisoned,
and just
when
seeing.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
But it was these obedience tests that's a form of unhealthy influence.
So you definitely want to be look at what you're being asked to do. Is what I'm being asked to do reasonable and does it make sense? Does, like, ask yourself these questions, because it's not just give your life over to anything, because there are a lot of things that you can give your life over to that will make your situation worse.
Keep your wits about you.
Yeah. And keep your wits about you and think. And so that my experience with this has been, everything I've been asked to do makes sense to me. It makes sense why taking time in the morning to meditate and think about how I want my day to go.
Intentionality, you're saying?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, why that would help. It makes sense why service works, because it helps me step outside of my own experience and practicing that, being available to other people, practicing the simple thing of when someone asks, can I help them? Always saying yes. My impulse is a lot of the time to go, I can't, I'm not available, I'm really busy. But I try to make it a practice of, if someone asks, hey, can you help me do this thing? I try to make a practice of saying yes, no matter what it is, and making time for it. And I can see how that's useful. So, an ego death to something that you can see why it would be useful, and that you can see the fruits of. You can see people who have done it, and it seems to be working in a good way in their lives. So
it seems like human connection, and Chad is even mentioning this in the chat, that, I mean, having a sponsor, having a role model, having a guide, and just having that interpersonal connection. Is that huge?
Yeah. And I think that isn't
that one of the biggest?
Sponsor-sponsee relationships can become unhealthy. They can become codependent and stuff like that, just like therapist relationships. There can be, and I think that what you're trying to do at the end of the day, like I said earlier, is it should be just as beneficial to the sponsor as to the sponsee. It is a reciprocal relationship where it's two people helping each other stay in this mode of service. And it's this sort of repeating cycle of, and all that person's really doing, more than being a life coach or a commander or anything like that, all that person's really doing is outlining to you how the program was outlined to them. Someone told me how to do it, and now I'm telling you what they told me. And that person that's helping me is checking in with the person who helped them, going, is this how we did it? And always trying to make sure that they're not getting too much of their ego wrapped up in it. So I do the same thing when I'm sponsoring. I ask my sponsor, hey, what did we do at this part? Is this how we do it? And he goes, yeah, no, we did this. And you write down this. And I go, oh, that's right. And then I go tell this person, you're going to write down that, but it's like, it's not me going, oh, you've come to the right guy because I'm the guy with all the answers. It's just me saying, oh, well, someone told me it's this, and I'm going to tell you what they told me that worked for me. And me being accountable to that person helps me. It helps me stay in and stay focused on service. And so that's the core of what that relationship, I think, wants to be. Yeah.
And I also think, and maybe you said this at the beginning, maybe ego death is a part of this, but just and you said honesty, but just being willing to admit you can't do it alone.
Yeah.
And that you need help. There's a humility there.
Yeah.
Where it's almost like the military breaks you down, religion breaks you down. You kind of need to hit that rock bottom and say, I can't do this alone.
It's step one. Step one is it's just being able to, because I use this word surreal a lot. When you grow up seeing movies with people sitting in a circle saying, hi, I'm Susan, I'm an alcoholic. It's really surreal to be in that room, especially as a kid who was raised Mormon in Sandy, Utah. It's really weird to be in that room and to stand up and say, hey, I'm Austin, I'm an alcoholic. It's a really weird thing to say in front of a room of people. And it's a hard thing to get used to. I still, 3.5 years sober, I still am like, is that real? Am I being dramatic? Am I being a little, and I have to constantly go back and retread my story and go, no, I'm not, because part of my disease is trying to convince me that I don't have one, that I'm fine, and that I can get back out there and drink like a normal person. Because it's still there. It's still in my head, and it still wants me to go out there and destroy my life. So part of it is saying, are you sure that you got this problem? Maybe you're being, so I have to retread the story and go, no, none of that was good. That wasn't good, and like I said, there were fun times, but overall, like, it was going to kill me. So, yeah, but I think that is a big thing, is getting used to the fact that it's okay. It's not a moral failing. It's not a character failing. Like, nobody really knows what's going to happen when they start drinking or using drugs. You don't know if you're going to be one of those people who develops a problem or not. And it's nothing that anyone does intentionally. No one ever sets out to, no one plans on winding up in rehab or in a program or in jail. You don't set out to find yourself in these places. And that's all the evidence that you need to know too, that like, you're not really running the show here. Like, if things were going according to your plan, you wouldn't be here. You just keep running into issues where your best decision-making just keeps running you into dead ends. So you're trying to just get to a place where you can admit, I don't have a handle on this. I'm not managing this, Yeah.
Then a couple other things I really loved were you saying that, like, celebrating a week as a miracle, like celebrating the small victories, seems like that's a major, or like going a month.
Well, and that's why
that's a big deal, right?
That's why one day at a time is so important, because it really is a thing where, and I've heard other alcoholics say this to me, and I agree with it. I've heard other alcoholics with 5, 6, 10 years sober say, I don't know how I'm going to stay sober for the rest of my life. I genuinely don't. And I feel the same exact way. I'm like, when I think about staying sober for potentially 50 or 60 more years, I'm just like, how could I possibly do that? And what I think I can do with reasonable certainty is I think I can make it to the end of today. I think I've got today covered. And at this point, I'm pretty sure I got the rest of the week covered too, but I try to keep it right here. I just try to keep it one day at a time. And that's how it happens. Because to a person who's first starting out, a week is insane. It's almost an impossible idea. And so you have to keep it at, can you just do today? Can you be here today? And keeping it simple the entire way is kind of the way to go. Just going, don't ever get ahead of yourself. Don't ever leave this space. Just can you make a commitment to showing up today and trying to be of service today, trying to find someone to help today, trying to be a little bit better today.
I loved you sharing that there's someone you're sponsoring now who like keeps relapsing, but you've got some rule that as long as they're calling you and checking in and showing up,
as long as they
something,
keep,
right?
If they keep coming back, then they keep coming back.
You don't, as long as they keep coming back, you don't drop them. Right?
Yeah, there is no, unless, relationships can become abusive. If a person is becoming toxic or abusive or detrimental to my sobriety, then like, yeah, that's a problem. But if a person is struggling with consistency, but they keep making phone calls and they keep coming back and they keep displaying a desire to do it, then I'll keep showing up, and so it's not really up to me when they get it or when it clicks or when they're able to put together consistency. If a person is willing to continue to show up, I'll keep showing up. But it can also, I've also had experiences where people have like continued to call me, but they call and it's very toxic and they're like yelling at me and being very like verbally abusive and stuff. And I have to say, hey, we can't work together if that's how you're going to act. And it's not, just keep it really clear and simple. Yeah.
I remember Sam Harris saying that with something like meditation, I think working out is the same way. Even if you show up and do it for like 2 minutes,
Yeah.
there's a real power in just the regularity of practicing the regularity.
Yep.
Even if you don't necessarily have a successful, day or exercise or meditation, but just getting in the habit of like thinking about it and trying. It's easy to underestimate the value of just being in the game.
You're showing up for yourself.
Yeah.
You're showing up. There's this idea that if you don't have a magical experience every time you meditate, if you don't punch through the astral plane and leave your physical body and like have that you failed at meditation, but it's more of just a practice of showing up for yourself. It's just a practice. Yeah.
There's some people who are asking, well, I smoke. Well, I wish there was an AA for smokers, or I'm thinking about drug addicts. Like, do drug addicts go to AA?
Yeah.
There's other forms. There's, like I said, there's overeating and video games and social media. Like, is AA for all sorts of things?
Oh yeah.
And if not, you said yes, but if not, what are the other?
They have SA, like
what's that?
It's like Sexaholics Anonymous. They have NA, Narcotics Anonymous. They have MA, Marijuana Anonymous. They have CA, Cocaine Anonymous. They have
those things exist.
Oh yeah,
that's good to tell.
Yeah,
people.
And they have they have 12-step programs for people who aren't addicts, for people who are family members of addicts and struggle. Al-Anon, yeah, is a group for people who my best friend died of this disease 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago exactly. He died about 2 years and 7 days ago, and I'm very good friends with his mother. I have a good relationship with her, and she gets a lot of comfort out of Al-Anon because she had to deal with, it was very hard for her to deal with this person with this disease. It's a disease that can be really hard on family members, and also Al-Anon's a place where I think that, because I think the 12-step method could be useful to anyone. I think just practicing a program of service and humility and could be really useful. And I think that Al-Anon is that space for, like, if you're just a person who just wants some kind of framework to help you try to live a more sane and serene and peaceful existence, maybe this is good for you, could be useful. But yeah, they've got it for all kinds of things.
I have to ask this. We've covered a lot of Mormon stories, the Mormon churches co-opting of the AA model for their addiction recovery ARP program, where they're basically treating people who masturbate once a week or once every 3 weeks. And they took the AA model, injected it into this weird law of chastity prohibition.
Yeah.
And they're turning a bunch of normally behaving humans into, quote, addicts.
Yeah.
That's having all sorts of horrible collateral damage to individual mental health and to marriages.
Yep.
Do you want to make a statement about that?
Sure. I've got some friends who have gone through that program, and
for someone who really cares about AA.
Yeah. And I if it works for them, if it helps them have a better relationship with their wife, if it makes them feel like they've got a better family life, I don't want to take anything away from them. I will say that I do get frustrated with the way that the label addict is sort of co-opted in that sense, because I feel like it's a problem that is being directly created by a sex negative and sexually oppressive culture. And so it's kind of like, well, there wouldn't be a problem if you could just acknowledge that what they're doing is actually normal and very human and not problematic. I think I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again, that sex addiction is a thing, and it can become compulsory to the point of being detrimental to people's lives, where they can't stop doing it. They're doing it several times a day. It becomes all encompassing.
Abusing others.
They're abusing others. They're not able to show up for their relationships. It becomes unmanageable. It becomes something that needs to be addressed. I think what happens a lot of times in this culture is that if it's there at all, if you discover at all that a person is looking at porn at all, or masturbating, once a week, once a month, at all, having a problem with it, it's like the sky is falling and I don't know if we're going to be able to keep this marriage together.
You're a pervert. You're filthy.
I can't believe you've
you're a
been hiding this
covenant breaker.
gross, dark secret. And part of the problem is that we're not teaching our young women in the LDS faith comprehensive enough sex education. We're not teaching the boys comprehensive enough sex education, but we are teaching the boys, hey, you're kind of a sex monster that can't stop doing this thing. So you need to keep it in your pants as much as you can. And we're teaching the girls, watch out for the boys because they're a bunch of uncontrollable sex monsters. And we're not teaching them that they have a libido too, that they should form a healthy relationship with. And we're not teaching any of them that your desires and your drives are normal and healthy and human and evolutionarily programmed into you. And there's nothing, you can't fight hard enough to get rid of them, and trying to fight to get rid of them actually has been proven to have a lot of detrimental psychological effects. And so I think you just see marriages fall apart and families fall apart because of this awful problem. And then you find out like, oh, that was the problem. And then it's kind of
almost everyone was doing it.
Yeah. And it's kind of,
just the people lied about it.
It's sad.
Including the bishops are doing it.
Yeah. And it's sad because it's a thing that I don't think needs to be that heavy of a problem. And I think, again, where I go back to, are your beliefs serving you? Are your beliefs helping you be a better person? Are your beliefs helping you? And that's a belief where I'm like, it's breaking up a lot of relationships and families and tearing a lot of people apart psychologically and making them feel a lot of shame and self-hatred. And I don't think that's a belief that serves you. I think if it's a belief that makes you feel like you're a bad person, because me knowing that I'm an alcoholic, I don't feel like a bad person. I'm not like, geez, why I'm such a, I'm not beating myself up. I'm not trying to contain this thing. I'm not trying to hold it down. What I know is that in active alcoholism, I was harming myself and others. In active alcoholism, I was doing detriment to my own life. The only reason people who masturbate sometimes are causing harm to their family is because of a culture that tells them that behavior is harmful. It isn't on its own, separate from the culture, a thing that's actually doing any real damage. So again, to reiterate, compulsory damaging sex addiction is a thing that can exist. I think a lot of times in LDS culture, people who have a healthy, normal libido can be convinced that they have a very dangerous problem that they should be ashamed of and feel bad about, when really what they need to do is just learn that it's okay and that it's really okay. In fact, it will help your relationship for both of you to embrace a healthy view of your desires. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it reminds me again of the rubber band thing of
Yeah.
like very much a sexually repressed. Sometimes it comes out in other ways. And not that it's ever been a problem in my marriage. My husband was scared out of his mind to ever look at porn.
Yeah.
Good job, Mormon church. He told him he was going to hell. Never looked
Yeah.
at it once.
Uh-huh.
That was fine. But for just about every other Mormon marriage that I know about, it's less about, your husband's looking at porn. It's more about the lies on top of lies, because he said he wasn't, and he was doing it behind my back. And like, I don't want my husband looking at porn. I get that as a Mormon wife and as an ex-Mormon wife now, I understand that mentality. But if you don't, like what you just said, take into the culture of a sex negative culture, you have to unpack a lot of that to even be able to like have a conversation about it. There's so much more. And so anytime we bring up porn on this podcast, a lot of people accuse us of being like, hooray for porn. And like with Natasha,
Pro
like
porn.
we're like pro porn here. And it's like, you guys have to have a mature conversation about it. It's not that we're pro porn. We're pro a lot of things. And I think you spoke really wonderfully to that of like, assessing what your values actually are too. So we have to be very careful on this subject.
When it even comes to that industry and examining that industry and people who work in the industry, just as a job that exists, sex work and porn work, people will say, what about how detrimental the industry is or how misogynistic the industry is? And my response to that is, if you actually investigated the industry, you would find that, yes, there are productions that are very misogynistic and detrimental to the people who are working on them. But if you investigated any entertainment industry, you would find that as well.
Or any religion.
Is
there misogyny in religion?
But if you care about misogyny, I got
ironically enough, and again, not to be quote unquote pro porn, but there are more female producers and directors in the adult film industry by 10 football fields margin than there are in Hollywood.
And there are Mormon bishops.
Well, than there are in Hollywood, in just like the mainstream film industry. Like there are so few, staggeringly few successful big name female directors. And there are tons of female directors and producers of porn, who have their own industry, who have they've built their own production companies from the ground up themselves. That is like mostly female and queer run. And so there is a lot of really healthy representation in the adult industry that goes unnoticed or untalked about. And it sort of gets boiled down to it's all bad. And
and I think our point again is not, yay, porn, pro porn. It's people in glass houses shouldn't be throwing stones.
Yeah. And also just like do actual investigation on something before you just sort of blanket go, it's all bad. It's clearly bad. It's a bunch of evil people who have no morals. And it's like, well, no, there's going to be good and bad in a lot of industries. And
well said.
Yeah. It's just a job. It's
yeah, for a lot of people it is.
All
right.
Sex work is work.
Yeah.
Like as we all like to say over here. Go on.
So for me, this, unless there are other things you want to say about your alcoholism, your AA experiences,
I think we got it.
This kind of covers part 2.
Yeah.
And it's been beautiful and powerful. And we've gotten so many good comments from our viewers on Facebook and on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we know our listeners are really valuing this as well. There is a third part that I kind of want to cover, and I just don't know if we should cover it real quick or start a part 3. It's up to you. It's just kind of like the reemergence of your career. And I think there's a lot of people that, my brother, Alan Mount, Kara, others, a lot of us are like, hey, we've tried our hand at Instagram or at social media or TikTok and YouTube and, or we're trying to make a difference in the world. And it's sort of like, how do you be successful at this? And like, we're 40,000, 45,000 YouTube subscribers or like, more, our podcast probably has 100,000 listeners or our TikTok is now up to 91,000 thanks to Kara and our amazing interviewees. But like, you've done something significant. You've taken a social media platform or 2 or 3 and have been able to obtain like 1 million plus followers. I want to talk about that. And all I'm asking is, should we do that now or should we take a break and do that as a third part? Do you have a,
I think I can keep going if you want to keep going.
Okay. All right.
Cause I don't
So that's part 3. Part 3 is, how did Austin become so freaking epic and successful in social media?
Yeah.
What are some tips or what was your journey? Because we don't want to just end with you.
Sure. Yeah.
Becoming alcoholic and then becoming sober.
Yeah.
You were at New York. We left you at New York.
I moved away from New York. I moved back to Salt Lake.
How did you make that decision to someone put in parentheses, quit?
Yeah, it's hard because there is a lot of that feeling of I'm going to come back to town with my tail tucked between my legs. I went to the big city and it chewed me up and spit me out.
All your friends knew it and your family.
I just fell into rock bottom alcoholism and now I'm back, working for the same old theaters I used to work for. But I made the choice so in a year I did Mindhunter and I did this movie called The Night Clerk that was
feature film?
It's a feature film. It's on Netflix, and it was another like big thing for me.
Tell us again the name.
It's called The Night Clerk, and I was working with like John Leguizamo and Ty Sheridan and Ana de Armas and all these like really big actor names, and I had like a pretty good part in the movie, and it made me feel like, okay, maybe this is where I'm being pulled directionally in my career. Maybe I need to. Maybe I'm getting a little too old to be an ensemble guy in any musical on Broadway. And like, I already knew that. Like, I kind of knew if I was going to get a role on Broadway, it was going to be a character actor or something like that. And I thought maybe where I'm more suited in the industry now is actually in film and I should be trying to get on a TV show or something. And so I thought, I think I'm going to go to LA. I think I'm going to try LA and just consciously say, I gave New York 3 years. I never at any point in those 3 years really fell in love with the city. It never took. I've really struggled there. There are a lot of things I love about my time there, but just sort of consciously letting it go and saying, I'm just going to make a choice and move in a new direction. Now, I did a lot of things in early sobriety that are not recommended for you to do. I moved twice. I moved to Salt Lake, then to LA. I got into a relationship like right away. Like I started a relationship like almost instantly. And, all of these things, they try to say like, don't do too many big life changes in your first year of sobriety, because it's enough that you're focusing on trying to kind of rework the way that you do stuff, that maybe before you start doing a bunch of stuff, let's rework the way that your methodology and try to get you on good footing here. So I didn't, I'm stubborn and I didn't take a lot of the suggestions, but I came out to Salt Lake for like not 9 months, and I did a couple plays with a few friends out here. Wrote some music, released an album, and then I went out to LA. The plan was not, I'm going to go be a social media star. I'd been posting videos called to an account called Me and Me Comedy since about late 2015.
Is that account still around?
It's still around. People can go watch it. It's really funny. It's like watching like OG back in the day. It's like you see the seeds of what my TikTok account is now on that. And I did it because I was living in New York and I wasn't getting a lot of acting work. And Me and Me Comedy was a way for me to just like sort of have like a creative outlet and I would do like 2 videos a week sometimes, and nobody was following me. It was my friends and family, and I had like 250 followers, and my friends and family would reach out and say like, I think you're funny, keep doing it, and they were really crudely edited. It was very like, I wasn't using any editing software or anything. And I was kind of like just walking around town in New York, and I'd think of an idea and I would quickly shoot a Me and Me Comedy sketch on Instagram. And that's where the account is. It's on Instagram. And so I was doing that and, releasing my music and stuff to, again, just my friends and family, making music videos for just my friends and family, and doing plays here and there. And I went to LA with the idea that I'm going to try to see if I can make some headway in the film industry, see if I can meet the right kind of people and maybe find a community out there. Worked in a restaurant for the first year and a half that I was there. And like many actors do, I worked in restaurants pretty much for most of my 20s. And about a year and a half into being there, the pandemic happened and I was furloughed from work and on pretty good unemployment. So I was just
furloughed from work
at the restaurant.
The restaurant?
Yep. And we were getting pretty good unemployment with that stimulus and with the, where we were getting like for a while there, $1,000 a week unemployment. And for a restaurant worker, it's like, that's about what I make at the restaurant. So I'm fine. And with that free time of being at home and being sequestered, I just thought, well, I'll make more videos, the kind of videos that I make, the stupid little skits that I make. And I noticed that people were using TikTok more. And so I started posting some of my videos to TikTok that I had made on Me and Me Comedy. And it was called Me and Me because it was always me talking to myself. It was like me and the other character is me as well. And I don't think I thought it was gonna that I wasn't planning on that being the thing. I've always kind of had an idea about any kind of success that no matter how talented you are, no matter how hardworking you are, no matter how dedicated you are, you're gonna need some amount of luck. You're gonna need something to happen that you necessarily didn't have anything to do with, that like somebody decided to give you an opportunity or somebody decided to take a chance on you.
A break.
Yeah, you're gonna need a break. And the biggest thing that had ever really happened to me as an independent artist or creator was like having that first, I think a lot of people relate to this in the last couple of years who have been working on TikTok, having that first big video. Like I said, I've been making videos for my friends and family for several years and getting, 30 likes and a few comments from people saying, I like this one. This is funny. I posted this video to TikTok and it got like 200.
Real quick, do you remember hearing about TikTok?
Yeah.
And like that, like getting into the TikTok on ramp, what that was?
Yeah,
like?
I got in.
Was it super early?
I got in early and I instantly dropped it like a bad habit because I just was like, I don't know what this is. And it was a lot of kids who were doing things like lip syncing scenes to TV shows and stuff. And I was like, I'm not doing that. And then they were like doing dances and I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing it. And I just felt very old and irrelevant instantly on the app. And there weren't a lot of people doing lots of different things. It was still like very new, and it was young people doing trends and stuff. And I posted a couple of my Me and Me videos and they didn't do very well. And so in the pandemic, I saw that TikTok was kind of picking up. I just started noticing it getting shared more places. It was getting shared there were TikTok compilations on YouTube. And TikTok used to be a thing that people on the internet used to put together cringe compilations from TikTok because it was known as being like a cringy platform, that everyone that was on there was really like the humor that they did was cringy. And so there's even a subreddit now called TikTok Cringe that started when TikTok was a cringe thing. And the subreddit has officially changed to have a masthead that says this used to be about cringe content, but then TikTok became good. And so now it's not. So people always comment under videos on TikTok, on the subreddit TikTok Cringe, and they go, why did you post this here? It's not cringy. This is an actually good video. And people are always like, read the subreddit description. It's no longer a cringe thing. It's good content now. And it has been for a couple of years now, but I saw that it was picking up and that people were doing what I was doing. They were doing me and me stuff, and they were doing scenes, and they were doing
dialoguing with yourself.
Yeah.
Changing your clothes to look like different characters.
And they were funny. And I was like, okay, I'll go on TikTok and do my thing. And again, still thinking like, if I can get 1,000 followers, that'll be cool. I'll do it for 1,000 people. And I had this video. I remember the feeling, like I had this video that went up to like 250,000 views.
When was this? Like what
this
month?
was
what year?
Early in the pandemic. So this is like February or March of 2020.
2020.
Yeah. So this is
a year and a half ago.
Yeah. And I remember I was talking to my partner at the time. I was like, look, there's people. And every time I opened my phone, it was like, 300 new notifications. And I was like, I can't, like, I've never had this before. And I was just gaining followers at a crazy clip.
Do you remember what the clip was?
It was crazy at the time. It was like 500 a day, and for me, that was like just insane to be just like every day I have 500 more followers. And then the next day I'm like at 1,000, then I'm at 2,000, then I'm at 3,000.
What were your first viral video or two? What were they?
People had this trend on TikTok where they would say, stop scrolling. And they were being serious. And they would be, so there were a lot of things on TikTok that I still found kind of cringy that I would like roll my eyes at. And so early on, I was making fun of TikTok trends. That was my thing. That was my niche. And it was people would be like, stop scrolling. Here's how I got to 50,000 followers in just 2 months. And then they would tell you some hack of how to hack the algorithm. And I'd be like, shut up. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You just got lucky. And so I made a video of me dancing to a very popular TikTok song and like smiling at the camera. And it said like, here's how I got 34 followers in 9 months. And it just said, first I downloaded TikTok. Then I added several people from my contacts and a few of them added me back. That's it. I just was like smiling, like doing this like dance, and like that was the video. And people were like, oh, that's really funny. And like that, like that you're making fun of the trend. And also because I had 34 followers. I really was like, I'm not popular. And people
self-effacing.
Yeah. And people liked it. And so then I started doing I would do like these tutorials. Like I would do a tutorial where I'd be like, here's how I edit my videos so good on TikTok. And like, I had this app at the time called Video Shop that would do a watermark in the top of your video. And I'd be like, first I downloaded Video Shop. You want an app that has a watermark in the top left so people know that you take this seriously. Like, and I was like showing them all the tricks to how to edit your videos. Then a thing happened where my Instagram account got hacked and stolen, and I just lost my Instagram account. And it was the first time anything like that had happened. And like Facebook is one of the biggest companies to ever exist in the history of the world. And they have the worst customer service imaginable. And I spent months sending emails to Instagram and Facebook going, can someone help me? My account was stolen and I can't get back into it. And just never heard back from them ever. So I did a video called here's how to get your account stolen. And like, I just was like, first just have your account stolen and then send months long of emails and no one will respond. And there you go. You got like, and so I would do these stupid tutorials.
Did you have to literally start your channel over?
Yeah, I had to start a new channel.
What's that like to have videos go viral? To start.
Well, so luckily there wasn't a channel that had viral videos. Okay. Like TikTok was the place where things were going viral, and it was my personal Instagram account that got stolen, and I never got it back.
Okay.
So I had to start a new Instagram account, and for a while I had like 5 accounts I was managing. I had an account called Austin Archer the Band that was my music. I had an account called Austin Archer that was just me. I had an account called Me and Me Comedy that was my sketch videos, and I had People Pleaser Podcast that was my podcast. So it was too many places to try to be sending people. And Your Pal Austin was me on TikTok. And that was the place where I was really catching steam. And within about a month, I had like 10,000 followers. And that's just crazy for me. It was just like, I had people reaching out and going like, dude, like you're popping up on places, and it was a really weird feeling. And I think I didn't know at the time, but a lot of people were experiencing the same thing because the pandemic became just this like every live performing artist, every person who plays music, every stand-up comedian, every sketch performer, they lost their jobs, and they were like, well, I can't just sit at home and not entertain people. So they all started making content on TikTok, and TikTok just became this place for quality stuff. Like, and early on too, it was also like a super supportive community. People were like everyone wanted to hype each other up. Like we were all excited that we were all nobodies who weren't popular other places on the internet, who weren't celebrities getting an account, who weren't influencers on, like we were just nobodies who had some funny ideas, who were getting noticed, and we were hyping each other up. Like I started a series early on when I was doing TikTok called, and this is when I had like 10 or 11,000 followers. And I started a series called Austin's favorite underrated TikTok accounts with less than 50,000 followers. And I would find creators who I really liked what they were doing, who had like, 6,000 followers or 20,000 followers, who I thought like this person should be famous. And I would do a video hyping them up. And it was that kind of energy that I was really attracted to, is that we were all like, it wasn't like it's me or you. It wasn't competitive. It was like, there's enough room for everybody here. Yeah. And I want everybody to find their audience here. I want us to like start a revolution and start a new wave of new media being a real strong sector in the economy. And I think that is happening. I think that new media is creating a genuine middle class for artists, which I think is really exciting. And anyway, it was very exciting in the beginning. And of course I got caught up in the toxicity of the algorithm not giving you what you want all the time. And I hit a wall where I stopped growing at about 11,000 followers, and I didn't grow for about 9 months. And I kept grinding on it. I just kept hitting it because I'd never had a window of opportunity like this ever in my career. I'd never seen a path open up that was so like, you can use this. You can market your music with this. You can market your podcast. You can tell people that you're a good actor with this. You can tell people you're a good writer with this. You can tell people that you have the skill set to work in this field.
You can break through. Yeah.
And so I just went at it with everything I had. And
so somebody mentioned one of their favorite series of yours is you being in a boardroom with algorithm executives.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I do. I do a video series where it's me talking to the TikTok headquarters about like what's going on with, like, there's one where a guy comes in and he goes, "Hey, I want to start an account." And they're like, "Sure. What do you want to do?" And he's like, "I don't know. Like, I've got maybe some funny videos where like I throw a Frisbee to my dog and my dog like in slow motion gets hit in the head with the Frisbee." And they're like, "Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, viral. And then they're like, "And then if it's okay, like I thought I'd tell people about my podcast." And they're like, "No, not at all. No, please don't do that. Like, we're going to tank that video." It's just like, okay, all right, I won't do that, And then the person's like, "What if I do a video of like me falling down the stairs?" And they're like, yes, that's gold. You're viral. You're a sensation. And then the person's like, "And then what if I do a video of like a political take?" And he's like, "You're banned. We're banning your account. Don't do that again. We're banning your," and it's like, so it's kind of about the toxic relationship of like trying to figure out what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do on TikTok. And, realizing that they don't care if you have 1 million or 3 million followers, like they'll ban you. They'll just to mess with you almost, just to like, to make you more frustrated and make you post more and try to beat the, you've dealt with this, Kara.
It's like I don't know, it's like an abusive boyfriend or something where it's like, is this serving you? Is this good? And it's like, this dinner's trash, but it's like, I worked all day on it. It's like, I wanted McDonald's takeout, you bitch. Like, it's just this whole like serving this algorithm god sometimes.
There's like gaslighting where they're like, "You were never talented. Like, you just got lucky. You just got a few hits and you were never funny. No one ever liked you." And you're just kind of like, "Oh, I guess I thought for a second people liked what I was doing, but I guess not." And like, what you have to, so again, my advice for people trying to do this is always
you said you had 10,000 and you plateaued.
I plateaued and I stopped for 9 months and I didn't budge.
You stopped for 9 months?
9 months, didn't budge. And it wasn't because I stopped posting. Now I had a friend who was growing at just a crazy rocket pace. And when I met this guy, he had about 400,000 followers on TikTok. By the end of the first year that I knew him, he was over 1 million. He's now at 8 million followers. He's one of the fastest growing accounts on the platform. And his methodology from the beginning has been 3 times a day, every day. And he just posts content.
Do you want to shout out who it is, or do you
It's
know?
London Laz. He's well known as he pretends to be Macaulay Culkin from the Home Alone movies, because little kids on TikTok don't know who Macaulay Culkin is, and London looks like he could be Macaulay Culkin. So he does a lot of videos where he's pretending to be Macaulay Culkin, or he does videos where he's got a Tesla that he'll mess up the seats of his Tesla. He'll like pour sauce all over his seats, and kids like seeing people mess up expensive things. And so he does a lot of content like that,
like Danny Duncan.
Yeah,
Danny Duncan on
you know,
YouTube.
and but London's philosophy, and I think that London's spot on with this, and it's the only thing I can tell anyone about social media, is it's a volume game. They don't really care about the quality of your video. They don't, like, the algorithm doesn't give a shit like if you think the video is good. They care about the fact that you are on there and that you are feeding the videos in. So it's a volume game. And it takes a lot of commitment and pushing through the lulls and the low periods. And you have to really, really want it and really keep at it. And you'll get in slumps. And I always compare it to like a shooter being in shooting slumps. Like we talked last night, like Jordan Clarkson on the Jazz missed 23 straight 3-pointers earlier this season after having made
He's a pretty good shooter.
It's a pretty good shooter. And he had made a 3-pointer in at least one 3-pointer in like 110 straight games. And then he went like 4 games straight without making a 3-pointer, missed 23 in a row. And finally he had a game where he went like 9 of 11, and he had to just shoot his way out of what must have been to him a stupefying slump. Like, I don't know why. I'm doing it the same way I always do it. I feel like it's the same feeling. It's just not going. And I think that with TikTok being 30 seconds, 60 seconds and such a small thing, you can't do this on YouTube. If you're trying to be a YouTuber making 15, 20 minute long videos or 30 minute or hour long videos, you can't post several videos a day. You just can't. No one can keep up with that pace. I think the best people can do with YouTube is like once or twice a week, you know, maybe with what you guys are doing with clips and stuff, you could upload clips every day and stuff like that, breaking a big piece of content like this into smaller clips, which helps. But yeah, it's a volume game. As far as I can tell, that's the only rhyme or reason I can make of it. Everything else is, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea why certain things go bigger than other things. I never know what's going to go big. People always try to track the time of day, the hashtags, the sounds that you use. I've tried it all. I've tried every little cheat code hack. There's trends on Insta or on TikTok where they'll go, use this sound and you will go viral. And I'll click on the sound and every video that's used it has millions of views. And I'll go like, I mean, it must be true. I'll use the sound, totally tank. So like, I've tried every backdoor hack I can possibly find. And the only thing that I've been able to ascertain is consistency and keep being on your game. Like, just keep hitting it and like, keep doing stuff that you like, keep being honest, keep being genuine, get out of the game of trying to figure out what they want to see, and just like keep doing you and keep being consistent. And I think what people are actually attracted to on TikTok is you, the person. Is what are you bringing to the table? What is interesting about you and your perspective? And that's what I found really became my voice. Early on, I was doing a lot of skits and a lot of like running jokes. And what became my voice was like, what really started working better was when I was like, this is me, this is what I'm about. And what my TikTok page and what my social media presence has really become about is like a psychological profile on me and like who I am, what my beliefs are, and what I think is funny, what I think is interesting, what I think is worth talking about, and sticking in that space and just being relentless about showing up for my job every day and posting content and always being in the conversation, and not worrying about what numbers each individual video is doing. That at the end of the day, and I took London's advice, you know, finally I had a video that boosted me up to like 60,000 followers, and London texted me that day because he saw it. And I owe this guy so much. Like, it's so cool of him. He was like at 2 million followers at the time, and he like really cared that he kept telling me, he's like,
is this someone you met in real life or just?
Yeah, we did a commercial together. I did a commercial that he directed, and that day, like he went and looked at my page and he was like, I think you're really good. He's like, I think you could be really good on this platform. And he's like, you just need to do it more. And at the time I was doing a video, like probably 3 or 4 a week. And he was like, no, you need to do 3 a day. And I was like, I don't have enough ideas for 3 a day. And he was like, just repost old videos. Like just keep posting. And so when I had that video that went to like 60,000 followers, London texted me and he goes, 3 videos a day for the next 30 days. Just do it. And I went, okay. And so I did. And this was in beginning of January, 2021.
This year.
Yeah, this year. And I did 30 videos or 3 videos a day for 30 days straight. And by the end of that month, I had 150,000 followers. And so I just was like, okay. And then he just hit me up and he's like, you can get 1 million by the end of the year if you keep this pace up. Just keep doing it. So I didn't stick with 3 a day. I would do 2 a day, but 2 a day, sometimes 3 a day, but I posted every day no matter what. And I've kept that up. I post every day on every platform, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on TikTok every day.
That's pretty relentless.
And it's, and like, I'm just under 1 million and I don't, it's weird to say that, like, it's not really about finding like the right light or the right hashtag. As far as I can tell, it's about volume and commitment and consistency. And I think actually a lot of things in life are that way, that it's just kind of like, how much can you keep showing up? Like, how much can you take? How much rejection can you take? How much disappointment can you take and keep showing up? Acting is definitely like that. If you can't get told 200 times in a row, or get told no 200 times in a row and keep showing up to auditions, then you might not be able to go the distance with this career. But if you can keep finding ways to be active in your field, if you can keep finding ways, and it's not that the disappointments don't sting, because they do. And I think it's normal to feel like, damn, I thought that was a good video, or damn, I thought I had a really good audition for that role. I thought I really had a good read on that role. Because what might have happened with an audition is they might have gone, dude, that person crushed it. And you might have been in the top 5, but they can only pick one. There's only one person that gets the job. And so you never know what's actually happening when you're feeling rejected. It's almost never personal. And when an algorithm is deciding how many views your video gets, how many people it's going to show your video to on the For You page, it's definitely not personal. It can feel personal. It can really feel like you're being targeted and like you specifically are being, and maybe sometimes they are deciding that for the next few weeks, this person is going to be suppressed. I've definitely had weird things happen on TikTok. Like, I've had lots and lots and lots and lots of followers deleted. I'll go through periods where I'll be gaining about 500 to 1,000 new followers a day. And I can see that by just checking my following tab and seeing everybody who came up in the last 24 hours. But I will be losing followers on my total amount, which means that TikTok is either several thousand people a day are actively unfollowing me, or TikTok is deleting followers. And what I've actually had happen is lots of people have reached out on message and said, I was following you, and then I went and checked your account because I hadn't seen you in a while, and I was unfollowed from you. And so, like,
that's how you know they care.
Yeah, it's just, again, the abusive stuff, the weird toxic stuff where you're like, what is that about, that you're deleting my followers? Because it really is, people are trying to make a livelihood out of this. They're trying to make a career. So it feels personal when an algorithm or a person or anyone deprives you of a potential opportunity that can help you make money and help you stay active.
Super
and
frustrating.
It feels like you're messing with my life. You're messing with my personal life here. I think the key is to always remember it's not personal, and that your only job is to keep showing up, is to keep doing the thing, and to keep trying to find new avenues and new ways of being creative, and keep trying to challenge yourself. And if you look at it more of that, of just like, this is for me, this is just for personal growth. I'm trying to become a more well-rounded artist. I'm trying to become a more interesting artist and sharpen my toolkit and develop my craft more. So it's not just feeding the algorithm any old thing, but really just trying to constantly find new angles at it, but not worrying about what the results are. Really being in the actions business and not the results business. Like, I'm just here to make videos and write songs, and whether or not 1 million people see it is not up to me. If 10,000 people see it, that's dope. it's also really, really quickly, people like size becomes relative really quickly. People who have never had a following at all on the internet suddenly have 50,000 followers, and all they can think about is how come I don't have 100,000? And you're like, you got a stadium full of people watching your stuff that you never had before. Before this, it was 500 of your closest friends and family that you've met, so keeping it right-sized and not comparing yourself to what other people are doing is really important. I've definitely struggled a lot with looking at other people who are in my similar area and being like, how come that person's growing faster than me? Or how come that person has the same amount of followers as me, but they have way more likes? Are their videos better than mine? Or that, like, it's just, you can't do that. You have to mind your own business and show up for your job every day.
Yeah.
Right on. 3 a day, huh? So in totally unrelated news, John, I'm really booked the rest of January. I'm really going to be, don't schedule me for anything. I just have other projects.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Yeah,
You got TikToks to post.
I haven't posted a TikTok in 2 weeks because I got banned. I got permanently banned, then I got unbanned.
Yeah.
Thank you, TikTok. TikTok God allowed me to come back on. But I've kind of lost some. You're reinvigorating me right now, though.
Uh-oh. Gosh dang it.
John's like, but we're doing so good. No. I have many talents. I can multitask, but it's so much fun to be able to reach that many people. It really
Well,
is.
and on top of that too, the other thing is, like I say, I haven't taken days off. I have. There are times because I try to, when I'm in a good space, be on it every day. And I've had to learn this year that creator burnout is a real thing. Fatigue is a real thing. There are just times where you're just like, I just can't right now. I got nothing, and I don't want to do it. And I think it's important to listen to that.
Yeah.
And to, again, if you're not comparing yourself to other people, and if you're not going, I can't slow down because that person's not slowing down, so I got to keep pace with them.
No.
If you're okay with being on your own journey and being like, it's okay for me to take this weekend off and go away for a weekend, and maybe even like just not even post anything anywhere and just take some time to just sort of, I think that's also important to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, at my computer, like in my office in my bedroom, right across from like where I write all my TikToks, where I film everything, I have a Post-it note that I stare at every day. And it's kind of corny, but it's this quote from Lauryn Hill from an interview that I watched when I was like 14 years old. And she talked about how frustrating it is as an artist that they want you to constantly be writing music, singing, producing your album, going on tour. And she's like, I don't have time to create because you're always making me work. She's like, the work that you want to sell, I don't have time to think about.
Mhm.
And then I don't have anything to produce. And I remember thinking that as a 14-year-old who wanted to be in the entertainment industry in some way, shape, or form. And a lot of people relate to that. It's like you need a lot of time to breathe and to look at things and have space away from the craft, to step away from it. And there are literally TikToks that I've written that I had in a draft for a year because I wanted some space to look at it. I wanted some space to think about it.
Oh yeah.
And when you're feeding that algorithm just to keep up with it, it's just so not healthy. It's not healthy as a creative to not be able to have some space from it and just be a person who's thinking, contemplating. If your end goal is just to create, then the thing you're creating is actually not that beneficial. It's just,
Yeah. I'll also say though too, because a lot of people ask the question like, well, where do you come up with enough ideas? Where do you come up with new ideas all the time? And it's like, well, my personal experience is that being in my creative zone and like creating as a job and making it kind of my focus of the day is like, that's what I do. And also like finding a way to make it an act of service too. Like, hopefully this can help someone, even if it's just to help them smile on a day where they're not feeling so hot. Keeping that as the focus, and trying to be in there with a good intention. Creativity kind of begets creativity. It kind of like it sort of fulfills itself. It's sort of like, as I keep moving in this direction and seeking to be in this state of flow, in this state of Zen, new ideas keep coming up. And it's a well that so far in my life hasn't run dry for me. There are periods where it'll be really clear that it's like, nothing's coming up right now, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing about being in a creative job is that it can't be put on a clock. It can't be put on a 9 to 5, like 9 to 5, turn on my creative brain. You sort of have to just be open to it when it's coming, and when it is there, try to be in it. And yeah.
From the little I've experienced it and hearing Kara and others talk about it, the problem often once you get going isn't how do I come up with enough ideas? It's how do I stop thinking every moment about how do I here's a new idea. Here's a new idea.
Yep.
And it's 11 o'clock at night and your spouse is like, pay me some attention. And you're like, sorry, I'm thinking about or making a TikTok. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's almost, how do I pick which idea to do next?
Yeah.
Cause I've got this to-do list of ideas now.
A gazillion ideas.
Yeah. And so, it's like, once you're in that state and you're feeding that and you're working on that craft, it just generates and regenerates. So it's almost like, how do I pace myself out and choose
pace. That's a perfect word. Pace yourself.
Let me ask you a couple other kind of side topics. One is, so if you had to summarize, well, I'll start. If I had to kind of summarize the videos of yours that I've seen, let's just say there's some content categories. So you talk some about LGBTQ issues. You talk about, I would say, progressive politics.
Mm-hmm.
You've talked a lot about the vaccine. You've talked some about the vaccine and that sort of thing. You make observations about pop culture, kind of some social commentary. What are some of the other major buckets that you cover in your videos? And then I want to drill into politics really quick.
I think there's like 4 or 5 main categories of what my videos are. There's a skit, and the skit can be just silly, where I'm making fun of a thing in a movie that I really like. Like I did a whole skit about the Terminator movies, and it's like them like Skynet planning what the Terminator is going to look like. And there's one guy that's like, doesn't he kind of look like he looks like a guy that would kill you? Like, what if we made it like a little old lady that no one would suspect? And they're like, no, he's going to look like this because he looks dope. And like, and they're like, okay, but you said that he speaks, we're sending him back to America in the 1980s, right? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, and you said he speaks Austrian? And the guy's like, no, I said he speaks English in an Austrian accent. And he's like, why? Why would he speak like that? And he's like, because that's cool. Okay. And like, so I do stuff like that where it's totally non-political and non-offensive and anyone can enjoy it. And so I do skits where I'm both characters, and sometimes the skit is politically charged and it's an argument taking place that I see a lot, and I'm representing it in a way where I'm trying to say, like,
usually it's a liberal versus a conservative, right?
Yeah, I've got a character called Backwards Hat Guy that is the conservative guy, and he shows up in a lot of my videos.
MAGA guy.
Yeah, he's got a backwards hat, and he's very smug, and he's like talking to a brick wall. Like nothing that you say to him gets in or gets absorbed, and he repeats himself a lot instead of like absorbing and responding. Which is my experience. It's just like, I feel a lot of times like I'll say something to someone and then they'll say the exact same thing they just said back to me. And I'll be like, no, I just responded to that. I don't want to respond to it again. I just like move on, respond to what I said. But so there's that character. So the first one, skits, which is like the me and me formula. There's music videos, which I think I think those are some of the most popular. And again, those can be in a political clapback where I'm taking something someone said and then I write a whole song responding to them about it, or they can just be silly. Like I've got a song, I got Mustache Respect Parts 1 and 2. I've got Turtleneck and Blazer. I've got
talking about people who wear turtlenecks.
Yeah, I've got a song called TikToks for Pooping that's talking about how people are pooping while they're watching TikTok. They're sitting on the toilet and like, I'm like, I know where you are. You're sitting on the toilet pooping right now. I know what you're doing. So that's a fun.
Not fair. I do everything on TikTok. Though.
Yeah.
You could tell me coffee and be like, you're a genius.
Yeah. So
I'm in
like,
the middle of a Mormon Stories episode that we're filming, watching TikTok. How would you know?
You would never do that.
So there's the songs, so skits, songs. Then there's direct address where this is almost like an advertisement for my podcast, where it's just me looking straight into the camera and talking about an idea that I've been thinking about. And it's either an idea of like a thing I've noticed in society. It's either a social commentary. It's either a political commentary, or like it's just, or an analogy that someone gave me that I'm like, I like this analogy and I want to share it with you guys. And so there's these direct address videos where I'm looking straight into the camera and just sort of
monologuing.
Yeah. Monologuing and just talking about an idea. And then there are there's like TikTok videos where I'm just taking like a TikTok trend or a sound and I'm repurposing it for my brand of comedy or humor, where I'm being like a genuine TikToker and I'm like taking a popular thing that's happening on TikTok and doing my spin on it. And then there are these new kind of videos that I've been doing that I've been really enjoying, that aren't getting as many views, but the people who see them are like, I really like this and I like it too. And it's almost like mini cinema. And I do these really cinematic videos where there's like a very serious poetic narration and I try to shoot something in a way that I think is really like interesting and beautiful and kind of melancholic. And like I have one where I'm just shaving my face and I'm doing this whole monologue, and it's called My Daily Routine. And there's this monologue that I wrote about the daily thoughts that I have going through my day, but it's all just through this sequence of me shaving and trimming my mustache and cleaning my face in the mirror. And it's just this straight on shot of my face. And like, I've been liking doing these videos, these really like
Artsy?
Yeah, artsy cinematic videos. And that's sort of the different areas where I'll make videos in right now. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I won't disclose who this is, but someone close to me who really is a fan, and they don't really follow Mormon stories at all.
Mhm.
But when they found out I was interviewing you, they got excited. No offense taken. This person writes, I think he genuinely feels like no conservatives are thoughtful. Would be interesting to ask him, but it might alienate a bunch of your audience. That's what so
Ooh.
what would you say to someone who said your videos give the impression that you think conservatives are not thoughtful
Yeah,
people?
I get the comment all the time in my comments that I straw man and that I'm making up scenarios so I can win an argument. They'll go, nice made up argument that you had with yourself. And I'm like, well, and I've made a video about this.
This is with backwards hat guy?
Yeah. And I've made a video about this where I've said, I'm not making this up. When I make these videos, it's because I've had this exact conversation multiple times. Usually when I get to the point where I'm ready to make a video about something, it's because I've run into this exact situation with this exact person saying almost word for word this exact argument too many times. And so I made a video about this where the video starts with backwards hat guy saying, nice straw man. And then I break the fourth wall and I look at the camera and I say, I genuinely wish I was straw manning when I do this character. I wish that people that I contend with on the right had better arguments for me and had better worded and more eloquent positions that I had to actually think about. But it really is this I know it's obnoxious for you to watch, but I'm trying to express how I genuinely feel. I feel baffled at some of the conversations I have. This guy invited me to have a debate with him once on his channel, this conservative guy. And I said, sure, let's do it. And we spent like 20 minutes of the debate of him asking me the question, how many people dying qualifies as a pandemic? And me repeating the response, that's not what a pandemic is. A pandemic means global. That's the word pan. And an epidemic is localized. So a pandemic just means a global contagion has broken out. There isn't a number of deaths that qualify as a pandemic. And he would go, yeah, no, I know what you're meaning, but how many people dying is technically a pandemic? And I'd go, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. That's not what a pandemic is. And we did that for maybe 20 minutes. And I went, I don't think we can keep this going. I don't know how else to say it. Like, you don't fundamentally understand what a pandemic is. And I think it's framing a lot of your opinions about what's happening, that you think people are like calling it a pandemic when it isn't really a pandemic, but like you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the definition of the word pandemic is. And you're incapable of hearing that I'm answering the question. And I run into this problem a lot. And so I wouldn't say that I think all conservative people are thoughtless. And I would say that what I'm representing in those skits is my experience 95% of the time when I try to, in good faith, engage with people in my comments or they direct message me, and I try to, and I'll only do it if I see some window of like, maybe I can answer this person's argument in a way that might spark something for them. But the amount of times that I try to go into that space and am met with almost like they didn't even read what I just said, or they'll respond, they'll say something that I addressed in the video, and I'll be like, I addressed that in the video. Did you watch the video? That's the other thing that happens is I will make a video saying, quote unquote, conservative people do X, and that's frustrating for me. And then 200 conservative people will show up in my comments doing the thing that I said they do in the video. And I'll be like, how do you not know that you're doing the thing I said you do? And they'll even say like, what a straw man. And then they'll do the thing. And I'll be like, you can't say I'm straw manning and then do the thing. So it is just the result of trying to have good faith conversations with people who disagree with me and being met with a frustrating result over and over and over again. And I don't want my my takeaway from that experience to be all of these people are this way. It's just that I rarely encounter people who display a degree of thoughtfulness where they go, you know what, that's a good point. It's a good argument, you know?
And I remember, was it called The Social Experiment? What was the Netflix or Amazon documentary a year or two ago that was about the echo chambers that social media sometimes funnel people into?
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance that just the way social media works, they're filtering a certain type of conservative into your channels and not filtering another group of conservatives. I mean, I'm just trying to say there's,
well, so I mean, so I usually when I post a video about one of these things, like I said, it's because it's an argument that I see over and over and over again. So I kind of want to go, okay, this seems to be a very prevalent argument that a lot of people go to. Let's see if we can unpack it and dissect it. I just posted a video today on Instagram that I posted a couple of days ago to TikTok, but it's this thing that happens a lot in my videos is I'll make a point about vaccines or critical race theory or police reform or anything like that. And conservative people will show up in my comments and go, this guy looks like a pedophile. And I'm like, what does that have to do with anything that I just said? And it's very common and they do it a lot. And yeah. And it's this really specific, like, why would we listen to a guy who looks like a pedophile? And I'm like, what a strange thing because is there anything I said in the video that made you think that
the mustache, bro?
And it is the mustache. And I think that it's such a low hanging fruit insult to go to, but I made a video kind of unpacking it. And I said, I think about this a lot, that it's such an easy place for them to go. Cause in my mind, I would never accuse a stranger I don't know with no information on them of being a pedophile with no reason, with no like saying like, Donald Trump might be a pedophile because he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And we have logbook saying that he visited Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island. So maybe there's some evidence there and a reason why you could say, but with no provocation and no evidence to back up the claim, I would never just call someone something that terrible as a means of like debunking their argument. Like, I have no response to your argument, but I am just going to insinuate that you're something awful just because. I think it's sort of a sociopathic tendency. And I'm like, it's so like wild to me how prevalent it is, and how easily people go to that place. And so I hypothesized in this video, I said, I would never do this. I would never accuse someone of this, but it seems like it could be projection. Because a lot of times what we see is people on the right, conservative lawmakers being very anti-gay or like gay people are going to attack us in bathrooms. And then that conservative lawmaker gets found out to be, a closeted person who's visiting bathhouses and stuff. And you're like, oh, interesting. And so I didn't say I'm accusing all of these people of being pedophiles. I said, the only thing I can think of is maybe it's projection, that there's a thing inside of them that they despise and they throw it at whoever makes them feel uncomfortable. And someone commented on the video and said, aren't you just doing the same thing and accusing all of them now? And I said, no, I was very careful in the language to say, I wouldn't do that, but I'm trying to think, what kind of person does that? Mm-hmm. Why is that where your brain goes? Why is it such an easy place for you to jump to? And why don't you try to think of an argument instead of just accusing me of being something terrible, So I don't know, I think that I'm definitely poking the bear in my content a lot. And I definitely am aware of that. And I don't feel bad that I'm getting the comments that I'm getting. I understand that I'm putting myself in the position to be receiving those kinds of comments and that kind of negativity. And so, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's been interesting to sort of try to dissect psychologically.
A couple more questions for me. One is, so even thoughtful progressives that say like Sam Harris are now spending a considerable amount of time speaking out against the perils of wokeism, right? Like let's just say when progressives and liberals take things way too far. Have you spent any time featuring kind of anti-wokist or kind of like spotlighting wokist, absurdity? I
will say I spent time in that philosophy before TikTok happened and before all this stuff happened. I spent time with, as they call it, the intellectual dark web, like the Sam Harris's, even like, a lot of people think of Joe Rogan as like a centrist who he just wants to hear all positions and wants to be very even, and he's not really taking a position on things. I've come to believe personally, and this is just through personal study and trying to examine myself honestly and get to deeper and deeper levels of what's true for me. I've come to believe that a lot of that stuff is, and I don't think it's the way that Sam Harris intends it. I really don't think that he's doing it in a nefarious way. I think it can be a backdoor to red pilling and radicalizing white men on the internet. It starts with reasonable white men hearing that, sure, the left has some reasonable ideas, but come on, this is too far. They're getting out of control here. And once you sort of plant that idea that like, yeah, they're pretty crazy. They're actually, it's pretty annoying when they try to say that something's bad and they're just so easily offended. And that I've found, because this is a real problem in America, the radicalization and militarization of young white men on the internet. And the reason why we have the prevalence of groups like the Proud Boys and stuff is it all funnels in that direction eventually, I find, is getting white men especially who feel like the bulk of wokeism is against them. They feel like the bulk of woke culture is something that means that they can't speak their mind and they can't speak freely. And
they're losing power.
Yeah, it disproportionately affects them. And so even being allowed to, now, this isn't to say that you shouldn't criticize the left. Don't do it. It's dangerous. It's to say that my finding has been that I think that's where it starts, the funnel that starts to lead a lot of people to a road that eventually thing after thing after thing that they consume, an idea that becomes more familiar. Pretty soon you're all of a sudden in a place where you are like kind of strongly anti-left and you are almost a step away from being radicalized to being fully embracing this idea that people are trying to tell me it's not okay to be white. And I'm going to counteract that by saying
white power.
Exactly. And so I think it is a space where what I found stepping away from that and trying to own my privilege as a white creator and where my spaces are that I can speak and where I have to be careful isn't like, I better mind my P's and Q's because people are going to get mad at me. It's about, at the end of the day, it's about respect and it's about listening and it's about genuinely trying to examine myself. A video that I have coming up that I'm excited about is I'm going to be offering to people as a suggestion for a New Year's resolution for 2022 to try to decolonize your timeline. And what I mean by that is actively try to follow people who are sharing ideas and experiences that are foreign to you. What I don't mean by that is you don't need to invite vitriol and hate into your space. You don't need to invite people that are going to be detrimental to you. But I've, over the last year and a half, been really consciously following a lot more creators in the BIPOC space and in the social justice space and people in the queer space and trying to educate myself on what is actually happening when people are asking for certain concessions with my language and with what I can approach healthily as a white man, what I can approach reasonably. And understanding that it's not about taking away my freedom of speech or my freedom of thought, but it's more about trying to get me to understand fundamentally that I'm actually, I'm not speaking from a position of education or authority. And a lot of times I'm talking out my ass. And when it comes to the fear of cancel culture and woke culture and things like that, sincerely examining it, I've come to the conclusion that I think largely it's a myth. And I think it's a myth that is used to drum up anti-left sentiment, because at the end of the day, people who get criticized for saying something bad, which is usually what it is you write a tweet or say something that has language in it that's insensitive to a group or that displays a blind spot that you might have. But like, we still like you. We just want to let you know that maybe you should adjust this. And people, it gets blown up in the media as, oh, cancel culture's coming for them. They're trying to cancel. And usually what we find with most of these people is they don't get canceled. They still have their careers. It's a
bit of a myth. Cancel culture is a bit of a myth.
It's a bit of a myth.
Yeah.
And the people who actually get canceled are like Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey and people who are like, oh, but they might have committed crimes and like they might have actually done something that we shouldn't have that person have power and authority anymore. It's dangerous to have that
Bill
person.
Cosby.
Yeah. And I think that that's what we're actually seeing is people like Kevin Hart, who made a joke on Twitter 10 years ago that people found and went, oh, Kevin Hart said this homophobic joke that maybe he shouldn't host the Oscars. And all that was being asked of Kevin Hart was to address that and say, you know what, I made a mistake and I'm sorry. And I'm going to try to move forward and not do that moving forward. And he, as a comedian, made the choice to say, I'm not going to apologize for a joke that I made. And the Oscars said, okay, then you're not going to host the Oscars. Kevin Hart hasn't lost his job, hasn't lost his career. He's doing fine. He's making millions of dollars a year. He's not canceled. And I think that
even Louis C.K. is coming back.
Oh yeah. He's got an audience. He just released a new special. And like, he may not have a platform on Netflix. He may not have a TV show anymore. He may have networks that yet he may not have people. But I think in general, the seed of criticizing the kind of hysteria of woke culture, the fruit that it bears is like a road toward being vitriolically anti-left, which I think is a big characterization of people on the right's philosophy, is just like, these people are anti-free speech, anti-free thought. They're going to destroy America because we won't have diversity of thought. That whole argument of no diversity of thought, I actually think it's funny because I think what you find if you actually embrace philosophy on the left is that it's wildly diverse. All of the diversity in humanity exists on that side. And the political right tends to be much more monolithic. It tends to be much more homogenized racially and homogenized religiously and homogenized ideologically. It's white Christian people for the most part. And so on the left, you've got Islam and Buddhist and atheist and agnostic and all of these different, and Christian and all of these different ideas. And so I think it's not that I don't want to be a creator who's equal opportunity criticizing. It's that what I found out when I was doing that, when I was trying to be quote unquote fair, is I was almost trying to defend myself too much as a white guy who felt like, I don't think it's fair that I was born into an age where the world is all mad at me. Everyone's mad at me because I'm white and because I'm straight and I'm cisgender, and people will say I should shut up. And this whole myth too, that white guys are like, I guess I just can't say anything. I guess I should just shut up. And I'm sitting here with 1 million followers on TikTok, and I'm like, no, people are fine if I talk and if I share my opinions. People are fine if Joe Rogan has an opinion, like he's got an audience, he's fine, like it's totally okay. It's just that if people think an idea that you have is harmful and potentially detrimental to a certain community, they're going to tell you and they're going to criticize you. And I think we need to be a little tougher and be able to take good criticism.
Right on. As you were talking, I basically just want to talk all day long about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much to be said in that. Like, we can be really selective too. Like, I think was it the Dixie Chicks who came out as pedophiles and everyone canceled them? No, that was coming out against George Bush. You would have thought that they were pedophiles by the way that people treated them. So I think people are super selective about one side only cancels or this things. I was like, we're all tribal at the end of the day. Like, we all have different things that we care about and we want to keep our in group and other people,
Yeah.
So I definitely think that I'm kind of like a recovering, very conservative Mormon Christian who has moved slowly with more evidence, and my eyes not having so many blinders on them to a lot of the things that you said, that I'm like, I've come around on. I had a lot of the opinions that probably the people in your conservative comments would have had. I probably would have hated you 2 years ago. I'd have hated me now, but but yeah, I came around. I think you're really smart about the way you do it, and you come across very, very intelligent.
Well, and I just think that if you want to examine societal structures today and ask the question sincerely, why do we still have such systemic inequality when it comes to racial breakdowns? And why do we still have marginalized communities like the trans community and the queer community? And why are we still struggling with representation and adequate representation? Why are we still struggling and having the same arguments over the same laws? Can trans people use the bathroom that they want to use? Can gay people get married? Why are we still having these debates? And you want to look at those structures, and you see that it is because of holdovers from structures that were deliberately built with the progress of white, straight, cisgender Christian people in mind, and that it's the still holdovers from that. You have to look internally and go, what am I operating with that like how have I benefited in a way where I'm operating? What blind spots do I have? And I think that it just behooves, especially white creators, white able-bodied creators, white cisgender creators, white straight creators. It behooves all of us to definitely, as we're going into a space where we want to have a voice and we want to have a platform, to be trying to be consciously aware of our blind spots. Is there a thing that I could be speaking on and I could be completely talking out my ass, completely speaking out of turn? Where are the spaces where I should maybe know that's
pass the mic?
Yeah, pass the mic, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. One of my favorite, like, simplest sayings that ever since I started moving, like, my religious ideas, is just the phrase, like, get curious.
Yeah.
Like, whether it's somebody who you see an idea, somebody's obviously really passionate about, it doesn't matter what the political spectrum is, get curious on how do you think they arrived at that idea? What do you think their sources are? Why do you think somebody would believe that so passionately, you know? And so when it comes to things like systemic inequality, that sounds like a big deal.
Mhm.
For a long time, I was denying it.
Yeah.
But I was like, that sounds like I should get curious on that. And actually, like, not just take the things that my parents have told me and actually learn and investigate. So
The dangers of not being curious about that is people come up with ideas that, like, they go like, maybe there's just something different about that
Yeah.
culture. Maybe that culture is just not as good at being rich as we are. You know, like, that's literally what happens when people
Yeah.
aren't curious and they don't want to look into it. They kind of go to easy answers and they're like, I mean, look, we gave them all equality of rights in the 60s. It's been like 60 years. And there's like, maybe they just culturally aren't good at stuff. And it's like, or if you actually are curious about, because come on, let's be real. Like, they're human beings. Like, and if you, it makes a lot of sense when you just examine it, that there is wealth still held over from slave plantations. Like, that wealth still exists. Those families are still wealthy.
And you know
today.
what? I would hear people say that 2 years ago, and my brain went to this. There's this Ben Shapiro quote where he would say, "What is stopping a black man from staying with his girlfriend that he just got pregnant? Does somebody have a gun to his head?" And I was not able to be in a position where I could actually genuinely look at the systemic problems of the country. I was not ready to go there. So I just be like, yeah, what's his problem? Just like, get married, just like, don't have a kid, just like, not actually taking consideration there's actually a really great, if people
Context.
don't like, the context, there's actually a great little clip between like Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro talking about this on YouTube.
There's generational trauma there.
Of like Joe Rogan being like, you don't understand that some people are conditioned in different environments. And like it took me honestly becoming an atheist to understand evolution, to understand systems. Like, I had too much of everything was painted too much.
Sin or righteousness, right?
What's that mean?
I mean, if you're raised in, like, let's just say a Mormon or Orthodox Christian perspective, you view the world as either righteousness or wickedness.
Right.
You're either obeying God's commandments or you're sinning.
Right.
Especially if
you're not thinking about cultural context and historical influences and multi-generational trauma.
If you are the type of Mormon who believes that everyone would be happier if they joined the Mormon church. Like, if you believe that the church is true and everyone would be better off for joining it, like, that's a hard thing to grapple with, that you don't want to understand that no, systemic problems will always still exist, even if everyone suddenly converted to the Mormon church and was, active and paying their tithing. Like, there's some things that blessings from the church wouldn't do. When I left the church, I had to grapple with, okay, the atonement isn't going to work for this societal issue. Like, this God magic that I thought would actually cure people, that's not going to get to the root of what society needs. I had to actually wake up to that reality, and it took growth and maturity and getting curious. Yeah.
Being curious is actually what I'm trying to do when I engage with people on the internet who disagree with me. And I tell them all the time, I really will be like, I actually want you to tell me something that I don't know. I really want you to I want you to actually try to unpack what I just said. Don't just repeat back the same thing to me. I actually want to hear your response. I'm hoping that you teach me something about the way that you think and why you think that way. And sometimes I am given a perspective that I go, oh, okay, I can see that. I can at least see how you arrived at that. I can at least follow that. But and obviously 90% of internet comment sections is just garbage anyway. So it's hard to find those genuine moments, but I've always been, even before I had a platform, even when I was just discussing things with people on Facebook, just with friends and family, it's like, I really want you to give me the best shot at your argument here. I want you to
or tell me what you are for.
Yeah.
Like, if you were the president of the world, if you're the president of the United States, like, what are you for? Not just what you're against. And
explain this to me.
I was too much of a reactionary to know.
Mm-hmm.
And So that leads me into for wrapping up, I would just like to pick your brain. Unlike if somebody were to come and find this interview.
Wait. Can I just share a comment really quick,
Yes.
Kara?
Oh, sure.
Pin that, Kara, because I really want to hear it.
Ding.
Two comments I want to highlight. Maven writes, I've also done a 180 on almost every political topic from how I was raised. For Maven, she says it comes down to data and empathy. I think that's
I like to say evidence and empathy let me out.
Yeah. And then I have to mention this comment as well. Heidi writes, I'm loving this interview. Also, Austin has a porn star stash, if anything. Is that embarrassing?
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Kara.
I don't watch enough porn to know. I'm just like, what does that mean? Anyway,
it's a holdover from the 70s and 80s. You don't see a lot of stashes these days. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, you were saying, Kara. I've got one more thing too, but you go first. And then
okay, so somebody comes across this interview, and maybe they, there's somebody who argues with you on your TikTok or something, and they want to know, like, what do you stand for? And we kind of got into that. I remember I really liked your discussion earlier about, love for everyone. And you're talking with this evangelical Christian of like, what does that mean? Like, it can mean different things to different people. What does love everyone mean? What is take out like any kind of political labels or stances? Like, what are you for? What kind of world do you envision? What do you hope to inspire from this podcast? What message would you want to get put forward?
Overall, with all three parts, I would say this is just my story. It's just my experience. And it's not me being prescriptive about anyone else's life. I'm relaying what my anecdotal experience has been and how the experiences I have had have led me to certain conclusions. It is not me saying this is the way I believe that people should live their lives. I think a lot of times people really think that you're trying to tell them something about what they need to do and what's best for them. And I'm just relaying the way that I've come to the conclusions that I've come to. As far as my philosophy is concerned, I say this all the time to people and I don't think they believe me, but I really do mean it. And I try to make sure that I'm living it honestly, that I don't actually think of the positions I hold and the positions I try to articulate and the arguments I try to articulate as being political, in the sense that I don't view them as me trying to score points for any party. I don't really particularly care about scoring points for the Democratic Party. And I think that that's a hard thing for a lot of people on the right to grasp, because they don't believe me when I'm like, I really don't care who's in power. I want the person in power, whoever's in power, to be aligned with my values. And I know that sounds like, isn't that the same thing? But I genuinely think it's not. If Republicans had the values that I have, I would vote for them. And Democrats disappoint me in all kinds of ways with the way that they're kind of spineless and won't just get things done that they want to get done because they're trying to play fair, while Republicans don't care at all about playing fair. I'm like, why are you caring about playing fair? They don't care. But I don't think of it as positions that I have because I'm trying to like beat the other team or tribal. Yeah, I don't think of it like that. It's really like, this is what I think is right and compassionate and humane, and whoever's going to help achieve this is who I'm going to try to support. Whoever's going to help push the needle a little bit more in that direction is because we are given binary choices in our election system here, whether people like to admit it or not. Everyone goes, you don't have to vote. You can vote third party or vote your conscience. And I'm like, can you though? Like, it's like, you can, but we are given two choices. We are given two options. And you can say what you want about that. That's a whole other can of worms, but I don't actually think about them as political positions. I think like when a school shooting happens and a person like me on the internet says, why can't we just do something? Why can't the solution is screaming in our face? Why can't we just do something about it? And people say, why do you have to politicize these deaths? I'm like, I'm not trying to score points for the Democrats here. I'm not trying to get some legislation passed and capitalize on these deaths. I don't care about that. I'm saying I'm tired of this happening. I'm tired of watching this story over and over and over again. And I've watched other developed countries come up with common sense gun laws that seem to have borne the results that I would like to have. And I don't really care who does it. I don't really care which politician puts the legislation forward. I'm just saying, as a human, I would like to stop seeing this happening in such an alarming
Mass
frequency.
shootings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like, it's not about politics. It's just, and I think that people don't believe me when I say that. I think they're really like, nah, you want to pass a law that's a gun reform law, but it has a bunch of secret stuff hidden into it
Take
about
away our freedoms.
Yeah. And I'm like, but it is I think it's a matter of like deep mistrust. And I think that there's a lot of people in my camp, in my tribal camp, who feel the same way that I do, that they're like, I don't really so much care about winning for the camp as I do just about like, I want the camp that I care about to be all of humanity, because I really believe that we sink or swim together. And I think that we can't get through pandemics if we're not united, and we can't get through climate change if we're not united. And and so my goal is to try to just spread evidence and empathy and compassion, and try to be delivering an argument from a lens that is saying, I arrived at this place because I'm trying to think of what is the best possible good for all people, not just for my people. And it's hard for people who think very tribally to accept that someone else might not be thinking that way.
Yeah.
So
I agree that one of the biggest ills we're facing right now is the politicization. What's the word?
Yeah.
I think just, like,
Politicizing.
labeling, yeah.
Politicizing of things that have no business being politicized.
Right.
So like vaccines
Right.
have no business. Physical health, gender identity,
Right.
Gun safety, student safety of students,
Mhm.
like even medical procedures. There's got to be a way to stop politicizing the most important issues that are facing us, such that we can make decisions based on well-being or
Yep.
evidence-based decisions. Because to politicize gender identity, where you either have to be for healthy gender expression, or it's threatening and you're against it because it's been lumped in with a bunch of other positions in this two-party system.
Well, and
it's really ripping us apart.
I know it sounds like I'm harping on the right and like I'm being really hard. And I know you have a lot of listeners that are conservative politically, and I don't want to sound I don't want to sound like I'm just trying to vilify one side over the other. But what I see, my experience of what I'm observing is that people who are on the left, whatever that means, these people who are, let's say, people who are pro-vaccine, to them, it isn't a political thing. It really isn't. It's only made political by there being an opposition voice saying, well, we all think that you're all wrong about this. And then it's like, okay, well, now it's political. Now it's a binary thing where mostly people on the left are saying get vaccinated and mostly people on the right are saying don't get vaccinated. But I'm not saying get vaccinated because I'm a leftist, because I want to fight with the righties. It feels to me like people on the right are sometimes not getting vaccinated only because people on the left are saying to get vaccinated. And I'm like, don't not do it just because people you disagree with are saying to do it, and you can't stand to do something that people you disagree with are doing. It honestly feels like that. So the politicization of something that shouldn't be political, I'm like, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to win politically. I'm saying it because I believe genuinely that it's the fastest, most effective way for us to get out of this pandemic.
And I have to do a shout out for your video on sort of like the getting the answers to the test analogy as it relates to the vaccine is really profound. Like I'm going to add that to the show notes. Check out Austin's video on an analogy he makes to
I gotta
vaccine
say,
deniers. That's a really important, I think that's an important video.
It's an analogy that was given to me by a Patreon patron who I don't know their screen name on social media. And but they offered it to me and I said, do you mind if I use this? And so I do want to it was given to me by a friend. So,
and you extend it in the video and you extend it, but it's really effective.
Yeah. And let's end on that note. Cause I just want to make sure that we conservative people, we love you too. And just make sure that you know that there are plenty of things that no matter where we align on political ways here in the three of us, that there are things we can all come together that are frustrating to all of us, like for the way that this pandemic has been a colossal mishandling of power. Like the conservative that's still down here in me says that was really frustrating, the way that Fauci lied to everyone and said like don't wear masks and stuff, and so it makes you really suspicious. That like went to the core of like, I have suspicion of you, government. There's things that people on both sides of wherever you land politically both can come together and be like, I'm suspicious of big pharma, I'm suspicious, I don't want this thing. But can we not just take labels off of who said what of what different party and come together of like, what does the evidence say that's been beating me over the head that I'm going to have to give into? Or is it just a reactionary thing? Like actually analyzing where
a tribal thing,
or
where
a
you're
tribal
just picking
thing.
sides.
Yeah.
Because I think Jonathan Haidt does a really good job of in the book called The Righteous Mind. He does a really good job of teaching us that it's not that conservatives want to kill, want to take whatever it is, want mass gun shootings, and they want everyone to die from COVID.
Yeah.
And it's only the liberals and progressives that want people to be healthy and happy and safe. It's that we put different weight on different values. So some people value, autonomy or freedom, or some people value security or authority or stability. And it's often these types of values that we all share. We just weight them in different ways, or freedom of expression or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's the weighting of the values that often determines which religion or political party or non-political party or non-religion that we're a part of. Yeah. But in the end, we have to realize we all kind of want the same thing. We just are having different approaches to try and
that's
get
a
there.
really good way to put it. That's a lot better than probably where I came at it from.
The book's The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt, and we'll add that in the show notes as well. But exactly to your point, Kara, this podcast is not about liberals and Democrats good and conservatives and Republicans bad. And I don't think your TikTok channel is either. Let me end with this one last question. Some people say, some people would listen to this 4 or 5 hours today, or 7 hours if we count yesterday, and kind of say like, wait a minute, you're saying social media is kind of a good thing. Social media is the answer. But back to that Social Dilemma documentary, what about social media is the problem? It's bifurcating our attention. It's shortening our attention spans. It's depersonalizing our lives. It's isolating people. It's causing depression. It's causing anxiety. It's leading to this polarization, to this siloing of echo chambers. It's like it's taking us out of nature and out of the natural world and out of more social groups. And it's secularizing everything. And it's leading to depression, anxiety, and suicide. Like, what about people that say, man, Austin, you're embracing the path that's leading us to destruction.
Yeah.
And you really, championing TikTok or Instagram or whatever, you're championing the poison that's killing us all. What do you say to that?
Yes to all of that. And I think that you're right about like people weighting different concerns in different ways and different values in different ways. Cause I see all that and I go, yeah, you're right. You're right about the ways that potentially it can be used to affect mental health and feel like I'm inferior because I'm not having the experience of this person that I'm seeing on Instagram. All of that. Yes.
Fake lives and photos and airbrushing and
and being just having every company in the world have all your data. They just know everything about you. They just know what you want. They know what you like. They know what you like to see, and all that stuff. Yes, all of those concerns are valid, 100%. I've always been a cheerleader for the internet and for social media, in that it is still, even in 2022, a relatively very, very young technology and very, very young tool. And we are still, and it is one of the most immensely powerful technological leaps and tools that's ever been constructed in the history of the civilization and the history of the species. I don't think it can even come close to being argued. I think the ability for people worldwide to instantly communicate with each other across
instantly get answers to questions that are really important.
It can't even be
or to instantly find community.
It can't be overestimated what a massive shift in psychology the internet presents to the species. It's only going to be natural that it's going to come with a lot of psychological issues and psychological downfalls and things that we go, wow, this is a whole new problem that we never had before. This is a whole new issue. It's only natural that that's going to happen. That happens
It's like
with
cars before airbags and seatbelts. People
Right.
were just flying through windshields.
Right. We
Right?
travel faster, but we also die in horrific ways
Yeah.
that we didn't used to die in.
Yeah.
Any technological evolution comes with a growing pains buffering zone. What I choose to put my energy into that gives me a lot of hope is things like people in creative fields. It just, man, being an actor, being a creator, being a storyteller professionally has only really been a viable career that people can pursue and try to make good money at for like 60 years ish. Like even in the early age of Hollywood, there were studio actors that were signed to contracts with studios, and each studio had maybe 100 actors on contract, and all the rest of the actors, all the rest of the people who were trying to be in show business were waiting outside the studio in lines, waiting to see if there was extra work to be handed out and stuff. And what new media presents creatives and presents artists is the opportunity to make your own path and make your own little world and your own little audience that is separate from needing permission from studio people, studio execs, or art dealers, or artists who are painters can find their own audience on the internet.
Democratizing, right?
It's very democratizing, and it also for the longest time in these fields, there has been this imbalance of there's the few people who have really made it, who are making so much money at the top, and there's everybody else who's really struggling in this field, and there's not a big middle class. So I talk a lot about this creation of the middle class for artists and a thriving middle class where people can have an audience of a few 100,000 people nationwide or worldwide and do well. And have a good living and not be filthy rich, not be making millions of dollars and having several homes, but do well and thrive and doing what they love. And I think that the internet makes that possible. I think that in many ways, the fear that the internet is making us less intelligent, that people always talk about this, we're getting stupid, or we're forgetting how to write, we're forgetting how to read properly, like we're losing our critical thinking skills. I think yes and no. I think the way that we write and the way that we communicate is evolving and changing as a result of these new tools. And I think that in many ways, people have never been more intelligent or more informed. And what we're seeing as a result of being more intelligent is we are more aware of where the cracks are in our collective intellect, in our collective reasoning skills and critical thinking. We used to just all be sort of going about life with simple tasks that we had to do. I got to figure out a way to stay with a roof over my head and with shelter for my family and food. And if I can do that and keep everybody reasonably healthy, I think I can be okay. And maybe I meet some good people and have some good experiences along the way. The influx of information, the influx of just having access to more information than common people have ever had in the history of humanity, and just being able to look up a person's tax records and see how much money they made and where they donated their money to, knowing what people in power are doing more. People in power used to be able to pull the wool over a populace's eyes a lot easier. They have to get a lot more clever in an information era. They have to be a lot more sneaky about how they trick the populace and because it's so hard. It's so hard to contain things these days. People have access to almost too much information, but I think again, it's a new technology. It is one of the biggest technological revolutions in the history of the species, if not the singular biggest technological revolution in the history of the species. It's gonna take us some time to get the hang of it. Who knows if we have that time based on whether or not the climate holds up and whether or not the planet allows us that time. I think that with all of the things that people are afraid of with social media and all the things that people harp on and all the ways that it's dangerous, there are just as many things to look at. The way that social media has made our world more egalitarian has boosted representation. There are people who would never get let in the door at a major studio who can make their own channel on YouTube and have an audience and say, doesn't matter that I'm disabled and I have a hard time leaving my house. I've got people that I connect with on the internet. I've got friends. I've got, there are people who were deprived of human contact and human experience because they were bedridden or home ridden, or just because they had a hard time in public. They were neurodivergent and they had a hard time socializing in public spaces. They can now find community and friends. There are all kinds of things on the internet that I think can be looked at and said, this is not a bad thing. This is a like a really wonderful thing.
It's certainly dismantling toxic, unhealthy religion.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
right?
Oh,
The
yeah.
internet.
You know
Oh,
what
yeah.
it just made me think of is like the QAnon documentary that HBO did. Did you ever
Mhm.
watch that? It's
Yeah.
like an 8 series.
Oh, yeah.
That started on the website named
8chan.
8chan.
Mhm.
And that it was like this man that was disabled that
Uh-huh.
started it. That started the website 8chan.
Yeah.
And then it's somebody who, like you're saying, somebody who normally would have a really hard time like getting space in any kind of like creative space.
Yeah.
And he's able to create something has this huge magnitude, but then it's used for conspiracy theory that like hurts people. It's like that's like the perfect microcosm of what sounds like what you're saying is like there's a big world out there for people to do influence that never got a share before, but sometimes it's for good and sometimes it's
Look, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, people always say the internet's not real life. It's fake life. It's people pretending to be fake. It is that, but it also isn't. What the internet actually is, it is like the human psyche. It is like the collective special psyche. So it really is all of humanity and all that comes with. So it's all of the good and it's all of the bad and it's everything in between. It is our collective intelligence up to this point in physical or metaphysical form, because it's not a physical place. It's like, it's almost hard to even grasp what it is. So when you try to boil it down to, it's just this evil thing. It's just this bad thing. It's just this place where people come up with conspiracy theories, where people get bullied. It's like, it is that. And it's also not. It's also everything else. It's also,
it's also the internet often doesn't always destroy things as much as reveal things. So it's just a basic example. It's not like when, we are not anti-police at all. But when you want to talk about police brutality on people of color, it's not that the police brutality on people of color is a new thing.
No, it's that we have cameras.
Probably if you watch like, the O.J. Simpson documentary, Made in America, and the Rodney King riots, and you just pay attention to the civil rights movement, that there has been, white on black police brutality for hundreds of years. But the internet, what it changes is people can now, create a quick video snapshot, and now it becomes public news.
The lasting effect of Emmett Till, who his mother famously said, I want them to see my son in the casket. I want an open casket. And they took photos. The lasting effect of being able to pass generationally photos of Emmett Till in his casket, when that was happening all the time, but this was just a high profile case of it. The ability to let people see it, to let people really see it in real time. It is, it's massively psychologically effective at putting you people who really think they've got a firm grip on where they stand on social justice issues, who think people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop being a bunch of whiners. And you show them a clip of a family being brutalized by the police for seemingly no reason. Little kids in the back of the car being pulled out of the car and made to lie face down on hot asphalt. And you just go, how can you justify this? Watch this. I know it's hard to watch, but look at it and try to square the cognitive dissonance that takes place when you see that. It will move us forward in huge leaps and stuff. But it's also like I said, it comes with the opposite as well. It comes with everything. It's all of who we are.
Yeah.
It
allows a lot of the negative forces.
It's our lives.
It's
and
our
to find
a voice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of toxic voices and toxic communities that we have to work through as well. So it's a mixed bag, but all in all, are you saying, I guess I hear you saying, people who want to do good may as well embrace it.
Yeah.
Because it's here, and you may as well embrace it and try and use it to make the world a better place than just roll over and seed the internet to the unhealthy people.
I'm saying it's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just is. It's just all things. It's all the things. And it absolutely can be a tool for righteous causes and for justice and for progression and for education and for compassion. And it's all of those things. So I think it's a little bit like defeatist to go like, the internet is the evil that's going to destroy us. It's like, well, it is all of our bad tendencies and all of our, but it's,
And one of the things I love about your channel is when I watch your channel, I do get the sense that you're trying to have fun. You're trying to make people laugh. And I think you're trying to get people to think and to have compassion. And so that's why I love your channel. And that's why so many people love your channel. And I think that's why we're really grateful that you would come on today and share. And I also just really quickly want to highlight one comment made. There's a viewer listener that's really on point and really generous with Mormon Stories podcast. Tracy Grittens writes, Mormon Stories long form proves that at least this niche market will watch hours of continuous content. Because when I, just to your point, when I started doing Mormon Stories podcast, I didn't want to do soundbite interviews. I didn't want to force someone's massive Mormon life journey, ex-Mormon, into like 50 minutes. And so I'm just like, F it. I'm doing this because I love it and because I believe in it. And it seems like people can't get enough of this. So if I go 8 hours or 7 in your case, I'm going 7 hours. And if people like it, great. If they don't, they can always chop it up later. But it's, nobody's doing long, very few people have historically been doing long form as obnoxiously long. And it's one of the most consistent pieces of feedback I get, which is don't shorten it. We love the long form. And, not everyone does, but for those who do, it's great.
It's one of my favorite things about podcasts. It's like it's this form that is improvised. It's not scripted. And it's people trying their best. And usually, I mean, like even people who do an hour, it's like, we're trying our best to honestly and cohesively work through this idea or this thing that we're going to talk about for the next hour or 3 hours or 4 hours. And you're getting to really hear real people in real time trying their best to have an honest and useful discussion and conversation. And I'm like, you can't really simulate it with a scripted format. And
Yeah, and you feel like you're part of the conversation even when you're just listening. It's like, I can't listen to audiobooks quite the same way. I can't listen to scripted things the same way, but if it sounds conversational, that's what my brain picks up on. It's almost like if you go into a restaurant and there's a bunch of people like eating ice cream and they're all like enjoying their ice cream. And then you're like also enjoying your ice cream. Like we're all, even though it's a photo, you're like, we're all friends. It's like something that's pre-recorded, but you feel like you're in the joke, you're in the gang, you're in like the group of people having the conversation because their brain is expanding, yours is expanding. That's why like Mormon Stories is dream job for me, but like just generally like this format is so helpful at helping people, revamp ideas and help them actually examine their ideas better. And I'm so glad that this podcast, we're at 4.5 hours right now. It's just like at this one right now. And I wouldn't change a thing. I think this was super informative. And like, you had a lot of really good takes there, Austin.
And combined with yesterday, that puts us over 7 hours.
Wow.
Did you think you'd do 7 hours on Mormon Stories?
Not at all, but I don't regret it. This was a lot of fun. This was great.
Well, we really appreciate you being willing to take time out of your holiday break here in Utah, where there's probably a gazillion people that want to hang out with you, and giving us 7 good hours. If you count our dinner, if you count dinner, it was like 9. And if you count lunch today, we may go to 10.
Wow. Yeah.
Just can't get enough. Also, I wanted to shout out for Tracy's comment that said, Kara can always make long form, think giant yellowfin tuna, and turn it into bite-sized sushi. I think you're onto something. That is what I've been doing. I'm taking long form and turning it into minute-long videos on TikTok.
Tracy, you're on point. I'm throwing it down. I want to meet you, Tracy. So Tracy, reach out to us at mormonstories@gmail.com. Kara and I want to have lunch with you. Is that fair, Kara?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sign me up.
But just Tracy, no one else. Right?
No, there are people who have been in this live stream for 4.5 hours who have not left and have been commenting continually. These are like the OG awesome people who are here. There's just, Maven, you guys know who you are.
Maven, Diamond Dave. Yeah. It's fun just to see the subculture of commenters in a live stream because they kind of have their own community.
For the Crow's Nest, Maven.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks guys. Sorry if you didn't get a shout out, but just know I've been reading all your comments, and thanks everyone for just participating in this conversation. It's been really, really good.
So final shout out, Austin, all the ways people can follow you. We'll have these in the show notes to both episodes, but if you want to follow you.
You're on YouTube right now. I'm on YouTube, Austin Archer. I'm on Spotify and Apple Music, where you can find my music, Austin Archer.
And Bandcamp.
And Bandcamp, you can buy my music there. I love it when people buy my music on Bandcamp. Patreon.com/Austin Archer if you want to get on my Patreon. But then on social media platforms where most people follow me, TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram, I'm yourpal_Austin on all of those. Your pal Austin.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Yeah.
And congratulations. Keep up the great work.
thanks.
Don't forget us little people when you're, get your first Oscar when you get your Emmy and your Oscar
Yeah.
and your Tony. And what's the other one?
Yeah.
Anyway, Kara, it is just 2021 as we're coming to a close. You have been a huge shining gift to the Open Stories Foundation and the Mormon Stories in 2021. So I want to give you a formal thank you. It's been so fun. You have made this a great year, not just for me, but for our listeners and viewers. And it's just been delightful. I can't wait to see what 2022 holds for us.
I can't wait either. I hope the Mormon Stories listeners are also really excited because I feel like we're just getting started. We got rocket boosters on. Thank you, John, for hiring me back in May, giving me this opportunity. It has been a whirlwind, but so fun. You guys didn't know I'm like hard as nails. So this job is kind of hard. Me and John have been like talking about if we need to do an episode, but not like in a woe is me kind of way, but just like I want to bring you guys into the world. We need to have a board that says like days without incident and just have it at 0 all the time of just how like different attacks. And it's kind of hard to keep up with this job, but I love it. And so John, thank you for this opportunity. John DeLynn is a wonderful boss and a delight to work with. And we share similar senses of humor. We basically have ESP. We basically finish each other's sentences when we're working on new things and projects and talking.
I was going to say sandwiches. I was going to go with sandwiches. You went with sentences.
We finish each other's sandwiches.
Yeah.
And also, I hope that all this complimenting is going to get us a trip to Belgium because Tracy's in Belgium. So we need to have.
Gosh dang it, Tracy. I've been to Belgium.
Great. Super.
Yeah. We got to go to Belgium.
On the way. John's be booking tickets. We'll see you out there soon. Thanks so much.
Monica Peace. That's the one tourist attraction that I've seen in Belgium. It's a little baby urinating, and it's like a statue.
Sounds adorable.
And it's some mythical story about how like World War II, there's like a bomb that's about to detonate, and a baby runs up and urinates on the bomb, and like saves the town from being destroyed. It's called Monica Peace.
Oh, okay.
And it's like the biggest tourist attraction.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Can we do Thrive Belgium?
We're coming to you, Belgium.
Lori also said she's sick of us talking with our hands. And I like your creative spelling of my name, Lori. No offense. It's with a C. But anyway, we got to tie your hands to the chair. But I don't know. I've been restrained for 30 years.
I'm so sorry. But isn't there a TikTok guy that like this is all he does?
Yeah. Sometimes people make a career out of just hand movements on the internet.
Yeah.
Not us though.
So
you like kind of seem like you're flying away sometimes, John, the way that you talk. You're like, and it's really close to your face. And I like it. I'm just saying. That's one creative critic.
So everyone, I'll do this. This is better. You like that better?
I can't talk at the end of a 5-hour day. Where are we? I almost said TikTok. This is a podcast we're wrapping up. Austin.
Yeah.
Thanks for being our guest today.
Oh,
it's been incredible.
My pleasure. This was great.
And we'll end by just thanking everyone who donates all year long. We had our best year ever. I'm using my hands again. Thank you to everyone who donates to Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation to make all this possible. We had our best year financially ever. We also had our best year in terms of downloads and views. I think in aggregate, we had over 15 million downloads and views of our MP3s and views in YouTube and Facebook and elsewhere. Instagram has been amazing this year, TikTok. And so it's just been a crazy year. It's been an amazing year. We could have done none of it without our financial supporters. So thank you to everyone who donates. We couldn't do it without you. And unfortunately, we know that less than 1 out of 1,000 of our viewers or listeners actually donates. And because of financial hard times or people moving on or people losing interest, we literally lose like 20 recurring donors every month. And if we don't replace those donors, then slowly our cash flow starts to evaporate. And we start to have to like cut services or lay off people. And we don't want to do that. So if you are continually benefiting from the content that we create, or like with AA, if you have benefited from the Open Stories Foundation for Mormon Stories and you want to pay it forward, we would love you to become a recurring donor, a monthly donor. You can just go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, sign up for however many donations, $10 a month, $20 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month, whatever you can afford. You can do one-time donations as well. But that's how we live and breathe. We don't do fundraisers. We don't have these parties where we try and get everyone together and hire spend a bunch of money to hire talent to try and squeeze you for money. If we just have a lot of small-time donors making modest donations on a monthly basis, it turns out we can fund an operation that with just a couple full-time and a few part-time people are literally standing up to one of the most powerful organizations in the world. We're literally speaking truth to power to $1 trillion corporate behemoth. And we're doing it in this teeny office in Holiday, Utah, with a few cameras and a couple mixers and a few, rugrats. Are you a rugrat, Kara?
Yeah. You literally like plucked me out of obscurity, out of like my bedroom in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. It's like, I'm a nobody and I'm just grateful to be here. And we're just doing the thing that we're doing.
And you're a nobody, Austin.
I'm total nobody. And I would say that's another argument for the internet, by the way. That's a big tally in the internet, standing up to $1 trillion corporations from a small office with a few little tools.
With a few $100,000 in budget
There
can
you
stand
go.
up to $1 trillion organization with literally an $8 or $9 billion annual budget. We're holding them accountable with a few $100,000 a year.
Yeah, to the point that like I don't even know if there's even a pro like LDS apologist presence really on TikTok anymore, because there's too many outspoken like ex-Mormons, post-Mormons, post-religious people that
Kara,
like
using your hands. I think using your hands is okay.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
We'll just focus on my arms. I'll talk like this. No, yeah, it's you asked me in my Mormon Stories interview, like, how come the church isn't more forward on trying to take over like platforms on TikTok and stuff? It's because there's too many outspoken people. And I just want to have as many people who want to share their stories as possible, whether it's TikTok, whatever platform somebody chooses, whether it's coming on Mormon Stories and telling it, as many different diverse voices in this field sharing their experience. That's all I care about. And the church is going to be what it's going to be. But we're going to keep doing our thing.
Yeah. And we'll just end with this as we started today. Yeah, the Mormon Church is condemning podcasts and TikTok and, websites and, as your friend calls it, anti-Mormon literature. But there's a reason why they're condemning all these platforms. It's because they're losing.
Yeah.
They're getting there's a reason why the Mormon Church abandoned the use of the term Mormon. It's because we co-opted that term and dominated it.
Like when you Google a Mormon,
SEO,
it's like Mormon Stories.
In spite of literally hundreds of millions or billions of dollars spent trying to dominate the SEO, the search engine optimization, for terms like Mormon, Joseph Smith, Book of Mormon, we defeated the Mormon Church. And their abandonment of the term Mormon was not the product of modern day revelation. It was the product of TikTokers and Instagrammers and YouTubers and Facebookers and podcasters and bloggers speaking up, using their voice, speaking out, like you, Austin, like so many people, like you, Kara, like so many people. This army of social media influencers has transformed not only the Mormon Church, but organized religion, government, politics, and let's keep doing it. Those of us who want to fight for social justice, for goodness, for empathy, for the love of data, for the love of informed consent, let's keep speaking up. Let's keep raising our voices, be it on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or whatever, or any new platform that emerges. Let's keep it up and let's change the world in a good way. What do you say?
I love it.
You're in it, Austin?
I'm in.
Are you in?
Yep, I'm going to do it.
You're not giving up?
I'm going to keep doing it.
Kara, you in?
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah, we'll keep going
The time
until
for
the
lunch?
lights turn off.
The time for lunch? Time
Let's
for a
do it.
bathroom
Let's
break?
do it.
Should we do it?
Yeah.
All right.
It's time to so long, farewell.
This might be the last episode we do of 2021. Is that possible?
That's literally impossible.
You think we'll do more?
If you guys don't know how Mormon Stories rolls, John and I just basically text all the time of like, we should do an episode tomorrow. Let's live stream something
Like,
ASAP.
oh, but it's Christmas. No, we're going to do it.
We'll do it the day after Christmas.
All right. So
we work too hard.
You think there might be one more episode this year?
It's only the 27th.
I know. We canceled. We had one right at the end and then got canceled. But
Did it?
Yeah.
But we have
we'll see.
also, don't forget to plug Thrive this weekend.
Oh yeah. So yeah, for those
and
who
also
don't
I just
know,
wanted to say something funny that Austin mentioned 19 hours ago, where you were talking about how you can like build up a platform like Mormon Stories. And the second you want to tell people to go to something or change off the app, it's really hard to do. So Mormon Stories TikTok blowing up all the time. It's great. But then anytime we try to be like, hey, by the way, we have an event coming up. So it's like, remember how this video that has 1 million views about like a bishop asking inappropriate questions, and then everyone else who's like in the community of bonding over how unfortunate it was that they were also traumatized by this thing. But then if you ask TikTok, can we get the people who also had this experience together in the same room? TikTok's like, no.
You're not allowed to. If it's not here, then no. If you're not doing it here, then no.
So if we try to hold an event with the people who watch our TikToks, absolutely out of the question, TikTok said. So just, it's kind of hard to get the word out all the time.
Just every day I get comments from people that go, man, you should really make an album. And I'm like, I have many of them, and I don't know how many times I need to say it and how many videos and how many comment sections.
I'll be wearing my merch and somebody will be like, I wish I could buy that. And then I can't even type where to buy it because TikTok, you were talking about last night, will not tell you where to go.
Won't let you.
It's a frustrating platform. Anyway, go ahead and plug. We have a big gala this weekend. I'm going to be wearing a dress. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, it's modest.
Thanks to Aaron.
That didn't make my husband sound very good. Thanks to the old ball and chain. No, it's long sleeved. This part is missing though. Anyway, it's going to be fabulous. There's going to be an open like cash bar.
Yeah. So if you go to Thrive Beyond Religion, there is a couple things you should know about. One is the Epic Gala, December 30th. And it's going to be, show up. You can take your pictures by fancy sports cars, casino, faux gambling, drinks, dancing, probably, maybe karaoke will break out. Just a lot of post-Mormons having fun, drinking responsibly, hopefully, doing whatever substances they may or may not do responsibly, but having fun, having community, realizing they're not alone, realizing they're not crazy, and most importantly, enjoying life, because that's the whole point. The point of life is not to rage against what you came from that wasn't working for you. The point of life is to enjoy the moments you have and the moments you have left. And that's what the Thrive Gala is going to be on December 30th. You can go to thrivebeyondreligion.com and you can sign up for that. I literally think there's only like 20 or 30 tickets left. So it's going to sell out.
Really?
Clint was like, I'm not even promoting it anymore because it's about to sell out. So that's fun.
When you mentioned Suit Up Soldier?
Yeah. And our buddy McKay is going to be performing, right? Suit Up Soldier.
He's going to be doing original songs and also some covers. So it's going to be like a live rock band too. And just, oh my God.
And you can meet Kara. Like, don't you want to meet Kara?
Mostly I'm just going to be like at the poker table, like really dialed in. So
I may not be there because it's my anniversary and Margie and I are both sick. And so we're trying to decide. But anyway.
Thanks for letting me know. 7 hours into this podcast. Great.
There's total consent. Also, for those who don't know, we've already announced Thrive Unite, which was Clint's idea, which was 22 local Thrive events throughout the world. And even when we had 10 or 12, I'm like, Clint, you're not going to get 22 cities to voluntarily sign up and hold an event on the same day, which is January 22nd, 2022. There's a 22 theme there. And it turns out we've got over 21. I mean, if there's a problem, we've got over 22 cities now. But like New York is signing up, DC is signing up, Boise just signed up. And over 22 cities, including UK, Canada. If you want to find community and not just kind of worship centralized celebrity, but find local community and local community speakers and leaders and role models and just friends and people to do life with, check out thrivebeyondreligion.com. Sign up for Thrive Unite. You can even still host your own local Thrive Unite event through thrivebeyondreligion.com, or you can email thrivebeyondreligion@gmail.com and Clint will hook you up. Okay, are we done?
Don't worship. Now? I said, just want to make sure, don't worship celebrity, you guys, but do come out to Sacramento where I will be speaking.
Yeah. And Alan and Katie Mount for Marriage on a Tightrope will be in Sacramento. So many good, RFM's doing Seattle. Bill Reel is doing Vegas. I'll probably help out here in Utah County in the Springville kind of Provo area. We need to get you, Austin. Why aren't you freaking speaking at a Thrive? What the heck?
I'll speak at a Thrive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Kara?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Austin's committed.
We have like a mega list of speakers. We're going to add Austin to it.
You are now added to our mega list.
Yeah, tell me where, and I'll meet you there.
Okay. All right, man. Well, Austin, keep doing amazing things. Thanks so much for your generosity. And we look forward to you having 10 million subscribers someday.
Yeah, maybe.
And being in many feature films and getting your ERGOT. Is that what it's called? An ERGOT?
EGOT.
EGOT.
Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah.
EGOT. What did I get? ERGOT. What is it?
I don't know. What would the R be?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's something they sell at REI.
All right. Love you guys. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Kara.
Thanks.
Thanks, Austin.
Thanks.
Been good.
All right. See you guys all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.